Welcome one and all here to some Chinese Dota action as we are continuing the DPC, rounding out the second week, but more importantly, getting ever closer towards the TI qualifiers, which is what this division is really all about. My name's Snare and I'm joined yet again by the boss Bogan himself, the homie Fluke. What's hood, fam? How's your day going? You hyped for some Chinese Dota this day?
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. Obviously, I did just get off a stint on Western Europe a few hours ago, so now I'm very excited to be jumping into China and see what they're able to bring today, especially after 7.33D did get dropped. We've seen a decent amount of Dota on the patch so far, but it's all about what does the Chinese Dota look like when it comes to Division 2, and I want to see if they bring some more new stuff that we've seen so far.
Well, this has been a very exciting region to watch so far, and with 7.33D, the decrease patch, because that's pretty much what has peppered all throughout the patch notes. It's going to be very interesting to see how these teams responded to these changes. Of course, though, some of these teams have already shown themselves to be excellent players of the game, and if you haven't been caught up on exactly what's been happening here within the region, let's take a quick little recap as to what happened the last time out on Thursday, where we had Limit Gaming taking on Holy Grail. And you know, Holy Grail so far, this is one of the teams that is looking like one of the strongest in the division. Limit, man, they just keep breaking my heart. There's so many nice things that come from this team. You know, CXK Rubik looked pretty legit. They had some really nice plays with this Chosen One Magnus. But reliably, over and over again, Fluke, from last tour into this one, all the good stuff that happens with this team is immediately countenanced with some truly questionable decision-making. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, it really does feel like that they've at least got one game in them that they're able to push some of the best teams in the tour all the way, and then there's some games where they just look like they're lucky to be in Division 2, you know. So, you know, this first game was a bit of a longer one. It took them a long time for Holy Grail to eventually be able to crack the base. You can already see here on the mini-map that they were the ones that were behind when it came to the bases, but it just eventuated that Terrorblade will get to the point that he's much more scarier than what a Nagasiren is, and then eventually be able to take over the game. And in this game number 2, it was kind of just them running at everybody, and it was just fight after fight after fight for both these two teams. And unfortunately for Limit, they just weren't able to get their key kills at the right times, and then playing in towards this Alchemist and the Clink support is always very, very hard because they can take over the game really, really fast. And that's exactly what happened, right? Like, they eventually just got kind of rolled over, and then it got to a point where it was too hard for them to even try and kill an Alchemist, let alone an Ember Spirit and a Clinks.
Part of the decision-making I'm mentioning in Game 1, obviously it was mostly positioning that led them awry. In Game 2, mostly itemization. You were very upset with the Timber itemization. I was very upset with the Slark itemization. And this highlighted the exact encapsulation of why. Didn't allow these heroes to deal enough damage and didn't allow them to be tanky enough to persist in these teamfights. And ultimately, Holy Grail were able to take this 2-0. You know, we saw some nice stuff from Limit, but not enough at the end of the day to get the W. Moving on to the next series, though, we had Supernova in action, taking on the side of Big Brain. And Big Brain is also one of these squads that coming into this, we thought, oh, this is probably the very strong names on the team sheet. We can imagine them going pretty far in the division. Sadly for them, or not sadly for them, happily for them, they ended up getting this W. But yet another series here, Fluke, where Supernova show some promise, are able to take a game off their opponent, but are unable to close out the series and get that much-needed victory in the end.
Yeah, much like Limit, it seems like they're close to being able to have something here, but they weren't able to close out this time around against Big Brain, and they're currently sitting 1-3 in the tour. There are 2 other teams that also have 3 losses, so it's not like they're at that giant cutoff just yet, but the fact that there is 3 teams with 3 losses right now means that at least one of them should be able to get maybe another victory on board. But they are really starting to push themselves further and further away from being able to finish the tour in that top 2. So it is really going to be a question now of just trying to improve as much as you possibly can. And it was an interesting series. As you said, all 3 games went in that series, and there wasn't too much deviation between a lot of the drafts between the 2. It seems like they were more than happy to be given out the same kind of heroes and have same kind of ideas, but they just made a few small tweaks, and it eventuated that it was just kind of a lot of the team play that worked out for them. This game number 2 here definitely could have gone one way or another, and we could have maybe even just seen a Supernova 2-0. But Big Brain were able to pull this one back and get it done in 3, and this second game here was one of those games where you get so deep into a best of three that it feels like that one team is eventually just going to crack the code and get like a super heavy leg up, especially from what we've seen in China. And it usually means that these game number threes are a little more one-sided than what the rest of the series has given us.
Yep. I mean, Supernova would be very upset, especially by this game 3, because they really were in a winning position in game 2 and just ended up dropping the ball, unable to close it out, and that gave them momentum in the opposite direction. And they come back on the big brain, end up taking this W, and find themselves a lot higher in the leaderboard. You know, these wins, right now, they don't look that important, but as we edge closer towards the end of the division, having these 2 wins under their belt for Big Brain is certainly going to come in clutch. And of course, they were able to get themselves into that top 3 position, tied up with the Last Ark. Above them, only the Holy Grail and Team Zero remain undefeated thus far. And Team Zero, crazily enough, Luke, have still yet to lose a map. It's kind of nuts how well they've been playing at the moment. At the very bottom, IG Vitality and Limit Gaming. With Supernova, all of them have suffered 3 losses. Pretty much guaranteed not to be going into Division 1, but now it gets very scary because now we're starting to think about, do we get relegated out of the entire division with our performances? Of course, we have a lot of opportunities for these teams to get themselves higher up in the leaderboard. So that brings us to today's games. The action that we have for you, that second matchup, I really can't wait, dude. Holy Grail and Team Zero, both of them remaining undefeated up until this point in time. No, one of them will suffer their first loss, guaranteed. The other one will still remain undefeated. And I'm honestly thinking, Fluke, that that's probably the matchup that determines who's the first team that gets their promotion into Div 1 from the third tour of the DPC.
Yeah, I feel like, starting 4-0 in your tour, especially for both those 2 teams, I feel like there's probably not too many harder opponents. I'm just going to have a quick look and see, after this series today, Team Zero, they have Limit to play up against, who is the team that's really struggling right now, and Supernova and the Last Dark. So maybe Zero could have a little bit of a rougher go because they do have the Last Dark they have to play up against, but Holy Grail, they've got Team Disillusion as well as Big Brain. And IGV to go after this series. So it seems like this is going to be the toughest series for both those 2 teams, and I do agree with you. I think this will determine who's going to be number 1 seed in 2 or 3. But there still is a lot of matches to go, I think, and there is some of these other teams. I think the Last Ark could potentially make a quick little run, but they're going to have to make this one look clean first.
Well, the Last Ark is indeed going to be in action now up against Limit Gaming, and they are going to have to make it clean if they want to get themselves higher in the leaderboard as we get underway with our first game of the day. Limit will be playing from the Radiant side with the first pick. Last Ark have Dire's second pick. And what I find very intriguing is the fact that with the D-patch, well, not intriguing, I use that word as a placeholder to say awful, terrible, I hate life right now. Brood is back in meta, bro. Just kill me now. Get me out of this. Bro, Brood Techie's patch. Are you kidding me? Oh, man, so bad.
Yeah, and even in the Western Europe series we had a Brood Mullet in that game as well. It did lose, so be thankful for that. But it definitely does feel like that this hero is very, very strong. Universal heroes, full stop, I think are always just going to be crazily strong. No matter where you put them. They're just very good items for them to build. They're naturally going to be tankier. They're going to do a decent amount of damage. It's just, it is very straightforward. But we're going to have the Pugner as the opener here. Spirit Breaker is the response from the Last Dark. They can go Spirit Breaker Silencer if they really want to. Maybe they want to try and go for the Void Spirit, which I still think is pretty good. But the nerf to the Outer Ring, I think, is very big for that hero. Obviously, his stats got squished as well, but the Outer Ring talent changing from 15 to 20 means that he doesn't have that extra escape mechanism until it's much later in the game, and that could potentially mean the difference between ending the game 13-2 and ending the game 2-13,
Yeah. I'm still not sure what to make of the new Void Spirits. The nerfs are pretty substantial. For me, the big one is the Outer Ring change, but the int change as well. Just making that hero a lot less dynamic in the earlier portion of the game. We'll see, though, how teams choose to respond and play around the Void Spirit. It might be one of those patches where every now and then you get a patch where minute values are changed, and that has massive ripple effects. And then there's other patches where massive changes happen that don't really have an impact on the overall meta. We'll see what 733D brings us. Sadly, I also have some news to bring you, Fluke. I have news, bro. Yeah. I have news. And I wanted to bring this last night, but, things didn't conspire in that direction.
Yeah.
I regret to inform you that Morphling is actually an amazing hero right now. I went on a 6-game run won all the games with Morphling. Only died 7 times across all those games. It was very good. This hero is actually amazing right now. It fills me with sadness to say it, but Morphling is actually pretty cracked. The early game, yes, it's still a bit of a problem, but there's so many amazing 5 positions now. I imagine this Pugna hero is going to be playing that role for him, that it doesn't really matter all that much. Can get through that phase of the game without too much difficulty. And once you do, whew, man, you feel good playing Morphling. I hate to admit it, but that's what it feels like right now. Feels bad now.
Yeah, he definitely feels like he's an S tier carry. I think him and Terrorblade are going to be the 2 heroes that I'm looking at the most.
And Monkey King. And Monkey King.
And Monkey King.
That's the other one.
Yeah. I really feel like they're going to be the top 3 most contested heroes to a lot of that carry role, just because of how strong we've seen them be and not really touched throughout a lot of these patches as well. In worst case, even things getting buffed for them. So yeah, it's going to be a trying time for a lot of these teams, but it's also could be a nice little meta for some of these teams that are struggling, right? Because I feel like a lot of these teams that have been struggling over the last couple of patches, they have always had a standout core player. So maybe that might mean that we get these 1v5 kind of carries coming back once again, and we're seeing these teams really get put on the back by their position 1s or their position 2 players.
That would be very exciting for me to see. And of course, we have seen more Morphlings deployed in the mid lane as well. And if there's any region well-versed in deploying Morphling mid, it is indeed China. We'll see if Limit do angle in that direction, though, as they are still interested in protecting this Morphling. They've taken out the Anti-Mage, no Timber in this game. Maybe they're going to end up banning out PL as well, potentially. And then from the last stock, what else are they taking out? There's Storm, there's Pango ban. No Medusa ban at all. Medusa's just been left in the pool. So the last stock with this ban, these bans, they could be trying to set themselves up for a Medusa pick, given that it's still in the pool.
Yeah, they definitely could. Obviously, forcing Morphling to play a little bit of a different build is never what he wants to do. The hero's okay. Pugna deals with her illusions really, really well, which is a big slide against her, because that early manta timing really is a big boon to a lot of her survivability and how she's able to get through some of those mid-game fights. So that could be an issue. There are a few of the really good heroes that are still floating around right now, so they could try and aim for a Terrorblade if they want to have the TB and a Morphling matchup. I don't think there's all too many good matchups into the Morphling right now that you could pick. Like with the Magnus change, it's very hard for him to just be that kind of Morphling counter straight away. So they're just going to go for a much more natural one in the Doom.
Yep. Nice and old school. I mean, Morphlings are known to be building Lincoln Spheres, but nonetheless, Doom is still an incredible spell to just delete this hero from the game. And they have no matter what lane configuration they run this with, Doom Spirit Breaker, Doom Enchantress, either option feels very strong to me. Limit Gaming come back with this Abaddon pick. So Abaddon did experience some changes. Overall, the hero definitely did get buffed. I'm not sure if they feel he's buffed enough to run him in a primary core role, but I feel like offlane Abaddon still feels fairly decent right now. Shadow Demon, an incredible hero. Between these two, they have a lot of save. Between Abaddon and Pugna, they have a lot of sustain. So it looks like all eggs are going into the Morphling basket here, Fluke. They want to make sure that this Morph does not die a single time throughout this game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was when I first saw the Abaddon, I thought maybe they might want to try and throw it as a 5. Obviously, he did have a massive decrease of his base attack speed, so meaning that the core Abaddon isn't as great, but it means the support Abaddon was a little bit nicer. So we'll have to wait and see what the Abaddon is going to look like this time around, because all of his good talents, or I mean his core talents, got nerfed. So he's much more supportive orientated, and I think a lot of these offlaners are very much more Aura orientated. Once again, been seeing a lot of Tidehunter, been seeing a lot of Underlord, been seeing a lot of Dooms build, Auras, Beastmasters, same kind of deal. So I think if he just goes like a natural Aura build, he's going to feel pretty good. But the thing with the Muerta, I don't think she got changed at all, did she?
Muerta did not get changed. No, she was left the same, which is kind of problematic because she wasn't that great before. So
Hera's still bad, I think.
Yeah, bro, especially into Morph. Didn't we see this matchup just the other day? Like Morphling Muerta, and Morphling got demolished. She could do nothing that game. So not really a fan of this from the last stock. That being said, it is going to be a very good lane versus the Abaddon. You play very far away from both him and the Shadow Demon. Gonna get a ton of farm for yourself. I guess on the side of Limit Gaming, they don't have much reach themselves. Like all of their heroes are fairly static outside of the Morphling who can waveform in and out of the fight. So if Muerta positions herself correctly with Doom Spirit Breaker in front of her, she can be allowed to just stand and deliver, throw in all that damage, but it's still Muerta, still not the greatest. But, we're here to learn, Fluke. Some new things can be brought to us. And whether we like it or not, the Lost Dog do know for a fact that they are the favored team against Limit Gaming. So maybe it's an opportunity to experiment a little bit, see what's up, because you have to try and find answers to Morphling anyway, right? So you might as well give it a go whilst you still have a fresh series underway.
Yeah, especially in game number 1 as well. In the Western European series that I covered this morning with B-Cup, we saw Alina for the first time. We saw a Drow Ranger come back. There was all kinds of different and weird stuff. So, I'm not expecting this to be as straight up and down as we have had for the last 2 weeks. So, yeah, I like it. I want to see them be able to enable her a lot more, though. I want to see them pick a hero that just keeps people together. I think the Puck would have been a sick hero to be able to combine with the Muerta, just be able to keep people locked in the area, because she does have limited range, which is the annoying part about her, and you really want to try and abuse Pierce the Veil. So something that keeps people in the area would be really, really nice. And Limit, they need to have some kind of jump. They need to have some kind of catch to get on top of the Muerta. Ember Spirit Band was absolutely magical, because we saw last time, I believe it was an Ember Spirit as well going into Muerta, and she had a horrible time. So,
what is left actually that gives reach? Pango's gone, Quappa's gone, Ember's gone, Puck's gone, Storm's gone. It's only really Void Spirit, but I don't know if they want to play Void Spirit. Is there anything else that gets to the Muerta? I suppose unless you want to play like some hybrid DK or something through the mid, but then you have to be buying Blink Dagger, not getting the mobility naturally.
And he gets absolutely melted by Muerta as well. So
yeah,
it's probably not very nice.
Blink Dagger Wind Ranger maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, Magnus, I guess it's okay. You don't really have a good Empower target, which is a little stinky.
Sometimes Dota players are very fickle human beings, right? Small value changes. People are like, we're not going to play this hero anymore. Magnus got nerfed, dude. Holy smokes.
Yeah, he got clapped pretty hard. Poor guy's really not doing much. And they're just going to respond with the Snapfire, which is a response that we're seeing a lot to these melee heroes. Snapfire really does abuse them, especially in that mid lane. We've seen the King be able to do it multiple times against Miracle of all people. So, yeah, it's a very, very good lane for the Snapfire, and gives them a good combination to be able to just kind of catch people at level 6s. I think, the Enchantress plus the Spirit Breaker and the Snapfire is going to be a duo that can potentially kill the Morphling, which could be an issue for Limit. I'm not 100% sold on this Muerta hero, but I also don't think Limit have too many good answers for the Muerta. So maybe just the fact that there's not going to be too many people in her face just enables her to kind of sit back and throw some of these dead shots around and do a lot of work with Pierce the Veil. So I'm just gonna stick with the Last Dark, just because obviously they're pretty heavily favored in this series. Muerta can be a very feast or famine hero. So if she gets off to a good start and they can't get on top of her, then she's going to be able to take over this game. But
yeah, I'm fully with you as well, that I'm not convinced by the answers that Limit Gaming have preferred here. The Magnus, as we've discussed, heavily nerfed. Oh, it's really bad. He will be being played middle by Chosen One, and I will say that has been the performances that have given me the most hope for this Limit Gaming squad, has been when Chosen One is on this Magnus. So let's see if they have what it takes to try and make something interesting happen here, or if it's going to be yet another day where the Lost Dog mop up opposition at the lower end and struggle a little bit with opposition at the top. Let's get into it. Game 1 of Limit Gaming versus the Lost Dog. It is a best of 3. One thing that I also find very interesting about the drafts that we have here, this Snapfire, we always forget that Snapfire is actually a really tanky hero. Like, she's universal. This is going to be yet another body in front of the Muerta. So getting to her is even more difficult than it would be otherwise. And they also have some nice counter engage. But speaking of, poor little Pugner trying to run himself away, but Shusheng, sorry, bro. Gonna end up being dead. First blood goes the way of the Enchantress. No, they really wanted to give that to one of the cores, but unfortunately, Pugner is a little bit speedy, so they were like, yeah, let's just kill him now. Get the free gold, it's fine.
Yeah, he's a fast little boy. And unfortunately for them, a lot of their other cores are not able to keep up. So the kill does go the way there of normal end. So Enchantress seems like going to be going towards the bottom side. So I'm not quite sure if normal end's going to stick there or whether or not YYY is going to go towards bottom side. So probably the range and melee combination is what they want to try and go for here in both their lanes, so they don't get kind of run over in that bottom side. Or Bash God.
Why might actually be dead here though. Gets disrupted. Dead shot, not gonna go anywhere from Erica. So yeah, Sawsmate, you are probably gonna end up dead. Blast comes in from the Pugner. Nice little revenge from the Pug. Must feel good. It's not the first blood though. So Lost Dog still relatively okay with how this game is opening up.
Yeah, not the bonus gold, and a little unfortunate there that Erica shows the dead shot miss. It's always, to me, when I see these Muertas, I think she's one of those heroes that really requires a lot to get used to how she plays and how to kind of utilize her in certain parts of the game. I think she's an insane laner. She does a lot of damage. Deadshot as well as the calling is a very hard combination to try and deal with for any hero, let alone a melee hero. So if you're able to abuse her in the lane and then just sit back and farm and then get to your 3-item timing, that's when you can really become a strong hero. But early game, you need to make sure that these dead shots are on point and enabling you to kind of outrange people and trade with them with, gunslinger and all that kind of stuff later.
So about to hit level 2 soon. We'll see how she fares on that side of the map. Down bottom, Morphling playing with Pugner. Feels very annoying to play into, but I feel like Morphling should be able to farm, but Doom should also be able to get a pretty good time for himself. They don't have nearly enough damage to zone out of Doom here.
Yeah. It's going to be hard for them to get him out of lane. It is a hard hero to deal with early on, especially with Enchantress being able to throw these impetus shots over to the Morphling, right? So A is going to have some issues early on here until the Pugner can turn into his little HP battery. So Omlan's doing a really good job, but Shining being able to stay alive is exactly what they need here. He can just sit back, farm up, get a Vanguard early. Morphling won't pressure him as long as he doesn't die early to like a Pugner rotation, he'll be perfectly okay. And man, look at middle. Echoes is absolutely dominating Chosen One.
Yeah.
Like the first wave, I don't think he got a single creep out of the first wave, did Chosen One. And then Echoes kind of just sat underneath his tower and denied a few creeps underneath it as well and just kind of screwed with him. He didn't deny some of the creeps, but he was like cooking them like out of his range, so he couldn't actually get the last hit and stuff like that, which I think was cool.
He's doing a phenomenal job here. At some point, he was doubling up the CS of this Magnus. And I don't think this matchup gets that much easier, right, as time goes on.
Oh, no.
We'll see how Chosen One decides to respond. You might need some help from the side lanes because things are not going to get better. And they need him, right? There's no dynamism from Limit Gaming. You have Morphling or Baron on the side lanes. You need this Magnus to do as well as humanly possible so you can buy those mobility items. Otherwise, you're just sitting back waiting for Lost Dog to make the moves and hoping you can respond.
And especially the worst part as well is White can always just charge towards the middle lane, right? Like, and as long as he gets some good angles, it's going to be hard for the Magnus to deal with it. So if he's getting dominated in the CS and then they make one rotation with their Spirit Breaker or even their Enchantress, it's going to be a bit of a rough start for Limit. Because as you said, it's really a lot of the Magnus to make the ganks happen for them. A lot of the other heroes don't do much. They've got very, very passive supports and very, very passive cores as well. So it's going to be all on Chosen One to get some good connections with RP or Skewer. So looking at the Harpoon and the Blink timing, a lot here for Chosen One to see if they've got that nice little window to get some kills early on.
Speaking of itemization, actually, what do you think Shining is going to build here? They've changed Octarine core, and a lot of these Dooms would get very early Octarines, like you go Vanguard in the lane, disassemble later into the Octa. But now that that's not an option anymore, and you still need at least the Ring of Health for the laning phase, do you still go Octarine, even though it's going to take a little bit longer to build up because you can't do the disassembly? Yeah,
so I've seen today Mobe did it. He went Vanguard, but then he still disassembled into Octarine. So that was on a Timbersaw though, not on a Doom, which is a little different. I think Doom was one of those heroes that really kind of abused the HP regen from it all. So I think it's still doable. It just costs you 700 extra gold technically, right? So it's one of those things where you kind of just increase the price by making the disassemble less efficient. but it's still good. Like Octarine Core is still amazing. It's just not as broken as what it was.
Bottom lane, we might get a kill onto this Pugna as Shining and Normal End able to run down our green man, our green Skelly. As he dies, Morphling won't be zoned out of the lane, but should not be having the easiest time. Still though, I want to look at this dude, this mid lane. Chosen One is still, look at him.
Spanked.
He's literally just been standing on his side of the map, like on the tower side. Can't move around. Like down bottom's being harassed, but Chosen One, he needed help. Xu Sheng had to come through and say, bro, do something, please. Like, you can't just stay on this side of the map. And the moment he goes over the river, he loses half his HP. This is a rough spot to be in for our Magnus player.
Yeah, especially because we're getting very, very close to the Mortimer's Kisses. So I think as soon as we get those up, that is almost game over.
No way.
Hey,
are they actually going to kill this Morphling? They're running him down right now, and they aren't going to be able to get the kill. They exploit the fact that Xu Sheng showed middle. So they knew the Pugna, not only could he not be bottom, but he didn't have a TP either. What a read on the game from the Lost Dog. And what a massive pickup to be able to get the Morphling early on. Top lane, we do have Morty's Kisses raining down. The first rotation from our Snapfire allows them to get the kill onto this Abaddon. Down bottom, we are losing the Pugna's life as well. Between himself and Normal End, it's going to be a win for Normal End as he right-clicks down the Pugna. So they get 2 kills up on top. They get 2 kills out on bottom. Lost Dog owning the entire map right now. The one bright spot for Limit Gaming is at least Chosen One got to get some CS in middle.
Yeah, he's slightly catching up, I guess. He's at least eclipsed the 50%, but that was the most value Ghost I've ever seen. It netted him 2 kills. Normal Ends, he should have paid that Ghost a commission because that was insane the amount of work it did. The fact that he just followed Xu Sheng just like literally from, where was it? It was like just behind his tier 1 tower to behind the Roche pit on the Radiant side. He was just like, I'm just going to kill you because you haven't decrept yourself yet, so I can almost guarantee that you don't have it.
Well, he's dead. Xu Sheng is about to be killed off once more. This time around, It's not a Ghost, it's a Warpine Raider, but nonetheless, Normal End showing his value. Man, there's just something about Chinese Enchantress players. They just know something we do not, able to own early games in miraculous fashion. In the top lane, oh no, CXK, hey, he did. Bro, How many did they get the other day? I think it was like 1 bounty rune across like 2 games, like 2 or 3 or something. It was crazy. We're already cutting into that figure quite nicely. Good job, CXK.
Yep, not I think, I don't want to be a doomer and gloomer, but losing that Wisdom rune could have made the next like 5 minutes be much more painful than what it's going to be. I know it might be a little hyperbolic to say that, but if Y was able to get that, he gets towards like level 5.5, and then they get a little bit more experience on Normal End as well. So, and then that just means that CXK is like not even at level 4, and he's dead anyway. So you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Just this snowball that continues to happen. So. All right, let's try and theorize what they need to do. I think they need to try and combine a lot of their heroes together and try and get themselves a core kill. If they can kill Shining, if they can kill Echoes, if they can kill Erica, then that might be a little bit better. Well,
they just lose Pugna mid, and Echo get involved in another kill. Honestly, Fluke, I like this idea, but we have a big problem, fam. Right now, who actually does damage on Limit Gaming? Abaddon does 0 damage. Chosen One, you know, we've seen the nerfs and doesn't have any items just yet. This Morphling is not ready to fight right now. Need Lincoln Sphere ASAP before he can do anything. CXK literally is their highest damage dealing hero at the moment, and that's predicated on getting all the Shadow Poisons out. I think they're in trouble. I don't even think they can make those kind of moves. And Lost Dog, the one bright spot for them is that Lost Dog, I don't think will be under any pressure to make those moves either. They'll understand the situation, so they can just farm. For now, you have Doom, you have Muerta. You don't really mind ricing it up for a moment. So that might give a little bit of time for Limit to at least get some items for themselves to make those moves happen on the map.
Yeah, I think the big thing here for the Last Dark is 2 out of the 3 cores are more than happy to sit back and farm, whereas one of them is more than happy to get the aggression going. And you can see now this is where it can all go bad.
Aggression to the top lane. Leng Yao did get off the level 6, so he does have borrowed time. Triggers it off, but he's being slowed to hell and back. Decides to maybe turn around, but will not be able to get out of this fight. Morty's kisses get rained in as well by Echoes to make sure that they can kill off the Abaddon. As the Scatter Blast finishes him off, Normal End has been right-clicking down the Clinks, or the Pugna rather, not Clinks, getting that kill too. So 2 heroes brought down. The one bright spot though, yet again, is they still want to farm, but crucially, their tower damage is horrendous. So this tower might not actually die here, and if it does, it's going to take them a little bit of time to accomplish.
Yeah, they have to kind of sit back and chip away at it for a decent amount of time. But if they constantly keep getting these kills, I think the biggest thing for me is the fact that Chosen One is stuck himself towards his top side. And the nerfs to Magnus means that he doesn't farm as much. So it's very hard for him to actually like flash farm back. Like the fact that it's 50% instead of 75% is kind of crazy. It's basically brings it down to level 2 Empower for yourself. Like that's the way you got to think about it. Is like you lose 2 levels on Empower now when you use it on yourself instead of using it on others. So it's an ability that isn't as bonkers as what it was. I think it was in a pretty wild place, but I also think 50% may have been a little bit too much for Core Magnus.
You know, I feel having legitimately lost memory of the last time I played Dota without Magnus being in the game, I'm fine. I'm okay with it. Get wrecked, Mr. One Man.
He's one of those fan favorite heroes, though, right? Like, I think, you know, personally, if we lose somebody like Magnus from the Dota roster, I would be quite sad just because RP is something else. But I do agree that the AFK nature of Empower plus Empower on a core was definitely not a gameplay loop that I want to sit back and watch. But I mean, just maybe make it like 55 or 60% instead of like flat 50. Because I think flat 50 is too harsh on
Listen, bro, I'm still in my heart of hearts, right? I'm still replaying. Well, there's many games I'm replaying in my mind, but I can't get Game 5 Team Spirit versus PSG LGD at TI out of my mind. Delete Magnus from the game. Given ages to Jawait and the crew. Thank you very much. I'll take that trade. I'm fine with that. I'm still salty, dude. I mean, I'm also still salty about Axe overall, but IceFrog did the right thing. That hero's terrible, thankfully. Charge coming in. Onto this Pugna with some Morty's kisses. CXK will render some salvation for a little bit, but there's no way that Chu Sheng survives this one. Normalend gets the finish off. Dude, this Enchantress is 6-0 and 2 at 12 minutes of the game.
Yep. It's almost like we're seeing a replica of ZZQ, right? On that Enchantress where he had an insane Venomancer game and now he has a insane Enchantress game. So, I mean, Normalend's having an absolute cracker of a game. And then 9k up at 12 minutes into the game here for the last Dark. So, they're in a really, really good spot. They still need to try and get some of these items to secure the game and finish the game off, right? Like they've only got Midas on Shining as well as his Vanguard. He can go for a quick Blink Rush if he wants to. He could try and go for a fast Octarine. Depends what he really wants to. Erica's now got Maelstrom moving in towards the Mjolnir. So they still have a little bit of time before they get to those breakpoints where they're unstoppable. I think right now they definitely could lose a fight if they overextend, but it's not like they can finish the game in just 12 minutes. A's in trouble.
Charge going
Doom's
bottom
coming.
onto A. The Doom is coming closer and closer with Normalend. He's already used the waveform. It's back in a moment, and he has it again. He should be fine. Whew. Close call. And this is a very significant moment because he needs to get close to this Lincoln Sphere. If you can get to the Lincolns by like 15 minutes, transition into a Manta by 20, you can still feel really good about this game. If they'd killed him, though, that probably derails the plan. So A is still in a decent position with this Morphling. And honestly, Fluke, I know I've been talking trash about this Morph for the last few weeks, but the scales have fallen from my eyes. He can still carry this game if he has a decent enough itemization route.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for him is as long as he said, like, this game gets later, he only really has to worry about Doom, but as a Morphling, you kind of play around that. Like, you're half decent into the Mortar because you're able to kind of turn into her. You can dead shot her outside of a BKB. As long as you can kite out, pierce the veil, it should be okay. And it's not like the other cores in the last Dark are really going to outscale you, right? Like, you're not all too worried about a Mortar, you're not all too worried about a Sapphire, you're not all too worried about a Doom. Like, yeah, they're going to get, like, their own items and they're going to get fat themselves, but you have Mag, which is one of those heroes that is just naturally really, really good in the late game, just off the back of RP. So, as long as they hit, it's always good. Oh, they killed his ulti.
Oh, no. Game is hard, buddy. Everything is not going the Morphling's way. And he's so close to having the money for the recipe as well. Feels bad. Well, last
Why
stock.
charging top?
They are getting this charge out. And why? He's actually fine. They don't get the connection with the skewer. He's gonna live. Chosen One doesn't want to RP him. And because he lives, he can just post up in front of the tower. It's not an easy kill for them to grab. They're still gonna try for it though. They brought too many heroes here to just let this go. But they might not have a choice, Fluke. They're forced to just like long range, spam out the nether blast from Xu Sheng. This is not an efficient way to utilize these 4 heroes.
No, it's really not. But this is what they kind of have to do. They have to stick around as this 4-man crew to try and get something done. But this could potentially leave A open to a gank. Shining is going to try and play the tree line, get a Doom out before he gets his Agimorph off.
This time he's ready. Oh my god, he's so dead.
Where are the Power
he has
Rangers?
like no agi, dude. He is so gone. CXK will try with the disruption to save him for now. But with Morty's kisses coming in and Y being present, there's no way to save his life. CXK dies in the process as well. Normalend not actually under threat. The impetus dealing more damage than they can dish out from the side of Limitless. And of course, he has the untouchable, so they just don't have the damage. Chosen One waiting in the wings with Leng Miao, but he doesn't have a blink yet, so he can't actually get into the fight. This is so frustrating for the side of Limit Gaming, but they literally can't do anything right now, Fluke.
Yeah, I mean, well, they have an Abaddon with a phylactery, and he's building into Ags, so...
Phylactery. All right, talk to me about this, fam. Are you a fan of this?
I don't know. Is it good? I mean, he does a lot of damage with miscall. I'll give him that. He does a boatload of damage when he miscalls people, but then you're in a Abaddon with a phylactery. You know, doesn't feel like you do much else outside. I could see this as a pos 4 build, and I'd be happy with that. I'd be like, hell yeah. But the fact that he's playing pos 3 kind of makes it a little worse. I think for me, I can understand the Aghanim Scepter because there's a lot of damage that's kind of unavoidable. Like, look at how much damage he did with a shield pop plus a miscoil, right? Like, it does a lot of damage, but is it good enough?
I'm just happy we're getting something new. Also, it will not surprise you to learn that this is the first phylactery ever built on a pattern in a pro game.
Yeah. I don't even know who thinks of this. Like, who would just go, you know what, I'm playing Core Abaddon. Instead of me getting, like, Echo Ags or, like, Echo Crimson Guard or something like that, they're like, I want phylactery. What?
Yeah, baby. Leng Miao, man. This guy has entertained me greatly over the course of this year, and he continues to do so with this itemization in Game 1. The more important thing, though, is that although the Lost Dog has been winning these fights, we still have our Tier 2 towers. Their lack of push potential is going to come back to bite them if they don't end this game in time. They charge forward with Y, looking for Leng Miao as well as Xu Sheng. Nether Strike back onto the Pugna. He's so low on the HP. Does manage to survive a little bit, and Leng Miao actually kills off the Spirit Breaker. Borrow time has been triggered though, so the Abaddon should end up dead. Shining gets credited with the kill onto the Pugna as well while this is happening. And they might want to continue with this fight. Shining does have the Doom, so this Morphling doesn't feel super safe, even if he does have this Lincoln Sphere. Everybody retreats, and they're going to just give up this Tier 2 tower, even if it's going to take a while to push down.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe they might feel a little confident with the Lincoln Sphere up and available, but right now it is looking like they are just going to leave the area. A still has such a long time before he becomes scary, right? Like, he's got Lincoln Sphere, so it means he doesn't just get doomed from fog, but he doesn't do anything in these fights, so
yeah.
Going to be a long time before they get to the point where they're feeling like they can take a full 5-on-5 and 6k. Oh, okay, nice little shield.
Nice little shield there. They threw out the Demonic Purge onto the Snapfire. She has finished off a Rod of Atos, the usual route for these universal heroes from the mid lane. Now, though, they actually decide that there's no Morty's Kisses. They want to try force a fight. Limit Gaming, they've smoked up on 4. They have A on the forefront of the fight. Like you said, he doesn't do that much just yet. And I'm still worried about their overall damage output. However, they do have a Blink Dagger on the Magnus, Chosen One. They have some idea of where the monitor's at, but they have a very hard time reaching her. So sadly, this smoke is not going to achieve anything. And they'll just have to get right back to farming. I say that though, but they're feeling very brave. They're actually going to encroach upon the high ground. Leng Miao's going in first. He's the tanky one. It's gonna draw in a charge from the Spirit Breaker. Now what? What's the plan? Nether Strike coming back. Leng Yao still alive, getting the life drain, being kept up at the moment. The Morphling is not joining the fight. Shining blinks to the backlines, finds CXK, doesn't throw out the Doom just yet. Demonic Purge going out onto him.
Oh, what a charge.
Finally emerges into this fight, but it's a bit too late to save the life of the Abaddon as he will end up dead. Pugna gets picked off as well. Muerta with the double. Enough damage thrown in from the Pierce the Veil. No counter initiation from Limit Gaming means that the Lost Ark able to easily clean up the two heroes and escape with their lives.
Yeah, it was a lot of poking and prodding. And Limit, they're just so far behind net worth-wise that like this poking and prodding is never going to work for them, right? Like when you're so far behind in the net worth, you need to catch them by surprise. You need to be able to try and alleviate some of your new items to try and get yourself some kills and then just back off from there. But if you're sitting around and your Abaddon is shielding himself and, you know, he's getting a life drain coming in from the Pugna, so he's a little tanky, but all it takes is for you to slowly run out of resources, which is what happened there. And the Last Ark are able to just run forward and capitalize on it because they've got so much more net worth than what you do. Like, all of their cores have 1 or 2 extra more items than you. They've just got so much more reach, so much more damage, and so much more HP to survive a lot of this poke. So it is very hard for Limit to be able to get these fights going because unfortunately Chosen One still hasn't RP'd yet. And we're waiting patiently to see when that will come out. But Aegis now on Erica means that this Muerta will be able to freely kind of just walk through this map and get whatever kills she would like.
Yep. Echoes has Manta style, of course. Random bounty stacking that they have going on there for the Lost Ark. Not like they need net worth right now, though. Gold is not an issue for them. They're about to get more of it because down bottom, we have a charge going in onto Leng Yao. They have the Nether Strike. They have the impetus damage. How do they get them out of this? Chosen One is waiting in the wings, hoping for an RP play potentially, but doesn't actually use any of the spells. They're just happy to allow Leng Yao to live. They'll show some presence. Everybody else just says, all right, cool. We don't really care that much about an Abaddon's life.
Yeah, popping a 70-second cooldown, that's not that bad, especially if it means that they had to use some resources for it. But we're looking towards this tier 2 tower for the Last Ark. As you have said previously, it's hard for them to take these towers really fast, but when you have an Aegis, you can kind of just sit back and slowly chip away, kill the creep waves as fast as you possibly can, because right now the Limit don't want to fight you at all. They definitely don't want to come anywhere near this Muerta. She's going to be hard to deal with the Mjolnir, the Pierce the Veil. Like they don't have normal damage, let alone having damage that's going to go through an ethereal carry right now.
Charge forward onto the Shining. Also blinks onto the high ground. They were hoping for the Morphling, but Chosen One finally finds the skewer back. BKB popped by Shining, but he should still end up dead here. A is going to throw in some damage, and that's going to allow them to finish off the Doom. Okay, things starting to get a bit better for them. Charge forward by A. This is a madman play here, Fluke. He's going to get Nether Struck back. CXK saves them for now, and they might still want to pursue the rest of the fight. Chosen One skewering back the Spirit Breaker. Why? Still too tanky, though, for them to kill off quickly. Limit Gaming, for the love of God, let them go. Let them leave. You've held the base. It's good enough.
Yeah, they thought they could push the envelope there, but you just see the issues that A has when you're going into a Muerta that has like more than an extra item than you. And Muerta is one of those heroes that is very much dominant when you have an extra item, especially in the carry matchups like this. You're able to just kind of stand your ground and do the damage, but didn't have the extra heroes to keep people in place, so Erica wasn't able to get the free kill. So they hold, and they didn't really use much. I mean, they echoed. I mean, not echoed, they RP'd, and that was it, right? Like, it's not like they had to commit some buybacks or anything like that. They really just used their spells properly and got themselves a big kill.
A is dead. Saw's mates.
Oh.
We've all been here, buddy.
Doom him.
Nope, he's dead. He's super dead.
Oh.
Feels bad, mate. So
that's depressing. Not dying to Doom.
He messed up. What happens whenever you're playing into these Dooms that have bots? He was in between the waves. He was too far away from the creep that was being TP'd onto, so he couldn't kill it in time. And then he realized his mistake. He was like, oh, crap, I can't get there. What now? And they actually take the Twin Gate. They go top. They might still be able to kill off this Abaddon and CXK Shadow Demon. CXK looks like he's going to be the first casualty. And right after he falls, Leng Yang will join him. 2 kills picked up in the top lane. Party to the Morphling assassination down bottom. Lost Dog can just do whatever the hell they want. And they still have this Aegis to play with, so they're probably going to leverage it to take the tier 2 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, they send Echo bottom to just kind of get rid of all the creeps in that bottom side. Chosen One, though.
He's actually dead. Shining 0-2.
They've got
Shining kept the Doom, yeah. He didn't have to use it for the Morphling, so now he can use it on this young Magnus. Bro, he doesn't even bother trying to do anything. Hands off keyboard from Chosen One. My man says all the drip in real life, but here in the game, he's struggling. Ends up losing his life in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's really depressing. Not only did your Morphling not die with... your Morphling died without being doomed, it means that they are able to transfer that into a second core kill on the Chosen One, and now they get themselves a nice little shard for why. So, planar pocket. I still don't fully understand this spell, so yeah, we'll see if it does anything.
Actually, I think I got it. It's sort of similar to this Baron Borrow Time Axe. Sort of similar, yeah. But it's like,
I just feel like
it's very niche.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna have some weird interactions with like life drain and stuff, like Ag Shard life drain, not just regular life drain. So. Oh, we'll see. We'll see what the pocket can whip out this time around. There are a few things that it can reflect. You know, you can take like the life drain, you can take the adaptive strikes. I mean, you can't take demonic purge, right? Is it single target or is it projectile spells?
I believe it's target spells. So
Yeah,
you should
targeted
actually be
enemy
able to
hero
take.
spell.
You should actually be able to take demonic purge then.
All right, big.
That would be huge. If he can get that in the middle of the fight, that would be pretty big.
Especially because his Morta really needs to make sure that she is not demonic purged in these fights. She can have a lot of issues. Obviously, you can't get rid of Pierce the Veil, but just making her so she can't constantly move around is very important. Did Normalen try to do the thing? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Cheeky little bugger.
But they changed it, fam. They changed it.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, no.
I remember I was abusing that a decent amount, playing Enchantress 5. And then they're like, oh, by the way, you don't want to do this anymore. And they're like, okay. He tried. I respect the hustle. Trying in a game like this, at least now he knows.
By the way, don't you love his itemization, dude? He's got Hurricane Pike and a young Hyperstone, a casual one. What a boss.
In the last fight they had near the Dire Roche pit, I looked over him and Echo, and they both had 3.2k gold. And I was like, what are you guys waiting for? They're like, it's one of those games, like, I'm sure a lot of people have experienced this, right? Like, you're having such a good game on a hero that, like, naturally doesn't have, like, a lot of items flowing into it. And you're like, what do I actually spend my gold on? Like, most of the time playing Enchantress, you get stuck on your Hurricane Pike, right? So now he's sitting there like, what do I build? Like, what's the most efficient item for me to get next?
Yep. He can choose to go with a full moon shard. He can turn this into an AC, which would be pretty... Actually, buy AC, dude. You're going to get the money for it anyway. This is a phenomenal game for AC. But also, he can just do literally whatever the hell he wants. At this point in time, top lane might have some trouble for the Morphling, but the charge goes onto one of the illusions. Shining is still hunting, though. Trying to skirt his way through the trees, but they will not be able to find the Morph. A is A-okay. But Shining, dude, this Doom does not give up. Look at him go. He wants this Morphling. Oh, no. A doesn't have his homies nearby him. He just waveformed forward. They don't have vision, but Spirit Breaker's coming to check. Plots the... Oh, there we go. They see him. They see him. They got him. They got him. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Lincoln's popped. Nether Strike. Shining coming in with the Blink Dagger, and he has Doom available. They're going to find him. They don't even need, yet again, the Doom. They're throwing in Morty's Kisses. He's trying to charge himself away. Rod of Atos will be there to cancel it. I really thought he was going to live. I thought he was going to go left.
Yeah.
But for the want of that one extra camp near the mines, he ends up dead on the dire side of the map.
Yeah, sometimes you just get a little greedy. Now Erica might be a little bit too greedy in the bottom side. What are you doing?
Where's the team? Team? CXK coming. He's going to cancel out the blink or the TP attempt. No way out for you. And there's no Aegis to protect him either. This is going to be a heads-up kill. It's unfortunate that the Pugna gets it. There's a Doom now onto the Magnus. Shining. How the hell did he get here so quickly? They kill off this mag. avenging Erika's life, but let's see what else they can get. Nether Strike pushing back Chu Sheng. Leng Miao also fighting in this fight. BKB popped by Shining. They really want to try and find one of these kills. CXK will buy time with the disruption onto the Pugna. And Shining's BKB is about to elapse, but their net worth lead is a bit too high for them. Normal End can solo zone out the Abaddon, leaving CXK to his own isolated devices, which means that he gets killed off. And yeah, they do get the Erika kill. It is a pretty big deal, but it's not cheap, Fluke. It's not cheap.
Yeah, well, I mean, they lose all 4 heroes across the map at some point in time. Yes, they do get Erika. That was a head scratcher for me. I don't know on what planet you think that you can do that, but I mean, he gets punished for it, tries to TP away, and then his teammates come in and start to mop up the mess that he'd made. But again, it's not like they're getting anything out of these kills. That's the thing that's really starting to concern me here for the last arc. It's 30 minutes in, they're 25k above, and they haven't even dented a tier 3 tower yet, right? So I'm just trying to think of, do they have to rely on another Aegis for them to go up high ground? I still don't think that that's really going to be super important for them, because they can simply just get RP'd and pulled back into the base, and Muerta is not going to have this massive amount of mobility for her to get outside of the base after that. So I mean, it still feels like that limit, even though that they are well and truly behind. Like, they're like, yeah, 5% chance for them to win this game. I mean, 5% is still chance.
Yep. They will get hard red, though, with the scan. So the Lost Ark are aware that a fight is coming, but Chosen One still finds the skewer back onto Shining. There's the RP as well. Do they have the damage to kill off this Doom? He doesn't have Doom available as a spell, so he will die off. Morty's Kisses did rain down and help to kill off this Pugna. CXK finds a disruption, laying it out onto the Spirit Breaker. And Doom brought back. He's coming to the fight, so they need to run. He's already here, has access to the spell in 8 seconds. They've isolated Chosen One. They really want the Magnus kill. They start off with the Abaddon. Chosen One, at the very least, able to finish off YYYY, but will die himself, granting a triple kill to Normal End. The Enchantress popping off in this game. 11-1 and 11 for Normal End. Nice build, bro. Nice score.
Yep. Absolutely Giga Chad. And that's the issue of being so far behind. And fighting outside of your base is you just lose the fight, right? Like, even though that you're able to get a nice quick kill onto the Doom without being doomed yourselves, you still have to contend with all the other net worth that's floating around. So unfortunately for Limit, I think they did drag this game out relatively well, but it feels like the ending is on the horizon here. There's not much that they can do. Them playing against Mega Creeps is going to be, I don't want to say next to impossible, but it's definitely going to be something that you don't want to do, especially for a game 1 in a series like this. So we'll have to sit back and wait and see what they're going to do.
Let's see. They have an Abaddon that doesn't have a Rads just yet. Magnus, I guess, it's pretty much just Magnus, right? They're D-push in the event that they get fully megaed. That doesn't feel that great, but it's only 2 lanes of racks for now. Limit Gaming will have at least one more opportunity, with the Lost Ark going to finish off their items, presumably getting the next Roche before they come to end the game. So what, how many minutes does that buy them? At best, 2-3 minutes before the next push comes. Maybe 5? Is there any items that could come in that time period that could change the game for them?
I mean, this Ags feels like it's going to do a decent amount of work, especially up against the Muerta, but I mean, what do they have? They've got Halberd, could be pretty important for them. If you get the Halberd off onto the Muerta, could be pretty important, but I think a lot of these other items are going to be pretty inconsequential.
Roche is being taken right now. The Lost Ark have not been scouted while this is happening. Limit Gaming have gone on a smoke adventure, but completely to the wrong side of the map. They will eventually throw out the scan, and it does connect flush, but it's too late. Age is taken by the Muerta. Of course, the real carry of the game is the one that deserves the cheese. Give it over to Normal End. Dude, he's got Sanj. No, not Sanj. Yashakaya, Moonshot, Hurricane Pike, Enchanted Quiver. Are you kidding me? This is a carry hero.
Yeah, man. I mean, the way that he's been playing, he definitely deserves to have that moniker of one of the carry heroes. So I think at the end of this game, I'm very interested to see what his damage chart's going to look like, right? Like how much damage he's actually been able to do. And see how much of that he's going to be overcoming some of these other heroes in the game.
Yep. We do have a Doom coming into the game. They found the Morphling. That's the big target. Shining, just trying to keep a beat on him. But they are able to at least get the Morphling away. Get him closer towards the fountain, and that'll keep him alive. Chosen One, though, he gets left out to hang and dry. He dies, does have buyback available. And Erica also finishes off the Abaddon, who does not have buyback. Now the Lost Dog feel that, well, we have enough to just go and end the game directly without having to resort to Megas. How can Limit Gaming stop this? Chosen One, buy back, please. A is almost dead right now. They need to get him back into the base. Impetus shots also almost finished him off. Echoes just bought a Daedalus. Looks like the game is about to end here, Fluke. Limit Gaming aren't even going to muster up a fight. So this is going to end up being a GG, well played for the Lost Dog. They secured themselves a normal end and secured themselves the Game 1 victory.
Yeah, it took them a little while to convert on the big start that they had, but they eventually were able to do it. So, you know, big props there to the Last Ark to be able to solidify such a good series victory this time around. I think their draft was interesting. I felt like this Muerta hero could have been literally any other carry in the game, and it still would have been nice. But at the end of the day, I think they just kind of showed that they're a little bit higher caliber than what Limit is today.
Yep. One of the reasons I actually really like watching Div 2 games, especially sometimes, is the difference that a tier of Dota can make. And sometimes the difference is subtle. You might not be... You're like, oh, what's one tier? What's the difference between like B and C? Here's the difference. It's pretty substantial. Even in a game that doesn't have the best ever draft in their favor, they're able to honestly make the game look relatively easy, quite academic. Especially Shining from the offlane, this Doom performance was way too good. Created way too many issues for them. They had no counterplay options. And this is a nerfed Doom, a Doom that's much worse off. And it allowed them, because it had such a strong start, Erica could do frankly ridiculous plays like this one, be in the completely wrong side of the map, and it literally doesn't matter. You said it yourself, right? It could have been any carry. For most of this game, they were playing without the Muerta, right? They didn't need a carry in order to win out these team fights. She was just like bonus damage. It feels nice once she arrives. Most of this victory, I would say, comes down to Shining and normal end from the laning phase into the latter portions of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think just the way that they're able to get off to a good start really shows that these guys are having a shot at the top 2 in 2 or 3. And I think the unfortunate thing for me for Limit is I don't think they really had that bad of a laning heroes. I think maybe the issue in the offlane was the fact that they have an Abaddon plus Shadow Demon, which really doesn't do much for them. But it's not like they had overly weak lanes. And so that means this for the next couple of drafts that I'm really going to be looking towards the Last Ark to try and really put a lot more emphasis on winning these lanes super hardcore because they've been able to show it this time around, and maybe just give them that little bit of extra mid-game hero that enables them to secure a few more of these objectives, right? Like Muerta was, a good hero and fine, but it doesn't give you the tower push and presence that enables you to finish this game in, like 15, 20 minutes rather than having to push out a little bit further because your heroes aren't that great at taking objectives.
Yep. If they had like some Medusa or Terrorblade, this game would have been over 10 minutes ago, without a doubt. But they had the Muerta. They were still able to get the W for themselves. Normal Land and the boys looking very strong in game 1 against the Limit Gaming. In terms of our MVP, come on, there's not even a conversation. There's not even a debate. We know who it is. Give it to the boy Normal End. Phenomenal performance on this Enchantress. Did the most, it's not going to surprise you, most damage in the game was done by this Ench. She died a single time, which is kind of ridiculous. But for me, it really does come down to the laning phase. The first kill that she got onto the Pugna, and then the next kill, the one that was set up by that ghost, where that one ghost not only kills Pugna, but Morphling. Then they get the tier 1 tower at like 8-9 minutes. Shout out Morphling. Shout out this Enchantress player. Normal End did everything for the squad, and gets rewarded by also being able to keep the cheese at the end of the game.
Yeah, that was, I think that was where I knew that this Enchantress was going to have a good game, was off the back of that ghost play. Just constantly walking through and just being able to kill those 2 heroes slowly but surely really made it feel like this game was all but over for Limit. But, I mean, I really do enjoy the way that they played, and I think they showed us some different stuff with the Muerta and obviously Doom being picked up as well. But I still feel like that this is a good enough team that doesn't have to stray too far away from the path to try and get this series done. And for Limit, I don't know. Maybe just try and pick some heroes that can kind of combine a little bit more. I'm not sure tripling down on all of the save heroes for the Morphling is the right way to do it. Maybe just try and give some more of your players a little bit more agency in the game rather than just being a save for a Morphling, you know?
I love that description, actually. Give them agency, enable them to be able to do stuff. Don't have Lang Miao be forced to buy phylactery just so he can deal any kind of damage on his Abaddon, you know? When that has to happen, you are in a really rough place. That's game one for Limit Gaming, unfortunately going against them. We'll see if they have what it takes to claw a comeback and make game two a more entertaining affair. We find out after a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. Chinese Dota continues in just a few moments. Welcome one and all. We are back for some Chinese Dota action here in the DPC, witnessing the Lost Dog taking on Limit Gaming in a series that so far is proving to be very highly favored for the Lost Dog. They took game one in fairly commanding fashion, but there are some caveats to the game itself. Although they definitely outplayed the side of Limit Gaming, Limit didn't necessarily do themselves any favors in the draft, Fluke. You expressed it the best. They didn't give themselves agency with the heroes that they picked up for themselves. So going into game two, how do you want to see them address that to give them the best shot of winning game two?
I think just try not to overcomplicate the draft too much. I think Magnus is one of these heroes that obviously is very, very good in the meta, but you just need to make sure that like everybody has a very clear way of playing the game. I think the Magnus was a little clunky and kind of tacked on at the end. It was a good hero for them to try and alleviate a bit of the pressure by trying to get on top of the Muerta, but it just didn't really fit with the rest of the game plan, and that's where it kind of fell apart. So I just want to see a little bit more cohesion between a lot of their heroes. And this time around, they're going to open with Rubik and Veno. I'm surprised they didn't just go Veno plus Beast, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm not sure if Rubik is like that hero into Undying, or maybe they were trying to save themselves from a Magnus pick, but yeah, I mean, they've got good laning heroes. They've got heroes that can actually do stuff in towards the mid game as well. Veno did just get a recent nerf to Noxious Plague, but still is a very insane hero being universal. But the Last Dark basically get exactly what they wanted. Beastmaster, Undying, great lane dominators, what they did in game number one. Now they can transition into taking towers. They can take objectives really fast. They can scale really well. So looking good for both these two teams so far.
So for the Limit Gaming lineup, the reason they went Rubik, I know exactly why. It's CXK. It's his best hero by far. Yeah. So he probably, honestly, starting to grow on me, and I think he's one of their best players on the side of Limit. So maybe he's like, guys, make me comfortable, and hopefully we can eke out a victory here. But like you say, Lost Dark, this opener is incredible. We have seen Undying stocks rising quite rapidly in the last couple of days. Beastmaster, of course, it's Beastmaster. And in the last game, although they were dominating the lanes, although they were winning the game quite handedly, controlling the entire map, they had difficulties knocking over any structures and taking objectives. That is not going to be an issue anymore now that you have Beastmaster in the game.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be super easy for you to control the Roche pit, understand where a lot of these areas are going to go for you. So just want to see what they want to try and get rid of here for Limit, to try and limit the amount of damage that can happen in the drafts. So I like the Batrider ban. Probably a hero that we might be seeing a little bit more in the core role rather than a support, just because of how much Flamebreak got nerfed in the slow. So it just means that it's a little bit harder for you to kind of abuse that hero as a support. So probably we'll see like maybe like a Void Spirit or a Magnus ban as well for Limit. Just limiting the amount of high mobility heroes for them to deal with is exactly what they need. Storm is still in the pool as well, which is a little spicy. Limit could pick that up for themselves if they would like.
If they leave Storm in the pool and then Storm gets picked by Lost Dark, you feel really bad. Rubik and Venomancer do not want to be playing into Storm Spirit. That being said, Undying doesn't have the easiest time into that hero either. So Limit could try and angle for the Storm themselves. Or honestly, maybe just ban it. Get rid of it. And then go a different direction. Because if you don't ban it, then you're sort of feeling forced to pick it too early. So ban it, pick something else. And then hopefully you can respond on the 18th pick for yourself.
I'm just trying to think of like another hero that you might be really scared of, some more Beastmaster combinations. Probably not too scared of like Monkey King. Maybe another one of these illusion carry heroes like Phantom Lancer or Naga Siren could be something on the list here for Limit, which they can have issues with, that the Beastmaster can enable in a lot of these fights. So I think this is kind of just going to give us a better idea about how they want to play the game with the ban they want to go for. So they get rid of a Winter Wyvern.
Are they going PL themselves, maybe? That they want to get rid of the Winter Wyvern?
Potentially.
Okay. All will become clear, I suppose, throughout the course of this phase. Maybe they just start with an offlane pick, something nice and generic. They could still get the Magnus for themselves on that side of the map. I don't want to really see it that mid. There's these team fights starting. I just want to see something that either team fights or buys auras. Maybe both. Maybe some Tide Hunter. How do you feel about this?
Yeah. I think with the D patch, I think we're definitely normalizing back to old school old school offlaners, but they go for an Enchantress. So one of these 3 heroes is a core. I don't know which one. Is it like Veno offlane? That sounds bad.
Doesn't sound great. Intuitively, I'd want to say Rubik. You buy like some Phylactery and you play it that way.
Like Rubik mid or something?
Yeah, but then you're not having CXK play it, and he's really good on Rubik. I don't know what they're gonna do, but I do know that I do not like this so far from the side of Limit. I don't like their damage output. They don't have any stuns outside of the telekinesis. Their pushing power is okay, but only if they drastically win a fight. Now last Dark pick Pango and Clinks. One of the heroes that they have 0 catch for, they have 0 damage for him. This Clinks is gonna be able to like just have a pretty free time in the lanes. Yeah, dude, I think the Last Dark is already drastically outdrafted Limit Gaming so far.
Yeah, it's definitely a good game for them to kind of do whatever they would need to here. So probably going to be a Clinks 4 in combination with the Beastmaster. The Tar Bomb is very, very good at helping him keep people in place. There was changes to Clinks. He did get, I believe, a slight nerf to that kind of support style of Clinks, and did obviously get some AI changes with his Skelly Bros. So I don't know if this makes him still as good as what he was. I'm surprised hadn't seen as much of it in this tour as what a lot of people had been coining it to be. Very, very strong. It was definitely a very strong hero in that support role for a long time. But they are lacking a little bit of lockdown, I will say that. Raw and roll are kind of their best ways to catch out the Queen of Pain, and as long as he's not playing too out of the box on the Queen of Pain, you should be okay. So Chosen One, as long as he doesn't overstep his bounds, should be relatively okay. So I would like to see the Last Dark try and have a hero in their safe lane that gives them a little bit of this extra lockdown. So I think Naga is probably the best way for them to angle right now.
You also have the ability to rotate mid with this Ench to help out the Queen of Pain. You can kill Pango. One of the heroes that, Impetus, once it starts being thrown out, you swashbuckle, then you're like, oh my god, this is gonna suck. You just know that damage is coming. So Limit Gaming can still recover this. I really don't like the first 3, but we'll see what they put into the safe lane here. I imagine that they still need a carry hero for the game. They could have done really well with the Monkey King. He gets banned out, no Luna. There's no Alchemist, there's no TB. So they could go for PL, Naga that you've mentioned. What other carry heroes are still in the game? We've seen Lifestealer gaining more and more currency lately, but not sure this is the game for it. You mentioned that we saw the re-emergence of Drow, right? This could actually be a pretty good Drow game for Limit Gaming.
I think the only issue that I have if Limit pick Drow is they don't really have a good frontliner for her. They don't have anybody who's like kind of sitting in the front and enabling her to just get those frost arrows off. So that could be my one issue. And especially now we're seeing a Lycan coming in from the Last Dark. I don't think there is any way that you want to be picking a Drow into this lineup. It feels kind of rough. But what do they go?
Void.
They go like Ursa?
Nah, you pick Faceless Void. You can't pick Ursa here. I think you pick Faceless Void. Ursa would be nice though, into the Undying Beastmaster, but I think Void is their best option. Gives them the lockdown that they're really lacking. They have enough damage into the bubble between the Enchantress, the Quap, and the Veno. It's a way to lock down Lycan. You scale phenomenally throughout the game. I think that's their only option. If they go Ursa can get like kited way too hard because they don't have any lockdown still on their lineup.
True. Very true. Yeah, I think that's the only way to play it. Or maybe you play like a Sven and you try and play that way.
I like that, actually. I could see Sven.
What do they want to go for? They've got so many issues with their draft that they have to fix with one here. And they got TA. I really do not like this. This Lua draft is not bueno. They have a single stun. They can take towers.
They can.
I'll give you that, but
they can.
They've got no front line, no way of starting a fight. They can't really defend their towers either. Is the worst part. Like you're playing into Lycan Beastmaster Undying. How are you supposed to defend a tower? Venom wards, I guess, but like Venom wards are just gonna die to all this. Yeah, this is gonna be a quick one. This is probably like the most one of the worst drafts I've seen in a long time, and I don't want to say that lightly. I think that is I'm not sure what limit we're going for with this. It doesn't make much sense at all.
Yep. I don't get it. Leng Yao is going to be playing a Venomonster in the off lane. It's a TA pick. There's to make it even worse, dude, right? To make the TA pick even more confusing for me, if there was no Pango, maybe I could sort of justify it, right? But Pango just presses Q and you don't have refraction anymore. It's like, well,
Yeah.
okay, well, good luck to the side of Limit Gaming because they are certainly going to need it. This kind of draft does not necessarily look like it set them up for success. Surprises could still happen. We could still be learning some new things in this patch. Honestly, Fluke, I would be ecstatic to be wrong about their draft. I would love for them to show me some magic, to make us look like idiots, but I don't have that much faith. Unfortunately, we shall see, though. We shall see. Yeah, rough game.
Man. There has to be some idea behind it. Maybe they're thinking of like they're just going to get this like range snowball going, where they win all their lanes and they're able to just kind of take over the map. But you're playing into heroes that aren't naturally just going to lose their lane. Like Lycan doesn't really lose his lane to many heroes. He's just a naturally good carry hero these days, especially with an Undying. Beastmaster's not really going to lose his lane either. Pango can have some issues, yes, into the Queen of Pain. I will give you that. Chosen One can be able to do a number on Echo, but I mean, from what we saw in the previous game, Echo did a number on him. So, yeah, I think they really are relying on snowballing their lanes super hard, getting themselves some early Aegises, making this Queen of Pain next to unkillable, and having their Veno be this annoying, sticky, gooey kind of hero where he's like got some auras and he just throws some Noxic Plagues out and just becomes a Veno that makes it too hard for them to fight into. But outside of that, this draft is so many things have to go right for Limit. I think is the issue for me. It's like so many things that go right for them to not just constantly chain feed. So we'll have to wait and see how the lanes go.
Leng Yao, what a boss. He just walks and snatches the bounty rune, getting his team 3 in exchange for the 1 for the last dark. Okay, already off to a decent start. We need this to just continue. You said things need to go right for them. This needs to continue. More bounties. They can't miss any wisdom runes. Every stack needs to be perfect. And things need to work out for them. That being said, they do have some ways to set themselves up for success. This mid lane, like you mentioned, Queen of Pain should do really well versus the Pango in terms of the hero-to-hero matchup. Bottom lane, Veno Rubik, that doesn't sound very fun to play into, to be fair, even if Venomonster isn't as much an offlaner these days. So they shouldn't lose too many lives down bottom. They should be able to kill off this Undying at least once or twice. And top lane, they should be able to find a game overall for this TA in the laning phase. I don't think Clinks and the Beastmaster can zone her out completely just yet. So the lanes should be a lot better. You said that you want to see them do better in the lanes, and they will be able to do that. That is the one thing that they have in their favor.
That is very true. They should still be able to play the game this time around. But we'll see if that's the way that it works out.
Might happen in the top lane. Shushang might end up died here. Normal End really wants this kill. Has a tar bomb in 1 second. Throws it out. Does he have the way to get there? Enchantress is so fast, even when she's slowed. And she's going to be able to get out. She TPs out for good measure. And to make matters even better, she killed off his courier before dying. So very worthwhile maneuver coming in from Shushang.
Well, bottom lane, unfortunately, does not go the way here of Limit. Wire gets himself the first blood. There are some issues with Shining top. If he doesn't have normal end around, he can definitely be hunted out by the side of Limit. But Lycan's going to free farm bottom, which I think is the big issue here. Is Erica's just going to be able to chill out. He's got a lot of regen from Feral Impulse. He's going to be able to build in a lot of those stats. He will have issues keeping his little babies alive, but as long as Wire's doing his job, then this lane should be relatively easy for Erica.
Wire is about to die, but it's going to set up for a kill onto CXK, dropping down the blood grenade. Oh, nice though. The neutral actually killed the Rubik, and then Leng Yao finishes off the tombstone. Okay, just free gold basically that they get on the Dire lineup.
Yep, not that bad. It's a good trade for them. Hopefully this transitions into a little bit more CS for the Veno. Definitely sitting at the point right now where you are struggling to try and get a lot of that gold going for you. I really want to see what kind of build he goes for. maybe like mass braces into like Guardian Greaves could be really cool. I think they really need a Crimson Guard this game to deal with all the physical damage that's going to be coming out. It's a big thing from the Clinks is physical damage. So if they can mitigate that from their Venomancer, then they're sitting pretty for limit to at least defend their towers.
I like that idea. Crimson Guard does strike me as a very good option. Why? Might be in a bit of danger here. Cop the full Venomous Scale, but a bit too tanky. They're not going to be able to finish him off. They need to marinate him a little bit more before that happens. And speaking of items, what do you think the Lycan buys this game? Like, what's his build-up going to be from him?
Well, we've seen a few variations of the same build path. So it's like Echo, Manta, Nullifier are like the three main items that we've seen on Universal Heroes, right? Harpoon is insanely strong, which I think can definitely enable them this game because I'm pretty sure it can animation cancel the co-op, which is a little annoying for her. So I would love to see him build those three items. You just get a Nullifier, so you don't have to worry about Ghost Scepters. You get the Manta Cell to try and deal with all the Venomous Gale stuff. And then you give yourself a Harpoon to close the gap.
Well, he wants to close the gap at some point onto the Queen of Pain. But Queen of Pain right now, she just wants to close the gap in CS between her and Echoes. Because right now, Chosen One is getting handled in this mid lane. 14-1 on the CS. He's 7 behind the Pango in a winning matchup here, Fluke. This is not what he was anticipating happening.
Yeah, and Echo was actually diving him under a tier 1 tower just before as well. So it's definitely looking pretty dire for Chosen One today. But you are a Queen of Pain. You can make some really, really good rotations. These first power runes are going to be super important to see which one comes up in the rotation. If it's like a shield rune, you're kind of like, bleh, like it kind of sucks. But Haste or DD is definitely big for either one of these two mid laners to make something happen in the side lanes.
Top lane, normal end, fell fairly low to some of the harass coming out from Xusheng's Enchantress. Not enough to kill him. Just lots of peppering of spells in the top lane. Enchantress spam, Wild Axes spam, tar bombs, and arrows from the Clinks. It's a very annoying place to be, but TA still getting her farm. And they definitely need her to be that big carry.
Yeah, A's in a good spot to be able to have a free time this game. One of the other cores, especially with the Chosen One now starting to come back a little bit, to have a good start to this game. So they're going to be able to play through their two cores, their mid and their safe laners. At certain points in this game, I think the real question for me is just where does the Veno fit into that kind of that picture? Is what do they look like? Are they supposed to be the damage dealer, or are they supposed to be the aura builder? Normal end, it's going to get 3 hit.
Yep, normal end in a lot of trouble and will get killed off by this Temper Assassin in the top lane. A really is having a pretty good game so far. Farming mostly for free. Just got a kill right now, so that's some bonus gold. And because of how well they've been doing in the top lane, Beastmaster not doing his normal thing of being able to dominate the side of the map and take over the tower super early. It's going to buy them a lot of space and time on the map for Limit Gaming. Just keeping at least their real estate up and alive for now.
Yeah, I think the one issue is, you're playing with the Clinks, so he can't deal with the refraction charges as much, and he's a very, very squishy hero, so it is hard for them to win this lane against the TA.
I think Undying is dead down bottom. Yeah, he's gone. Bye-bye. He's gonna drop the Tombstone, at least take CXK with him, and that actually might keep him alive. They don't have a Venomous Gale to drop on him anymore. So he is going to live top lane. They also kill off this Enchantress. Okay, a little bit of miscommunication down bottom. Denies them a kill. I don't know what happened top, but Lost Dog able to find success on both sides of the map simultaneously.
Yeah, it seems like maybe it was just a little bit of ball spam with some axes. But now Shining, he's in trouble. He's going to get a solo kill.
Yeah.
All right. So the TA is really starting to ball out of control. She's looking like she's off to a rip-roar of a start so far. It's just how she enables the rest of her team is going to be the real question mark for me. Like, A can have a great game, but much like last game, he was the guy who was supposed to carry them, and everybody else just wasn't able to connect with him. So we'll see how he gets it going in this mid-game.
Well, we'll see about the mid-game, but here in the mid lane, the first Rolling Thunder of the game committed onto this Enchantress. And Echoes puts himself on the kill board right now. Maybe hoping to bring down Chosen One, but there's Blink available from the co-op. So she will live pretty handedly. Still feels very good. She actually blinks forward. Sonic Wave out onto Echoes. He's gonna live. Shadow Strike ticking him down. He is at 10 HP and he does die, but he gets denied by normal end. Chosen One. Very nice play, but unfortunately not gonna get rewarded for being as ballsy as he was.
It was almost too good of a kill to try and pass up there for the Queen of Pain. So Chosen One, yes, he will be able to get out. Doesn't get the kill, which is a little unfortunate for him. But that definitely could have been a little spicy. You know, if Chosen One goes down there instead of Echo, then we're looking at a completely different game plan so far. But they're going to set their attention towards A in the top lane here, making rotation with Echo.
First Primal Roar of the game. Echoes is here, and they should have the damage to kill off this Temper Assassin. Tombstone was dropped down for good measure. Mid lane, normal end got aggressed into by Chosen One and CXK, but he manages to escape himself. Okay, big move. They also brought the Lycan. Okay, never mind. He came through the Twin Gate, and I thought he was going to stick around to maybe force out the Tier 1 tower, but they decided to send him back to the lane instead. So maybe Limit Gaming might still be able to keep this tower alive.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure that they don't lose their Tier 1 tower bottom. They may need a rotation towards the mid lane here for Echo to hold on to his Tier 1. They are starting to play through their mid lane a whole lot more here, R-Limit, which is a smart choice this game.
Might have a Rolling Thunder connect onto the supports here, as the Ench and the Rubik playing on the high ground. Chosen One just happy to throw in right clicks onto the Tier 1 in the meantime.
Dead again?
And A might just be dead again. Rotated into by this Lycan this time around, and he will get brought down. To make matters even worse, Erica is the one that credits with a kill. Oh boy. And this time, the Lycan will stick around so they can force out the Tier 1 tower.
He was the one player that was having a really good start to the game. And now he's unfortunately died twice in a row. Or White just got away from that impetus shot. That's a level 2 impetus. That probably could have killed him. So, Limit weren't able to protect their Tier 1 tower. They weren't able to protect their Position 1 player. They don't get any return kills across the map either, which is a little stinky. And the net worth distribution is really starting to favor the last Dark. Like this game isn't balling out of control as hard as game number 1 was. But with the way that these heroes are going to eventually ramp up into tower-taking machines, it's going to be hard for Limit to try and defend these Tier 1 towers for much longer.
They're still working on getting their own Tier 1 down bottom. It's in a critical point, but with Echoes being here, maybe can either keep the tower alive or angle towards a deny of some kind. Looks like the deny option is the only available one. He won't get it. Instead, will choose to opt for a fight. Going with the Rolling Thunder, stuns up this Venom monster, kills off Shusheng. Now what else can they get out of this? Len Yao dies underneath the Tombstone. It's a double for the Echoes Pango. And, you know, we spoke about how this Pango can have a very good influence against this TA. But I don't think we spoke about just how good a Pango game this can be. Outside of the lane versus Quap, which he won anyway, this is an incredible game for Echoes pretty much all across the board.
Yeah, he doesn't have much to worry about, right? Like, the only thing that he really has to worry about is if there's, like, a TA trap a little bit later on with Shard, right? But outside of that, as long as you're rolling, you're doing perfectly fine. And thing is, Rubik's going to have his handful trying to deal with a Lycan, trying to deal with a Clinks that's going to be in his backline as well. Like, there's going to be zombies everywhere. There's going to be Beastmaster with his Helmet of the Overlord. Like, there's going to be a lot that these heroes that can do even a small amount of things to you are going to have to worry about. So that's why this draft from Limit really didn't give me all too much confidence in this game. They've done an okay job so far. At least they've been able to secure a few more objectives this time around. But it's going to get to this mid-game point, 15, 20 minutes, when there's 1 to 2 items on all of these heroes, that it is going to be spooky, and it's going to be hard for them to kind of have the right processes to deal with all these heroes in the right order. Because if you don't, Lycan can go ham, the Pango can go ham, Beastmaster can go ham, and these heroes can take over teamfights really fast.
Chosen One did just pick up a Haste Rune, so if there's ever going to be something utilized to try and make something happen on the map, this would be the rune to do it. But it looks like the agency will come for us from the Lost Ark as they smoke up with 2 heroes. Beastmaster Undying. They're actually heading out onto Chosen One. They force him to blink, but he blinks correctly, directly behind the tower. Shining, though, still coming in, still wants him, finds the Primal Roar onto this Queen of Pain. They TP out with the Enchantress, and they manage to actually keep her alive. She procs the Haste Rune. She still has Blink ready to go and a Sonic Wave to potentially turn the fight. The tier 1 tower is slowly being peppered with some damage from Boars. But Lost Ark not able to take it just yet. They are going forward though. Echoes with the Rolling Thunder reaching onto Leng Niao. And sadly, Venom can do nothing about this. Echoes is still rolling, hoping to try and hunt additional targets. Everybody else is too far away though. At the same time, why? Took quite a lot of damage from this Enchantress. Shusheng forced to have to back away though. And in between this burning army and the Tombstone and the Lycan units and the Boars, all of these things create an impasse that they cannot get past on the side of Limit Gaming. Although Chosen One does come in to quickly clean off the Undying, it's something.
Yeah. Being able to use Sonic Wave in the early game is very important for Queen of Pains. To be able to get you that net worth injection. Yeah, it was only why that they killed. They'd already lost the tier 1 tower, so it's not like the greatest feeling one, but it's still enough for them to feel happy with it. So almost all tier 1 towers have been completed, completely taken for both these two teams. There still is only the offlane towers that are waiting for them to take. So right now, this game is still relatively even. You know, it's 4K net worth, but you can just see some of the issues that the Last Ark have as well. They only really have Raw and Rolling Thunder as their lockdown. You can see that Normal End is building this not Lincoln Sphere, the Orchid Malevolence to be able to get the kill onto Chosen One. So if that comes out before Chosen One is anywhere near like Lincoln's, BKB, Yule's, anything that, it could just be a chain feed.
Oh no, Normal End goes and steals the Wisdom Rune. This is one of the things that Limit Gaming have really been struggling with. They do not control the Wisdom Runes very well. Top lane, we might also have control onto this Chosen One, Queen of Pain. She might die here, Fluke. They commit the full damage. Shining has Helm of the Overlord, so Centaur Conqueror will be there to finish off the Quap. Great pickup. They steal a Wisdom Rune, you get a Quap. You get to shove in the lanes more. Man, life must feel very nice on the side of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, this is definitely a very chill start to game number 2. They've got heroes that are able to do their work and do it relatively well as well. Another fight could be busting out here. They've got Rolling Thunder.
They do indeed. Rolling Thunder at the ready. CXK will not be killed off just yet. Rolling Thunder will now finally emerge. They stun up the Rubik and they kill him off at the same time. Leng Niao does drop the ultimate in this fight. We'll see how much influence it has. It'll have to be posthumous though, as he does die off as well. We see now Enchantress easily mopped up by Erica. And this Lycan, he's been playing the map, not necessarily having to be all that involved, but now that he shows up, we get to see some of the power of the little wolf.
Yeah, very strong. Very scary hero right now. Level 13, has Manta Style and about 500 gold. So he's not going to have to worry about the daggers. He's not going to have to worry about any of the spitting coming out from the Venomancer either. Having a purge is always going to be nice. They've got Raw in 17 seconds. Chosen One. Gonna be in trouble. They don't have any extra.
Should be fine for now. Yeah. Yet again, one of these games where you might have to see somebody get a Lincoln Sphere.
Yep.
Very early on to protect this Queen of Pain. They are playing into this outpost area. Radiant really wants to control this. And now the Roar is back online. Queen of Pain needs to get out of here. Piggy pole from Shusheng, but now here's Echoes showing up out of nowhere with this Pangolier. Erica will be credited with the kill, just getting the last swipe of the claws. And this was Limit thinking that they have control of this area potentially, but Lost Ark very quickly disabused them of that notion.
Yeah, there's no way for them to hold their jungle anymore. And Erica is going to push the middle lane, while we see that Echo was able to quickly get Chosen One out of the area. Normal End, though, it's about 800 gold away from his Orchid.
Yep, and they're going to get a little bit closer now if they can kill off this Venomancer. Leng Niao trying to run himself away here. CXK is next to him, ready with the telekinesis potentially, but Erica is just a little bit too strong, running forward with the shapeshift form and finding the kill onto the Venomancer. The tier 2 tower should fall now as well. Echoes already softening it up with the DD rune. But with, man, look at all these units, dude. Holy smokes, there's so many things on the ground to have to deal with.
It's just a whole lot of area tonight, right? Like, you have to play in a Tombstone, you have to play in the Burning Army, you have to play into all the summons from the Beastmaster. Pangoliers is going to be in an area that you can't really play with, and same with the Lycan. So this is looking very rough for the side of Limit. They haven't lost all too much just yet, but the thing is the Lycan's not going to get easy to deal with. He's going to have Harpoon soon, and you already can't kill him.
Yeah. Queen of Pain, is she dead? She's actually dead.
In the background.
Yeah. Rolling Thunder will come out.
Dead.
She's gone. Noxious Plague was dropped onto the Beastmaster, but what does he care? TA trying to kill off YYYY, but you need to get Black. This is a dangerous place to be in. She's forced to meld defensively here, Fluke, but she might still end up dead. Echoes burning away a large contingent of her mana pool. She's gonna stay alive though. Sadly, the same cannot be said of this Enchantress as Shushan gets cleaned up. Tier 2 tower's gonna get taken away. And Lost Dog, honestly, just playing the most relaxed game of Dota of their entire lives here, Fluke. Everything is just coming to them. They're connecting with all of the moves they're making. I mean, they've only had to smoke once in this game. Once. Yeah. And that smoke was very successful, but since then, they've just walked into the objectives and get them anyway.
Yeah, they've just been chilling. There's really not much that they've had to do, and I think that comes off the back of the draft that they're playing into. They don't have anybody who's just going to blink initiate on them. They don't have this big crowd-controlling ultimate they have to play around with. There's not anybody that's really kind of scaling out of control that you're going to be too concerned about. Like, there's just all of the things that can stress you out in a game like this where you're playing a faster tempo kind of lineup are all not there. So they don't have to worry about it. They won their lanes pretty handedly as well. The one issue is maybe playing into this TA because she can do a lot of damage herself, but they've already proven that as long as they have vision of her, she's going to die. And it's not going to be a hard task for them to finish it off. So all they have to do is just make sure they get rid of all the objectives on the map, and eventually they'll type GG, I guess.
Well, they're coming for another objective now as a tier 2 tower shining brightly within their sights. They see the TA underneath it right now, but why primarily concerned with getting themselves vision. They harpoon back the Enchantress. They're actually going to kill her off. Chosen One threw in a Sonic Wave. Normal End did fall very low, but not low enough to die. And the Queen of Pain did indeed blink in onto the high ground and into the waiting arms of the Lost Dog. Echoes with the Rolling Thunder comes across the TA. This is the big target. This is the priority. Leng Miao dropping all of his spells here. Not enough just yet. CXK, wonderful roll, stolen away by this Rubik. And that legitimately bought them time, but the Harpoon back onto A. He stuck around, Fluke. I thought CXK had bought him time to get home, but TA didn't catch the memo, so she ends up dead as a result.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue that you have with this draft, right? Is there's just no way for you to fight them, and now you're running into a Lycan who's got Harpoon and Manta. Like, look what he does. This is without shapeshift, by the way. He just harpoons you and you die, and this is the issue that I have with the draft. Is it feels like, again, you just don't have any agency in this game. Like, how are you supposed to make moves around the map? How are you supposed to do stuff when you have heroes that don't do anything? And now you're playing into a Lycan who I personally think is going to be one of the carriers of the patch right now with how that he plays. So this game's over. Like, I think, you have to just call it. There's literally no point. You're just gonna constantly keep dying in these team fights, and it's just gonna be depressing. So get rid of it. Try and think about your drafts for the next series. I'm a little disappointed with Limit, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. I think that they have potential in this roster, but that draft, it was, I don't even know. Is what it is, I guess.
It's 2 games, right, that the draft was... We didn't like the game 1 draft, but game 2 was... This was something else. This is physically not possible to win Dota games, I think, with a draft like this.
But
even though they had a decent-ish start.
I think the thing is with game 1, at least there was an idea behind it, right? Like, we want to have this Morphling that's big, and we've got all these safe heroes behind him, and we've got a Magnus that's able to start fights for us. You know, he's able to RP, and then the Morphling's able to come in and kill these big cores. This game, I don't see the I don't see the idea. It's not like it's a minus armor strat with the TA. It's not like you've got this hyperactive kind of offlaner that's really able to abuse the lane and take a lot of objectives for you that you're able to scale a big core off. The mid lane was maybe supposed to be their point of contest, but that didn't go their way. And it as soon as you're behind into a Lycan, Pango, and Beastmaster, like there's nobody on this team that's actually able to do anything, and that's the biggest issue I had. Is it just feels like there's no idea behind this draft, and they kind of just picked it and hoped that it worked.
Yep, this is one of those what does this even do kind of drafts. Unfortunately, doesn't do anything in the long run. They couldn't find major pushes. I think for me, when I really became even more convinced than we already were that this draft was going to be a disaster is when they were pushing top lane, right? Dialine or Radiant sides, pushing top after killing off the CA. They're taking the tier 1 tower. Limit Gaming is like, sweet, let's try to get the bottom tier 1. It's at like half HP. There were 3 heroes there, Enchantress, Veno, and the Rubik. And it took them so long to bring down the tower that they had time to bring the Pango back and still find another fight. When things like that are happening, you're like, yeah, okay, this game is not going our way. So Limit Gaming regrettably find themselves on the receiving end of a 2-0 defeat at the hands of the Lost Dog. Game 1, of course, normal end shown quite brightly. Game 2 didn't feel like he did all that much. Who were you thinking for MVP of Game 2 here?
I feel like it's probably Echo. He had on paper, a worse matchup for Pangolier. He was still able to put the work in on Chosen One. And I think he made some really good rotations on the Pangolier. He made some ganks happen towards A in the top lane. He was able to transition that into some tower defenses as well. And I mean, when you're playing into a draft like this, it is relatively simple to play the Pango. But I think he just showed that once again, he's a very top tier mid laner. He understood his role. He knew how he had to play it. And worked around his item timing. So yeah, Echo for me is definitely the MVP.
Yeah. Echoes did really well. Also showed up to pretty much every engagement you could possibly find on the map. Landed a lot of clutch rolling thunders. Yeah, shout out to him. Played really well, but I don't know if I really want to give anybody the MVP. Feels like, honestly, Fluke, that game kind of played itself. You didn't really have to be amazing to win that one out. You just had to click the buttons in the regular order. That, of course, does give Lost Ark an additional win under their belt and elevates them into 3rd place. Technically tied first with Holy Grail and Team Zero, but of course there is that loss they have to contend with, which disables them from going into pole position. Of course, that does mean that Limit is now 0-4. We are starting to ask questions about this team potentially getting eliminated from the division. They came in, a lot of these players, or we all only learned their names when they came in as outsiders from China in Div 1 last tour. Didn't go well. You know, they got absolutely demolished, didn't win a single game. And I thought maybe some of the sparks of hope that we saw in Div 1 might continue, burn a bit brighter in Div 2. And that is the case, but not bright enough, unfortunately. And they might be one of those teams that goes straight from Div 1 into Div 2, completely out as well. So 2023 not looking like a successful year right now, at the very least for Chosen One in the gang, but they still have a couple of more games left in the division to maybe turn their fortunes around. The more important thing though, Fluke, we have to look forward into the future, which does mean the next series of the day. That one is the big one. Holy Grail, Team Zero. What's happening? Tell me how. Give me the tail of the tape. Where's that one going?
Oh, that one's such a tough one to be able to pick who's going to win. I think both teams are playing really good Dota right now. I would probably have to give a slight edge to Team Zero, I think, just because they've looked a little cleaner than what the Holy Grail have. Holy Grail have dropped some maps here and there. They've had some inconsistencies in their draft, but I think, you know, this is going to be a banger. I think this is going to probably be the first map that Team Zero will drop. It'll probably be in this series, but I still think they're going to be able to get it done in 3. So I'm going to give a slight advantage to Team Zero this time around.
Ooh, alrighty. Yeah. I like that because I want to give a slight edge to Holy Grail. I think right now at the games that I've seen, I have this inkling that Holy Grail might be able to better deal with adversity than Team Zero. Team Zero has been winning games very freely for the most part. There's only been one game I've seen from them where they even encountered a hint of a hurdle. And so far, Holy Grail has had tough series, but still emerged victorious. So I think given that the fact that Holy Grail is good enough to push Team Zero into an awkward position, I'm not sure how well they'll deal with that kind of pressure, especially now with CTY. The man used to be known as the 6-minute god for a reason in this region, not the guy that deals with pressure in the best way. However, he's been out the game for a while. Maybe his years in the wilderness have allowed him to build some newfound resilience. We're going to be finding out what happens in that series. Unfortunately, it's going to be a bit of a break, a long extended break before we get into that one, given this 2-0 victory here. But that gives you time to go hydrate, go get some food, take a walk around the house, stretch your legs, and be here for that game. Fluke, good sir, a pleasure as always, and very happy for tomorrow's games. Before we go, one last thing. We're halfway through basically right now. Who's winning? Who's winning this division from what you've seen so far?
I think if I'm tipping Team Zero over Holy Grail, I'm gonna have to tip them to come out on top. I think it's a fight between those two. The last arc obviously looked good, but I think Holy Grail and Team Zero are going to be our top two teams. So I'm going to say Team Zero are going to be able to come out number one.
All right, Jonas could be here in about an hour or so to find out if Fluke is right about this with some more DPC action. Until then, we're signing out. We say peace out, and we'll join you in about an hour for some more Dota 2 action.
Well, after a very long break, we are back for our second and final series of the night. A very exciting series as well. Hopefully, it doesn't disappoint because we have two teams that are currently undefeated. Holy Grail taking on Team Zero. Both teams are 3-0 to start off 2-3, looking for that promotional slot to be positioned in Division 1 for next year's at DPC. Danog, we're both yet to cast these two teams, so this is going to be exciting for us. Of course, you've got the big names of Team Zero. There's also some familiar names on Holy Grail as well that's taking this tour by storm.
You know, I know that you've got a very closed worldview, and I know that if it's not something that you've personally experienced, it can't be something I've experienced. But I actually did cast Holy Grail, and they looked pretty good. They looked pretty good. Team Zero, though, completely in agreement with you. I mean, I don't think, though, at the very start of this tour, people would have said that Holy Grail would be one of the teams undefeated up until this point. Team Zero, yes, they've got a TI winner as part of their team. They've got a lot of experience. And, you know, Holy Grail, they would probably be around mid-table. So they've certainly come up with a few surprises. But we've seen that even if you start a season off relatively well, you could fall off very quickly. You know, we've seen it not just in China, but in a bunch of other regions as well. So let's see if they can keep the momentum going. I'm still probably going to favor Team Zero off the back of this, but you know, last night we had a patch drop, so it's a mini one, but some pretty big changes to it. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree. I had a quick look, so don't have too many opinions just yet. Feel like with more games we get to watch, the opinions will grow. At least at the moment, seems like the Vanguard disassemble into Octarine is not going to happen. So that is a very big sigh of relief. Now, I think that's really going to change the offlane pool list because Vanguard was a must-buy. Okay, we can speak about the Vanguard Octarine. What about just Vanguard as a whole? Because they did touch that a little bit. I think the damage block, maybe the cost. I don't remember because there was another change, if you remember. But overall, what do we think of Vanguard? Do we think still we're going to get a lot of offlaners that will pick it up and just keep it because you can't build it into the Octarine? Maybe you go Crimson. What do we think about that first?
I think it just really depends on the laning matchup, right? Like if you're going up against this stuff that deals like a lot of little bits of hits of damage, then obviously it's still going to be really effective, right? Because of how much it's going to block. But, you know, if you're against these massive critters, for example, then it might not be as much the case. And I mean, Vanguard Octarine could very well still be a thing. It's just not going to be as busted as it used to be, right? You can still disassemble the Vanguard and you could just sell the Ring of Health and it's only 350 gold extra versus what you had to. So that's like an extra minute or so, which, you know, not the worst, but it's just not going to be quite as much of a busted timing as it used to be.
Which is very, very much needed because this patch was, at least in the offlane meta, was getting a little bit stale and just... It's good signs the fact that we got a patch as well. That's at least something else. Like we can even, that's like a starting point. Thank you, Frog, indeed. You know, we're kind of getting blessed at the moment, which is great to see. Some of those broken heroes were nerfed a little bit. And apparently some of them are still pickable. So Tech is one of them. I am trying to remember the changes to him now. So I'm quite surprised overall. Why do you think Universal Heroes weren't touched up in regards to maybe the damage per attribute going back to what it used to be or even a little bit lower?
I don't know, man. Maybe they're planning something else in the future. A lot of people are saying, you know, why is Venge not being touched? Why isn't Dazzle being touched? Why isn't Warlock being touched? You know, these heroes that really aren't picked all that much, whether they be universal or not, they just don't seem to feel any sorts of changes. And then, you know, you've got some other heroes like Techies, first picked basically every single game that it's available, and it's touched with like a loose lettuce leaf, like it gets a slight slap across the face with it. You know, very slight nerf to sticky bomb damage, very slight nerf to the stun duration from blast off, and that's about it. You know, there's no, they didn't touch the scaling like you mentioned in terms of universal heroes, and they didn't touch his damage, which is a big part of what makes him so irrepressible in that laning stage.
Pick another hero that did get affected, but not really by much, was the Batrider. I was a little bit surprised that they nerfed the sticky. I mean, definitely the Flame Break. It was a flat 25% movement speed slow. Now it increases gradually by 5, starting at 10%.
That's huge.
That is huge. Firefly is a big thing about this hero. Like we see kind of Firefly maxed out, then into the Flame Break. So I was a little bit surprised that they avoided the Firefly, but like you said, Flame Break nerf is very big.
Well, you could just get away with putting 1 point in Flame Break, then maxing out Firefly and Sticky past that, right? Because all you really want with a Sticky is not to give free charges to someone in the laning stage. Once the laning stage is dissolved and these team fights break out, it's inevitable that you're going to get stick charges off the back of that, right? So I think you could afford to stop going into the Sticky from level 4 onwards, but now just that 1 point Flame Break plus the Blood Grenade, we also need to consider that it was almost always in combination together. It basically just guaranteed kills from like honestly, level 1 and then level 3 onwards from that point.
And well, Team Zero not really messing about. They're going to go for the Morphling at the 8th. So you heard that we're continuing to see rise in popularity. In fact, even flex a little bit as well to the mid lane. That's something that teams have shown over in Dream League. I know Makoto played it actually in 2 or 3, but now, of course, we've seen BZM play it. I've seen a couple other players. I think Sameo just did recently as well, but even some more have been trying this kind of phylactery build into you look like more than likely to accept the rush at the second. But of course, it also plays incredibly well for the mid lane, but from the safe lane. But at least you have that capability now to play it in 2 roles.
And we always seem to get one of the first casts on a new patch, whether they be small or big,
That's
don't
true.
we? And I want to ask you, like, are there any real sleeper heroes that you're seeing as like ones that aren't really in the meta right now, but based off the changes and just your general vibe, the general feeling that you've got, that you think are going to be busted? Because I've got 2 in mind. I just want to hear yours first.
Okay. Well, I said Lena off stream, so I think I'll probably go with that one again. That's a change to the over time. I've been seeing this magic damage build continuing to be buffed up patch after patch after patch, and I think this patch is finally the one where it's just they tweaked a little bit too much of the numbers. So that for me, I mean, we saw yesterday Dream League, Kiyotaka played it. You actually mentioned as well, Sameo tried to play it and didn't have success on it. But I do think Lena for me is one that I think is going to be very, very popular as a magic spellcaster.
Mm-hmm. My 2 are Lycan and Broodmother. I think they're just way too good. They didn't touch Harpoon at all. The universal heroes continuing to scale, and an effective like an extra 15 seconds on the uptime of Shapeshift now, which is enormous.
I just saw that.
For Lycan. Like that is huge. Broodmother, now you could just spam out her webs a lot more frequently as well. She got a little bit of buff there. I think it's 3 seconds less of the charge restore time. So basically you could just summon a web every 3 seconds if you want to, which is, it feels really good, just to be able to have that. And then of course we know, Harpoon, Manta Style, whatever you want, Universal, Position 1 Broodmother, people were doing it before the Universal patch in 7.33, but now I really feel like it's going to come to the fore a lot more. And I'll even add another hero, Leshrac. He's back, in my opinion. Like, he is the demolisher of buildings, especially from, well, we'll see. We'll see if it's from the mid lane or if it's from the position 1 role, because we've seen, for example, in Western Europe, PO loves to go it, but, Io isn't exactly in the meta. Coddle is, but Pugna got a little bit of nerf to the old gas station, mana battery, whatever you want to call it. So we'll see if people do end up picking it up. I wouldn't hate it in this sort of situation up against a Storm Spirit. Also, we talked about off-stream the Bloodstone stealth buff as well. They was not mentioned at all in the patch notes, but for those that aren't aware, it used to be a 30-second cooldown with a 5-second duration. Now it is a 6-second duration with a 35-second cooldown. So effectively getting, 20% extra duration to your Bloodstone for free? Feels pretty good to me.
Yes, it does indeed. So let us see. I mean, you just mentioned the Lesh buffs, and then the Bloodstone buff is like an indirect buff to him because he's someone that really relies on that. So let us see. Let us see where he's going to fit in. I think if any region... That is true. Yep, saw the Eternal Shroud buff. If any region's going to play this Lesh 1, it's going to be China. Like, this was a region that spammed it like a couple years ago, back when you'd play like more of a carry mid laner. I think they had a lot of incredible players who were able to play side lane Leshrac. So, if anyone's going to try and pull that out, it's definitely them. If you're going to get like a 3 Leshrac, you got to look at South America. So, It's exciting. It's exciting stuff. It seems like we should get some new heroes at least coming to the forefront. You know, still some of the popular ones are staying around. You got your Void, you got your Storm Spirit, so both for Team Zero. You have your mid laners now. You've got the capability to initiate some of the fights and jump some of the squishy supports on the back line.
Void got hammered with a nerf bat, though. What's been picked up here? Oh, a Night Stalker.
Your favorite.
You know I like Night Stalker, but...
I know.
Very odd pick, considering you don't know what your carry matchup is at that point, you know? So they could have picked absolutely anything that they want. You know what I talk about. Bloodseeker destroys melee offlane matchups, with the exception of maybe Legion Commander. So Night Stalker, not going to have the greatest time in this lane, but you're going to have a techies to back you up. So we'll see how that ends up going. I wonder if it's going to be like a silencer going into the Glaives of Wisdom this time around, just because it is that pure damage. You're going to be able to avoid the techies high armor that he's got. Also, just a little bit of that intelligence steal off of spamming out the glaives means that, you know, you're a universal hero, but if you're losing your intelligence, hits aren't going to hit for quite as much.
Is 1 point Arcane Curse enough slow to set up for the Blood Riot?
I don't think so.
Okay, so because the reason why I bring that up is I think like you still force the Night Stalker away from the lane just by using the Blood Right, though. That's the thing, you know? Like, you might not be able to set up for a kill, but he might not be able to get that last hit on the range creep. He might not be able to deny that range creep. You end up getting a level advantage, and off the back of that, then you can go for kills before that 5-minute mark that enables the Night Stalker to now play in that lane. Bloodseeker got a bit of a nerf to his Blood Right. I think it will definitely impact his lane.
It's like
max
20,
out
30
damage. 30 damage, 120 to 90. The real big reason why I say that, though, is because usually you'd only keep 1 point in Blood Riot. You'd go like a 0-1-2 build, maybe put through 3 points in Thirst, and then go back to max out your Blood Rage. And for a majority of the game, you'd only have 1 point in your W. And that 30 damage reduction is going to be pretty huge. Got to keep in mind that's pure as well. So that was a big reason of how the hero was able to take over lanes. So of course that's going to be a feel thing. I think we'll get a better understanding over time how much it will impact him, but I think it will stop some kills from what we saw prior now to what he's got with the Blood Right damage.
Yeah, I could certainly see that happening. I mean, maybe it's going to be one of these instances where they're looking for their level 2, so they can have the Thirst, they can have the Blood Right, you can have the Arcane Curse, and you can have the Glaives of Wisdom, and then off the back of, you know, I mentioned that the slow from the Arcane Curse might not be enough, which also copped a little bit of a nerf to the initial damage, I believe. But a Blood Grenade could be enough to be able to set up for those kills. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm a little surprised that they still did go for the Void Spirit on Team Zero, because that got hammered with nerfs, like absolutely hammered. You know, the Dissimulate now is a level 20 talent, the outer ring that you get, instead of being level 15. They moved the Resonant Pulse damage down, and I believe nerfed it by 50 damage. A lot more mana cost for the Dissimulate, you know, a lot less damage from the Astral Step, and most importantly, Universal Hero, it was the level scaling in terms of attributes that just got hammered by like a half to like 0.8, I think, per level. It was actually really big.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, very intrigued to see how he's going to be able to perform as well. I think the big change you mentioned is just the outer ring to simulate. That's so much mobility that you got at level 15. Now it's going to be just way later in the game. And a big issue with him is like if you overcommit. Do you see something?
Oh, I'm just saying, like, with that Dissimulate ring being removed as well, we already know that Bloodseeker's a great matchup against the Void Spirit because you can't Astral Step away when you're ruptured. Well, now, with that lack of mobility, what are you going to do? You know, how are you supposed to be able to play this hero into it? You know, both for harder time in terms of getting CS in the lane. Storm Spirit should probably come out on top there now. Really didn't get touched that much at all, or if any, on the Storm. So I'm preferring this Holy Grail draft at this point, but I gotta say, like, they don't... Maybe they do. I was about to say they don't exactly have a morphling answer, but Storm Zip, Batrider Lasso, Global Silence without the Manta being available, it's a lot of damage to be able to get it onto him. But I think they just need something else to be able to confirm that. Like, is AA still in the pool? I wouldn't hate an AA.
AA Batrider offlane? Sounds into the Night Stalk.
I mean, into the that's the downside, right? Okay, turn back into day.
Yes. So this is a Very interesting pick where, like you just said, you're able to answer the Night Stalker. Gives you pretty solid team fight where you have Egg into Global Silence to potentially protect it. You can lasso back into Egg, and then you have to just reset from the fight. So I also slightly prefer Holy Grail's lineup. I'm very concerned, though, if Team Zero have a super strong lane, that the Void Spirit and Night Stalker could just completely pick everyone off to start the fight, because they are very position-based with the Silence of Phoenix. And the fact that Team Zero will have a division advantage, if they just get a couple of pickoffs to start the fight and can dance in and out, then all of a sudden, like Holy Grail, their lineup revolves around like Lasso into Global, or you've got your Rupture into Lasso. You need the combo, but if you lose the supports, you won't really be able to play with that. So I think a lot of it just comes down to how the lanes go.
It's going to come down to how do the lanes go, as well as who finds the initiation. Neither team really has like a vision advantage, with the exception of the Night Stalker when he pops the Dark Ascension. So Warden game going to be incredibly important for this one, to be able to see who finds that initial pickoff. Like you said, Lasso into Global, Storm Spirit Zip, all this sort of thing. But if Night Stalker is able to catch up those supports, then you take away the effect for Phoenix in a team fight, one of the best team fight supports in the entire game, including late game. You take out a Silencer, can't pop the Global, suddenly your team is very heavily enabled. So it really is just going to be how a lot of these fights are set up. But like you said, laning stage is going to be where it all begins.
Yep, laning stage. So we'll have to find out between these two undefeated teams, both 3-0, who's going to have their first loss of 2 or 3. It's going to be Holy Grail. Will it be Team Zero? It is only game 1. We still have a long series, hopefully ahead of ourselves. So let us see what we have in store. Again, I'm probably gonna favor Holy Grail. I also think this is an incredible Bloodseeker game. Yes, you destroy the Night Stalker and the Void Spirit. Like, Rupture is just incredible versus those heroes. You always have the Rupture Lasso play. I think just the one thing is that I think Morphling plays pretty well into the Bloodseeker. So that's really my big thing for me. Like, you don't really mind about getting ruptured. You do kind of have to be mobile, but they can get to a stage where you're strong enough with a couple of items where you can just stand strong. So, but overall, I think Bloodseeker has some very good matchups this game and everything else we mentioned. So I will favor Dire. How are you feeling though in this game?
I'm going to favor Dire as well, but again, it's really going to be dependent on that initiation. I think it's also pretty pertinent to note that it's going to be dependent on like who actually is the one that gets initiated on too. You know, it's really going to need to be CTY that dies for Holy Grail to stand any sort of chance in these fights, because it is still a relatively good Morphling game overall, and he's the one you need to jump. You know, Techies, CM, they don't really change the overall outcome of a team fight. Silencer and Phoenix, absolutely. They are great counter initiators, and if you could take them out of the equation at the start, that's going to be enormous. So I'm really interested to see how this is going to go down, like how each teams are going to be prioritizing what their target priority is going to be. Obviously, you can still afford to use something like the Storm Spirit Zip to be able to quickly kill off a CM. That really enables him in these fights prior to him picking up a BKB. But, you know, again, it's all about positioning. It's all about vision. You know me, I value information more than anything else.
I think we both do. That's something we always try and bring up in our casts, and you know, early gems, who's got the vision just naturally from their heroes, and how the wars are placed across the map as well. It does look like we're gonna have a bit of a brawl in both water rune locations. No kill threat between either side. Does look like though it's gonna be 4 bounties for Team Zero. Somehow Beyond was able to sneak on past and get the bounty inside Holy Grail's territory. So yeah, 4 bounties to start.
Can I change my tip? No, never mind. But Daytime Night Stalker, not exactly the strongest, especially level 1. You are incredibly ineffective as, well, I love when something goes right, like exactly what I was thinking. SJ already has the Glaives of Wisdom leveled up, already has that Blood Grenade to be ready for that level 2 timing for them to be able to go on to this Night Stalker. And even just have a look at, in terms of their regen, you've got 6 tangos on both the Silencer and the Techies. These days, you don't really do that as much anymore. You know, it's all about just getting the one set and trying to max out the stats, but they know that this is going to be a trade-heavy lane.
So we'll look at level 2 up top. What about the other side lane? Are there any levels that we need to be keeping in mind down bottom? It's 4 ranged heroes. We do not see that too often anymore in a lane.
No, we don't. I don't really think we're going to see too much action happening in this bottom side unless someone gets really heavily out of position. Like, Bat Rider, you could see not putting the first point into the flame break because of how ineffective it is relative to what previously was. Hopefully ZZQ is able to get that magic stick delivered out to himself pretty soon because Dolm actually has the sticky napalm leveled up level 1, so you really want to start getting value out of that. Of course, Morphling, one of the better heroes at being able to use it as well, just off the back of the attribute shift into the stick. I'm looking back up top, almost level 2.
How's the Crete Wave looking potentially for Holy Grail to go? Summer's got his 2 before SJ. Isai's just running straight towards the silencer. There's just going to be a little bit of poke from them though. Try and bring the techies low, but he's already gotten himself delivered off the chorus. So Ice will be able to repair the damage.
That's the impact of not having the level 2, right? It's only 10% movement slow, but Summer maybe looks to commit onto it. They cancel this out.
Yes, they did. So lost a decent chunk of health back that Ice would have found.
There we go. Going for it again, but they don't have the blood grenade this time. So this is the important thing about like these little trades, you see how impactful they are. And if you're going to be SJ and looking to spam out these Glaives of Wisdom, you need some mana regen because you are really ineffective in this lane right now. And this is where techies could start to take over.
Yeah, this is definitely feels like they've lost a bit of their power up top, right? Beyond's already 13 and 5. You've got no mana now on the silencer, and his choreo was already outside the base as well. So it's going to take probably a minute for it to move back over. They've lost the creepy equilibrium too, so definitely feels like you've gotten out of maybe a stage where Beyond definitely could have been killed off. So that's huge for the Night Stalker considering how weak you are through the first 5 minutes of the game.
I mean, I know they got all 4 bounty roots, but he is top of the net worth easily on this Night Stalker. He's getting that flag bearer creep uncontested. He's getting range creeps uncontested. He's already up to level 3.
Bottom
all
lane.
Ice needs. Oh,
ZZQ should be killed off for the dive under the tower from DQQ. So first blood's going to be picked up from Dome. He's gone for the 2-1 build. No points in the Firefly. Very interesting to see out of the Bat Rider.
if I'm CM, I'm waiting until I get that magic stick gold. Like, you are only 7 gold away. Just wait for it. It is so important for this lane. He would have lived, and maybe they can even make a turnaround onto the Bat Rider if he has that one available. He's got it. He's asking CTY probably if he wants anything delivered from the base. Probably not. So just gets to come back out here.
Looks like we are seeing some of the changes really hit 7E. He's got 8 denies, which is a little bit surprising, but very much behind in regard to the last hits. And he's not going to get the water rune as well. And DQQ's already nearby to also take the other water rune. So another thing going the way of Holy Grail.
Garn's a great Storm Spirit as well, right? So I think even with the previous iteration of Void Spirit, the lane might have even gone like this. But obviously it makes up for any sort of big plays that he might be looking to come out with.
We are getting close to that first nighttime there. 30 seconds away. Looks like Ice is fulfilling the role they need out of the techies, being that zoning support, so Summer's falling pretty low. And that means Beyond should be able to continue to have a good time. He's going double brace on the Night Stalker, so not going to be easy to kill off at all with all the stats.
It's a nice alternative to the Vanguard, I suppose. You know, I know Bloodseeker hits you a lot in lane, but I think they're just saying, you know what, this lane went far better for us than expected. So we don't even need to go this full sustained build, especially now. You know, nighttime hits, Beyond suddenly gets a massive burst of movement speed. He's already got the chainmail being ferried out to him as well, not wanting to be greedy and wait for the Blades of Attack for the full phase boots. He just wants to make sure that he's not able to be completely harassed out of this lane by the Bloodseeker.
You see instantly, as soon as nighttime hits, they rotate mid as well.
Yep.
Both supports looking to try and get a pick off onto the mid lane. SJ will still stick around though. How close he's gone to level 6? Still a little bit too far away. So Bro 70 and Garn not going to have this in their arsenal. Might go for the dive though, gets in range for the Vortex. Level up and dissimulate. 70 is able to get some distance away. Now they want to jump in. A double stun from Ice connecting onto 2 will result in a kill onto the silencer. Now Garn will just have to watch his support be killed off, and also DQQ can do nothing but stand on the wings. He might go for a dive to try and steal the power rune though. Gon still has a little bit of mana to work with. He's going to chuck all his spells out on Ice. It'll secure the kill. With Remnant off the mark, they're not going to have the damage for the Storm. Gon, he'll stand his ground. Lotus given over. Beautifully done. DQQ.
And a bottle refill coming as well.
In huge.
Oh, yeah, I think he's going to wait 15 seconds on SJ here. He just wants to be able to get that free real food for Garn. You know, this is what I'm talking about. When this man plays the Storm Spirit, he turns up, and he's a big reason why Holy Grail are 3-0 right now.
They're going to continue to enable him. There's that refill coming out. Meanwhile, I'm in the side lanes. You do leave solo. So your CTY, second in net worths, having a great time. And of course, the Night Stalker on top as well. Let's see what Gon's going to be able to do with the great start they've given him.
Let's see if your stacks start to be built up. I wonder if, is anyone going to be invading to be able to get these Wisdom Runes? No one's really going for it just yet, with the exception of Ice just getting his own, just because Nightstalk is in a really safe place. But looks like Holy Grail should be able to claim theirs as well. I mean, we know how important the level 6 is for both a Phoenix and a Silencer, so would have been disastrous if he ended up losing that one.
Even Radiant, so to say. I mean, Ice definitely for him. With the level 6, not as much for the Crystal Maiden. Maybe that gives you solo kill potential, but for the Techies, really, your damage just completely spikes once you get the level 6. So at least for him, he was able to find the Wisdom Room as well.
It's actually part of the reason why I was kind of hoping that they went for this Leshrac pick in response to the Storm. Not only does it fare a lot better in the lane now, especially against the Void Spirit, but you know, you've got that magic damage amplification coming through from the proximity mines as well that they could have played with. Batrider though,
Lot of danger. Ice, his second movement of the game, down to bottom this time, and they'll be able to get the kill on the Dome, able to jump over, so continuing to free up the lane, but it does show supports elsewhere, so it means instantly Holy Grail.
You're going to be silenced.
Try and once again secure one of the runes. 70 able to jump away. You nice thing about the Void Spirit, you can dodge that last word with the Dissimulate.
Didn't know that. Okay.
But with this, they're going to go top though. So the Illusion Rune for Gon. It does seem like Beyond's playing accordingly though. No one else is showing mid, so the Night Stalker going to continue to play safe. They even scan just to make sure as well. Very nice read from Beyond.
It's all set up by the deep observer ward that Ice placed up as well, right? You know, this is the time where Void Spirit's been bullied out of the lane a little bit, that you might be able to go back, take some stacks. I'd even look to go in onto the Void Spirit a little bit. They've got heroes playing around this mid lane. Look to get some deep vision up of their own. Oh, GQQ, he's going to be walking into disaster though. Maybe not. Level 5 on the Phoenix and actually making an aggressive dive.
He's got Dolme to play with. Everyone's starting to move on over. 70 will get the jump. They want to try and prioritize the Phoenix, but the lasso response is there along with the damage on Gon, and now we've still got plenty of mana to catch up to ZZQ as well. It's already a dominating streak for the mid laner.
Yeah, Dom ended up taking that bounty rune for himself, but you know what? That doesn't matter. He wanted to make sure he had the illusion rune available in case he was able to land one more frostbite onto him. Wasn't even able to do it. Gon just once again styling on this Storm Spirit. So you've reached up onto level 6 on Beyond, up on this top side, and it's only 30 seconds away from the daytime. So if I'm Holy Grail, I'm looking to potentially make a move to be able to play up there. You know, with the bounty rune, you might be able to do it. Oh, he's only like 200 gold short of the Kaya, so maybe Garn just wants to pick that one up, because you really want to try and maximize the amount of time that Nightstalker is forced to play during the daytime. You know, try and get an ineffective use out of that Dark Ascension out of him.
They're playing both sides. They're aware of what's going on. Even Summer's going to try and TP in to provide some assistance, but the Rupture on 7E. Void Spirit's going to have to stand his ground, but he's got some boys to protect him as Ice again. Another double stun with the blast off, but they're still in a little bit of danger. It's been a 1-for-1 at the moment, but Holy Grail, they're going to bring Dome in as well to try and provide some assistance. He'll be able to catch up to Ice. Might even turn to ZZQ as well. He does have the Night Stalk to act as a bodyguard. Dark Ascension soon to expire. Will be enough though to secure the kill. That's a big one for Mr. Night Stalker. Might get lassoed though, still back up here for Dome, and with plenty of sticky nate bombs. That means his life will be forfeit thanks to the Batrider rotation, who gets a little bit of a streak as well to add to his name.
I mean, you really couldn't have asked for a much better use out of that first Dark Ascension, though, than what we just got, right? Maybe, I'm just thinking, like, where is Storm Spirit going to go? He actually TPs down towards the bottom side, and with that Observer Ward in the lane, it means CTY is going to be able to get away. I was thinking maybe he holds it, just walks out to a lane somewhere and then sees where Night Stalker goes, because without that Dark Ascension, you are very vulnerable. But instead, Gun feels like it's important to be able to open this map up, playing down on the bottom side. And I mean, the big thing that we have to mention is that all 5 heroes on Holy Grail were part of that fight. Who wasn't? Morphling. And he was just completely farming away, trying to rush straight into that Lincoln sphere, because he knows that he's the main target. We were talking about it during the draft, right? If they're going to make jumps happen on Holy Grail, it's onto CTY. So anything that he could do to protect himself from that is going to be huge.
I actually want to try and come down to help defend the tower. So both supports once again from Team Zero. Dark Ascension though for 35 seconds.
You got Supernova this time on DQQ as well.
See if it's going to come into play. You might need to use it deep under the tower. They're going to be able to address the egg. Beyond will turn along with the supports, but they don't have the attack speed to bring it down. And as soon as the egg blows up, there's going to be no response. It's all dies fight. Ooh. They will get the kill on the Storm, though. CTY actually looking to rotate down. He wants to put his stamp on this team fight. And we'll be able to get a return kill at the end. So a little bit of golden experience. And I mean, it's kind of big that Garn also goes down as well.
Yeah, it was...
Oh, in the river. Oh,
that
okay.
is
That's
enormous.
A huge solo kill, man. 70 was really struggling this game. DD picked up, catches out Summer off guard.
I only just had a look at Summer's net worth. That is not what I was expecting to come out from this Bloodseeker, from the Night Stalker lane that you've had. And, I mean, we mentioned that the Morphling CTY previously, he had TP'd up to that top side to avoid the Storm Spirit gank. And then he was just able to wait long enough that he was able to rejoin the fight at the very end. I mean, once you pop Storm Spirit's mana, once you pop the Rupture, once you pop the Supernova, there's really not too much else that the Morphling is afraid of, right? The Lasso, of course, is going to be a factor, but unless you've got the follow-up damage coming through from the Storm, you're really not all that concerned. You see Gun, like, this is
Top
not
lane.
something... Oh.
They're going to make it go on. The Bloodseeker again, so Summer continuing to be further down in the net worth. Another death for the Bloodseeker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Beyond is playing so well this game. 3-2-2 kill score, but yeah, certainly not played like that for sure. Like, he has just come out of this laning stage nearly 2,000 gold ahead of the Bloodseeker as a Night Stalker. Not what you come to expect, and honestly, part of that is the power of the techies. I really feel like Team Zero won out on that resource trade game. We mentioned how important it was for them to get that level 2 timing, to get that first blood. It just didn't happen, and we see what happens as a result of it. Bloodseeker doesn't really have the free game that he was set up to have.
Gonna take a while for him to be able to catch up then. No Maelstrom just yet, has one component, but...
Radiant's bottom tower.
And they haven't been able to make any plays on this Night Stalker during the daytime. Like, he's gotten 2 perfect Dark Ascension usages off. He's level 9. He's got the Echo Saber. He's looking to build into... What would he go to? I mean, Manta or BKB feels totally fine to me. And he's got techies backing him up. So, like, he is just
Tower has fallen.
primed for success.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What does he go?
BKB's totally fine.
Yeah, there is a lot of value with Lotus this game. Maybe one of the supports can get. I don't think he'd get it now if he was going to. I'm just thinking overall, like, item build. Maybe you can go like Blink BKB into Lotus. Even, I mean, Nullify needs to be a consideration because of the supports having any defensive items. So
Radiant's bottom tower.
got some
Haven't
things he
exactly
needs to
had the
consider.
greatest game, though, on the supports. So maybe that's something that he's considering. Like, hey, Silence has kind of been shit on this game, so he's
Yeah,
not
look
going
at
to
his
have
net worth,
anything.
man.
Yeah.
How is he 1,500 at this stage in Dota? Like, supports are able to get a little bit more gold on it. I know
He's
how
been
many
focusing on trading,
consumables.
right? Like, that's the thing. You need to buy a lot of these, like, mangoes, blood grenades to be able to try and get the kills, and they just didn't happen. And this is what happens, Like, CM is a similar sort of hero, right? You're very sink or swim. And if you don't get kills off of, like, those first 3 mangoes, you could find yourself a long way behind. Obviously, the rest of the team is doing A-OK, so ZZQ, even though he's kind of down in the dumps about his own net worth, he'll be just fine with the overall state of this game. He talked
2,000
about-
net worth lead, and we are back to nighttime now, Denog. So this is going to look like a very scary next 5 minutes or so for Holy Grail.
Scanning.
You reckon Beyond's just going to go straight Nullifier? He could.
I think he
I mean,
needs
again,
a BKB.
it depends what the vision is like. And right now, ZZQ has set up a bunch of great vision. You know, I don't think they scouted out that smoke coming through.
Radiant's middle tower
And so Beyond might be in a little bit of trouble here.
That he will be indeed. They're even going to drop the egg. Why not? Turn it to date. No escape for Beyond. He'll be burnt down. Even SJ wants to steal some wisdom as well. So, big kill. 2 ultimates used though. That is the big thing. You also revealed the blink on the Batrider, but Night Stalker's going to be up in 25 seconds. It is go time for Team Zero to make a play. They're going to be trying to eye up this mid tower.
Absolutely. Like, he still hasn't bought anything. Morphling could afford the full Yasha now if he wants to. Yep. Techie's 75 gold away from a mech. So a little surprised that 70 didn't give him just a couple of creeps to be able to enable that. But yeah, I guess without that Supernova available, without the lasso, they really don't feel like they can look to defend this mid-tier 1 tower.
They might actually spring a bait. They saw 70 pop the invis. But even ZZQ is going to lead on the front.
under attack.
Gets a nice D-ward as well. So with that taken care of, Holy Grail not going to be able to defend the tower. They won't even try and think about it as well. So Beyond gets the reward. Blinker also completed here for the Night Stalker.
That mech's coming out now for Ice. Going into a Solar Crest. I mean, give it to Morphling, give it to Night Stalker. You just enable him so much off the back of it. And he's about to hit level 12 as well on the Night Stalker. Just 1.5 levels away. And he's actually opted to go for the Blink Dagger. I mean, I like it, you know. Pop that Crippling Fear on top of the Phoenix, and you just completely take him out of these fights.
Would you like to see them force a fight and consider Roche? Like, you do have Egg coming back up in 20, but if you win a team fight, I think you're going to have the damage for Roche, right? Or are you happy with them kind of continuing to play it a little bit slow on Team Zero?
Do you think they have the damage? Without Bloodseeker having a solid game, I'm just not sure that they do.
No, for Radiant.
Oh, for Radiant, okay.
Yep.
During the nighttime, I guess you could afford to, yeah? You know, with the Morphling, with that early Yasha, maybe he just wants to have the Manta style, wants the level 15 just for the absolute security of things. I think
gonna be a fight
generally
over this
fine with a
rune.
more passive game.
Oh, 70 got it, and now also gets to kill it. Eve? Whoa, all right. Why not use 2 ultimates? That is so much a Dark Ascension, Freezing Field, all for an Arcane rune.
Well, 70 got it, at least, and he's using it. They're going to use the remnants of the Dark Ascension as well to take out another tier 1 tower. So really, Bloodseeker's space to be able to farm around this map is shrinking heavily. You know, I'm sure that his call, part of the reason why Silencer is so poor on net worth is that he's just had to spend so much on sentries. There's actually still 5 still in stock for him to potentially purchase up, but that's really all Bloodseeker wants. He's like, honestly, even if you need to buy a gem at this stage just to make sure that I'm able to safely farm, do it, please, because I am suffering right now. I need my BKB or I'm completely ineffective.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe just some of the supports need to sit in front of him. Just
Maybe.
continue to pop some smoke ganks, allow him to farm Piezo inside of the map, because, I mean, look at Ice. Getting himself set up for the right side. We do have Wisdoms in about 2 minutes. I think Tormentors are very, very valuable this game, especially for Dire. Not as much Radiant, but if Dire can get the Ag shot on Phoenix, that can be... that's one of the best shards in the game, I think, for supports. Bomb goes off. They should have an idea that this smoke is going on. Instantly pings come out, and ZZQ is going to reposition further back towards the tower. They're going to still wrap through the jungle, though. It's gone on the front, leading the charge. No one's really home from Radiant, and now the bomb goes off.
Yeah, and they ping it out instantly. What can you do against this sort of thing? It's so frustrating.
Dire's top tower is under
Something that I've been doing a lot lately on my... They're going to pick off anyone? Doesn't seem like it. On my universal support heroes is going to specialists array. Like, DQQ's got it on his position 4 Phoenix. You're not exactly right-clicking a lot on heroes, but it really does enable you to farm so much more quickly.
Which is highest net worth out of the supports. Does help his 3, 1, and 10. He's going to be going down the Shiva's route as well. What do we make of the Shivas? What is the real big reasoning why he's putting so much commitment on going for that as his first item?
I mean, the egg is pretty vital to a lot of these team fights, right? So if he's able to get that one off, provide a little bit of slows, make sure that they're not able to reach the egg and then attack it fast enough. I mean, him even getting level 12, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Holy Grail opt to go a little bit slower with the pace of this game, just so that they can get into that level 12, so they can get into that additional 700 gold for the Mystic Staff. And again, Bloodseeker still needs time to farm. If nothing happens for the next little bit, I genuinely believe that Holy Grail are going to be okay with it, but it can't be for too long though, right? Because we've already got a 7k net worth lead. Morphling's getting a little bit too far out of control in what is a pretty amazing Morphling game.
Yeah, what do we think the itemization is going to be next up here for the Morphling? Because he's already got that Manta and Lincolns.
I think he can afford to just go damage, right? Like, this protects you from getting jumped on. You know, if you're really quick with the Manta, you can be able to avoid, like, a Blink 4-staff lasso, for example, and be able to get away. But I think he just needs to be able to go in and actually do damage now. He's going BKB, which, again, it's typically a quote-unquote defensive item, but he's going to be using this one aggressively.
Also quite impressed just with the... I guess everyone's starting to catch up. We saw Summer was very far behind, but...
I mean, Techies just nearly caught up to it, though.
Damn, I did not see Ice Ice's net worth. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It looks like
more
you got the
nerfs,
gag shot, I suppose.
Please.
Yeah,
more nerfs.
So, yep, they got their Tormentor, whereas Dire still haven't found theirs. Smoke on smoke. Got the shield rune though to work with. Smoke's gonna pop. Instant beyond with the jump. That is a beautiful target. But he's actually gonna reset. They're happy with wasting the global silence. This is Dark Ascension, so there's plenty of time for them to work with. So the Night Stalker.
Complete full-on retreat. And then they got to go the other way, wrap around. I like this. You know, you've always got Night Stalker to be on the front lines, providing all of that necessary vision. It's actually going to be nice.
Oh, he goes in. Gone. He get blown up. Oh my lord, the damage. He wasn't ready for it. And now TZ, they can look for more. Trying to catch up to SJ, but Silencer's able to duck on out. So you get the big kill onto Gun. He had such an incredible start to this game, but all of a sudden, 7E able to jump over him in regards to the net worth, and there's a engagement that goes their way. They do have to commit a little bit though. I mean, mainly the Dark Ascension. Dire, I guess they use Global as well, so it's not really like they're in a position to force something. Dom's gonna try though.
I don't know if this is the right
just on his
target.
easy Q, and they do not have the damage with the Glimmer Cape. Maybe Summer needs to get involved. Rupture's even gonna be used as well to get the kill. Summer's looking for the cleanup. Both supports on Team Zero will go down, and there is no trade as CTY and 7E were not ready to fall up to protect their supports.
Okay, I guess you take those little things when you can, and of course still another minute and a half until it's nighttime, another 50 seconds until it is Dark Ascension time, so you'll be able to get a tier 1 tower at least for yourselves. Here's the little victories. Man, Storm Spirit even popped the BKB previously and died in 2 seconds underneath all of that just pure damage coming through.
He's wants Kyron's Orange now, so maybe able to buff him up a little bit more. But see if they can get there though. Still this league continuing to grow, even though those 2 kills were just picked up on Holy Grail. So what do we need to see out of them next to continue to stem some of the momentum that's continuing to build on Team Zero?
For Holy Grail?
Yes.
I guess they really just want to be able to convert onto whatever jump kill that they get, right? Like, it's going to be hard. I think you're past the point now where you can actually get a kill onto the Morphling at the start of fights. I think you need to try and, like, outlast it. Because there's not, like, amazing morph targets this game. You know, like Storm, Bat, Silencer, Bloodseeker, Phoenix. None of them are amazing. It might honestly be the Phoenix just to have that Icarus dive at your disposal. But it doesn't really feel like that Aghanim Scepter game for me. So if you can find this... Are they going to die here? Yeah. Well... got to abandon that plan. They really wanted that Aghanim Shard for the Phoenix because he's level 12, right? It's time for them to go, and they've got the Mjolnir. This was what I was talking about, right? Like if someone could find the right target, let's say it's the Night Stalker, take him out of the team fights. That enables the supports.
It's too slow though, man. You got Roche now top. They're not going to be out. If they go Tormentor, then you can't contest Roche. If you go Roche, you can't get the potential Ag Shard on Phoenix. He knows how important it is. He has it queued up.
They know what's going on. Can't do anything about it, though. I mean, at least it gives you a little bit of time to, like, push out the lanes, farm your map, farm up the next big item. Storm Spirit's going for a Scythe of Ice, so even more around that quick pick-off. They see where he's positioned, though, underneath the Ice proximity mines, and they're pinging it out as well. Might be part of this rotation back by 70, although he does need to clear out the creep wave as well.
They have to get their Tormentor.
They
This is crazy.
They need the Tormentor and they need Bloodseeker to buy the Aghanim Shard. And then I think they can feel okay with fighting.
Is under attack.
That will take some time, and it means that Team Zero are going to freely be able to take some objectives. Tier 2 top's going to go down for free. Glyph will only stall them out momentarily. They might say screw it and go high ground, or they can just easily wrap on mid. They've got a great Observer Ward to the right-hand side.
Gotta be mindful, though, is that Holy Grail's turnaround is pretty good, providing that the supports don't get jumped on. You know, that's the key
Lovely.
thing. And playing high ground, that's the position that you want to honestly be in. You know, not often you want to say you want to be defending in your base, but I mean, you've got a Bat Rider who's got, I believe, Aghanim Scepter just finished up as well. So you can find that double jump at the start of these fights. Really feels to me like Night Stalker needs to be the one that gets targeted. He's going into the
So
Ice
he
Shard
has-
for himself next.
Yeah, would you like that to be Lotus? We brought it up earlier, but now especially with the Bat Rider going Scepter, is there more value?
Well, that's
It's
a big
actually
jump.
gone. Beyond's nearby, no one else is really there to protect the Night Stalker. Looks like he's just trying to do his best
That is
to
no
delay
BKB
Holy
on
Grail to
Storm.
get ZZQ out and BKB off. They could go now again. We spoke about this deep Observer Ward next to the T2 tower mid.
Look at
Might
Ice
look to
Ice.
try and shove this lane and smoke.
He's saying top lane's already pushed in, shove in bottom, shove in mid, then let's instantly go for a smoke. And that's what they do. 4-man coming through. You could get CTY joining in pretty quickly as well. Might just show in the lane to
SJ
make it not
knows.
so obvious.
He knows, look at his positioning. Yeah, beautifully done. Great
Poor
read.
guy.
Just sack his life and they'll do that. Great read here from SJ, but you got to make sure no one else gets caught.
You still might lose a tier 2 tower bot as well. And they're going to be in a position to be able to yoink away that Wisdom Rune too. Coming up in just 15 seconds, they see that the Tormentor's
Phoenix might get
taken.
caught.
Oh, that can't happen.
Does he double jump now? You could force the egg. Beyond's wanting to go for it. He might even just get the kill instead. Dome. It's a potential
They get the
defensive
egg.
lasso. They'll get the egg. BKB was expended though. So
CTY 's
living
just
use
taking your
between
base.
both heroes. Damn, this tier 3 tower down to half. They're going to have to glyph it up.
And yoink on that Wisdom Rune. Thank you very much, says Ice Ice. Trying to think of the time where they're actually going to be able to like truly feel like they're back in this game. Because they hit their timings at a reasonable state on Holy Grail, but they just didn't do anything with it because of that failed Tormentor take, because of, they smoked underneath that ward that had 5 seconds left on it. So ZZQ, I'm sure he's just going to be standing like near the top of this stairs, or maybe he's just going to back off altogether, knowing that, you know what, we just want to wait out this Dark Ascension time as much as we can.
They will see CTY, but of course he's your Aegis carrier. Meanwhile, Ice Ice is shoving out bottom as well, so
Someone's going to need to come back.
unfortunate.
It's even got 3 proximity mines still to be able to make plays with. I need to wait for a little bit of information.
They re-smoked. Okay. Seems like it's now or never for Holy Grail.
Sam's not the
Oh,
target,
making
though.
to get the jump. They're
That's
gonna
the
go.
target.
All right, double lasso with the Sunray. Look at the damage. Global Silence to cover the kill, but now it's CTY's fight to turn it back around. They won't have supports to work with. Summer's gonna try and move on in, but CTY just has way too much farm. Bloodseeker cannot stand toe-to-toe versus the Morphling, and they'll still get 2 kills, but we see, I mean, that could just be the tale of these further fights where the Morphling can just freely right-click anyone.
They did basically everything right, though, didn't they? You know, they caught the Night Stalker. They're able to take him out at the start of the fight. He doesn't have the Dark Ascension as any sort of response to it. But the thing is, you used your Rupture, you used your Global Silence, you used your Lasso. By the time they're coming up again, they'll have the Lasso available, you'll have the Supernova, you'll have the Rupture, but you won't have the Global Silence. So maybe that's just going to enable them to continue to press on forward behind CTY, who's still got 20 seconds left of this Aegis. That's why he's playing so ballsy. What can you do?
Cool. Lasso
I mean-
up in a couple.
Yeah.
Has fallen.
Storm's gonna go, but Storm's out of mana now. They're
Rupture
going
on
for
him as
70
well.
at least with the bash on Summer. They're gonna be able to hold him down to place thanks to the Rupture. He will bleed
Dies
out.
to the Rupture.
Or Dark
Yeah.
Ascension used.
Oh,
They're gonna jump in. Summer
Oh,
is gonna
okay.
get blown up. Oh my lord, and they're not done. They'll go for the Phoenix next as well. No opportunity for the egg. Guns can pop the BKB. He'll get out of danger. But with that one
cooldowns.
used defensively, what is going to stop Team Zero?
nothing. They have no lasso. They have no BKB on the Storm Spirit. They have no global silence for 30 seconds. No Phoenix for 30 seconds. And yeah, right now Beyond is just playing point right now. He's just giving all of the vision that they could possibly need. They're gonna back off, still respecting that daytime lack of strength that the Night Stalker has to be able to play around. But CTY, even without that A, just feels immortal.
I think he is, man. Look how farmed. He's even got the Vindicator's axe. 3,100 gold in the bank, so whatever item he wants, he'll have shortly. Stellar performance out of him. KD8, not too high, but we've really felt the impact of the Morphling in a lot of these team fights.
I think he kind of wants to be silenced as well, just because he's got the Vindicator's axe, you know, extra 30 damage, I'll take it.
I know. We are. We're
You need
really
the
just
scythe
yet
on
to
the Storm.
see.
That's it. Like, I think that's your last chance to be able to come back into this one. Like, they're going refreshers on both Phoenix and the Batrider. This is how important that initiation is.
Radiant are scanning.
Nice scan. Cube.
DD is nice. Level 18 on the
is
Storm
very
would be nice. Level 20 on Summer would be great for the extra Rupture cast range. He's got the Basher as well, so maybe you get a little bit lucky and you know, lock in the Morphling when he's full Agimorphed in a bad position. He doesn't have the Aghanim Shard for himself yet, so, you know, the stuns, if you are able to get them off while he's Agimorphed, can kill him. He just really hasn't put himself into a position to make sure that happens yet. He's nearly got a Satanic picked up as well, I believe.
Yeah, and we haven't seen they've been in a position to use all their team, their ultimates together. Like you've just been using them in other engagements before a big team fight, and then you potentially have one down. And that's super important. If you don't have all of them together, then you're not going to have that full strength we were speaking about. We haven't seen the lasso into global or, you know, the drag back in the egg as well. Just that team fight that we thought was going to be a threat, we haven't seen, because just the little skirmishes that Team Zero forced out means that your Holy Grail have to expend an ultimate and then they just back off. Like the read from Team Zero is incredible. They force a spell, reset, and then go again when it's on cooldown.
Exactly. If I'm if I'm Holy Grail's coach, I'm just pointing out ZZQ's ward position. He is going to get jumped on now. Not potentially being protected enough, although Ogre Seal? Nah. Yeah, this ward, he has had that one up that they just dewarded for about 80% of this game, just constantly replacing it there. And the only reason that they're able to get it is because they've got a gem. You know, that has never been sentry warded this entire time. So maybe a little bit more emphasis off the back of sentry wards to be able to cover that sort of area in game number 2 and beyond.
You can deal with wards, but
Dire are
don't deal with Mr. Beyond, who I don't know. I have to imagine he got the. Did he buy the shard?
He did.
I'm trying to take a look now. He did. Okay, very interesting. So he bought the shard and 3,500 gold. So let's see what his item is going to be. You have both supports going Lotus. Ice is very close to it, so that I think will definitely free up his itemization to potentially go, like we said, the Nullifier if he feels it required. Definitely some other options could be there for him as well.
Really does
For
feel
free, looks
like... Yeah, they'll get it for free. They're just waiting for this Daedalus on the Void Spirit. They're waiting for level 20 on the Void Spirit. There's nothing really... Okay, that's wrong. I was about to say there's nothing really that's going to be bad if they wait for too long. You know, if you do end up getting this double Phoenix egg off, if you do end up getting a double lasso drag back into the fountain, yeah, of course things can go poorly for you. But I still feel like they're going to have enough time to be able to pick up that next key item, whatever it might be. You know, that Lotus is going to be huge for them. Night Stalker having another effective 4,000 net worth rather than just holding on to the gold is going to be huge for them. Having level 18 even on the Night Stalker would be huge, but he's just so close and yet so far from it. I think they just got to try and play the game of like putting up their vision and cutting off the areas of the map that Holy Grail can play around. It's not high ground time quite yet.
It will be soon though. Definitely getting ready for Team Zero to walk on up. speaking about levels, I think a big one was the talent that just 7E got thanks to the Wisdom Room getting stolen. So you now have that out
They
of
got
the Simulate
Nullifier
ring.
on Beyond.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, just as he's about to go into a Ghost Scepter on the poor Silencer. SJ has not had any farm this entire game. And, well, your first big item purchase. I mean, 4-star's already going to be made useless by it, but it's just going to get doubled up too.
What is Khan doing here? Oh, buys the Hex. And he's going to TP
20.
out. So there is also a Arcane Rune now for Radiant to play with, but they've got all the waves in a great position.
Yeah.
Bottom, mid, and top. Ready to go now for the boys on Team Zero.
It's still Operation Blow Up Night Stalker. That's how this game needs to go. And, I mean, they've got the Habit Talbot as well on Summer,
Don's
so maybe
ready.
he's going to feel more confident.
He's going to try and get jump it. Ooh.
He's got the
Easy
lasso as
cube.
well, but he wasn't holding on to the gem.
I'll be on. They gave the Arcane actually to the Night Stalker, so lower cooldown out of the Dark Ascension. They're going to
You
see
see the
them
smoke.
smoke.
Yeah.
Gets popped. They should know they're in the trees. Beyond gets the opening. Silence onto 2 with a Nullify as well. Global Silence is going to be enough to protect them. It's a pretty decent egg.
It's a lot of
Off the
damage.
other side of the fight. They won't be able to address it at the moment. CTY turns to make the attempt, but with the bastions out, the chain control. CTY can he get the strength wolf out of the nick
What
in
a
time?
bomb.
But Team Zero, they're there to protect him. Ice jumps on over. They'll keep CTY alive, and now there's going to be no escape. As the meat grinder, it'll favor Team Zero. They'll deal with the Aegis, but it will not matter. There's no buyback out as Summer or Dome as well.
I don't think there's any sort of defense that can be mounted off the back of this. I mean, he's already morphing into the strength, realizing that he's got plenty of damage off the back of all of his items, and he just blows them up. Summer instantly calling the GG. I'm out of here, boys.
She's his support get blown up. 4-0 is like, yeah, no, there's not much hope left for us. Team Zero, what a performance. Gonna be able to take it 37 minutes in.
It really just does come down to that point that we were talking about in the draft, doesn't it? Like, they could never find the jump onto the Morphling, and even when they could, when he was putting himself in a position to get jumped, he was fully farmed. You know, he had the Lincolns, he had the Manta, he had the BKB, he had the Aegis to be able to play around with. So he never really was in this position that, you know, if you did find him, you could actually kill him. You know, it costed way too much, and, you know, occasionally they were able to get the kills onto the Night Stalker, but he'd done his job. He'd provided a lot of that cooldown burst that was required, you know, that silence, that forcing out of the BKBs that really just enables this CTY Morphling to truly come into its own.
Yeah, what a performance from CTY, and like you said, everyone else played their role as well. So, I mean, you know, we brought up throughout that game a couple of things we thought, you know, maybe could have been the turning point. I think in particular, you know, that top lane going much better than we expected for Beyond, missing maybe some of the opportunities in the early levels to be able to get kills. I think another one is the Tormentor, just not putting a little bit more priority on it. You tried to make that first attempt. We saw both Phoenix and Bloodseeker got incredibly low, so they couldn't go for it then, and it meant that Radiant were able to get another free Roshan for it. So, and then, you know, we spoke about the cooldowns not being used together, and that's big props to Team Zero, like with how they played this game, and the fact that, you know, 7-8 didn't have a stellar performance. We didn't mention him too much this game, but we got to keep in mind, like, Garn bodied mid, and he made some really good early rotations. 7-8 was really struggling, but I think he played a pretty solid game overall with how rough he started.
He did. I mean, whenever you made that quick jump in on Garn, he was the main target for Void Spirit every single time. Because, you know, even still with this pure right-click build, like he went Manta style, he went Echo Saber, and then Daedalus after that with the Vindicator's Axe. So he just wanted to make sure that, you know what, if Storm Spirit jumps in, I'm just going to be able to pop my Manta to avoid the silence and then zip through him a couple of times, get a lot of that physical out. Even if you use your BKB, not going to matter. You know, I am the Storm answer, and he absolutely was past the laning stage, but you got to give it to CTY, right? Like CTY or Beyond, or Ice. Oh, we're all really good.
I think, I don't know. I a little bit more on CTY, but also, you know, I think there's an argument for both Beyond and Ice. But yeah, let's give it to CTY.
Sure.
Definitely, we felt like
the offlane
his
went far too
presence.
well. The offlane went far too well. That's why we're we're weighing this one up, because you mentioned all of those things that happened, the Tormentor not going down, them giving up 2 Roshans for free, the Morphling getting all of these big timings. It's all off the back of that very start to the game. The way that you beat Morphling is by playing fast, especially when you've got this pick-off oriented lineup. You've got a lane that should be going better, so Bloodseeker already isn't having the Thirst available to himself. Garn did his job in the mid lane, like he was making 70's life hard, so you had Thirst available off of that, but you just can't play aggressively. We were talking about needing to use the Batrider and the Silencer in combination to get the key kills. And, if the lane that enables you to play around this core that's actually going to be the one taking the towers doesn't go well, then none of that all comes together. So it really does all go back to the off lane. So big props need to be given to Beyond and Ice Ice, but CTY didn't die a single time, did the most damage in the entire game, had a crazy amount of farm. You really just got to give it to him.
Yeah, well-deserved MVP from CTY. Another thing to mention as well, I mean, you brought up inside the game, but props need to be given to the supports and their warding as well. We spoke a lot about Beyond with his vision on the Dark Ascension, but there was a ward you mentioned around kind of that tier 1 tower mid that just gave them a lot of information. They were able to scout out multiple smokes as well. So I just think, as a whole, Team Zero, everyone played the role they needed in this game 1 to be able to get the victory, and quite the victory it was as well. We've got to keep in mind both these two teams currently undefeated, and Team Zero, they're going to strike first in our final series of the night. A very dominant performance from them as well. Let's see if it will be a clean 2-0 or if the boys on Holy Grail are going to send us to a game 3. We'll find out after the break.
Dire's top tower is
Welcome back to Division 2 for China. We've got Game 2 coming up shortly. Holy Grail taking on Team 0, the two undefeated teams currently. Denog, looks like nothing has changed still. Even with the patch, last game we saw the Techies opener. Again, is going to be the same for Team 0.
I'm still shaking my head. This is, you gotta ban it, man. It's like, okay. So a long time ago, when Techies was in its previous iteration, I just wanted to see it out of the game because it was so frustrating. Okay, in pro games it was fun because it came out so rarely, you know, and you had so few people that could play it. In pubs, it just make games not Dota, so I can understand banning it here. Now it's just too good. It's way too good. You win every single lane that this hero goes into. Like, what can you possibly look to pick up into this Techies that's going to have a good time? Maybe you just don't play for the lane at all. You know, maybe you play something that just has a bunch of, I don't know, safe regen for himself, but I would have to say Bloodseeker probably did last game and he still got crushed in the lane with one of the weakest laners, Nightstalker, in the entire game to be able to back him up. So what do? I don't know, Pugna Storm, maybe, just to start things off and then kill the Techies at the start of every fight?
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. I don't mind that. Speaking about the Pugna, do you think those changes are enough to affect him with his kind of role as the gas station that we hear a lot of people say?
Depends if you're thinking about like the full gas station role in just refueling the mana, or if it's going to be around like how much you were able to save in the middle of team fights, just to being able to mana drain teammates, because that's really where it's going to take the hit. You know, an extra couple of seconds being spent mana draining a friendly teammate, life draining a teammate and giving the mana back is going to be big. Sorry, not going to be big, but the team fight ones is probably where it's going to be a little bit more noticeable. You won't get these BS instances where it's like, how is this guy still alive? What do you think about the Pango, though? I had a test of the, in the old demo mode of the new level 1 Swashbuckle. You basically don't break out of melee range. Like, it is tiny, the Swashbuckle, I think it's called the Slash range.
5 seconds remaining.
I think the big one are his talents for his late game. I don't know how much Swashbuckle will affect him.
Radiant ban.
What's the leveling usually? Like, we never really see a point in Lucky Shot, right? It's usually like max out shield crash and still prioritize Swashbuckle afterwards. So,
but I mean, the dash range is now 400 at level 1. That's tiny.
Yeah.
Tiny. Like, maybe you can actually look to abuse him in the lane now a little bit more, you know? Like something like this Bat Rider might go mid.
10 seconds.
Okay,
remaining.
yeah, like I was going to say, like there has to be very specific scenarios though to avoid to abuse that in the lane, because we don't see offlane Pango. If it was an offlane Pango, then you could definitely abuse it because it's a hero that needs
FBZ
levels.
played it pretty well in Dream League, I have to say.
Okay, well that's one out of many that we see playing it very well, but
glad to see FBZ doing fairly well as well, by the way.
yes, it's good to see. Hopefully they stick around. Knows what's going to be the road for Secret, because we all know if they get to TI, then they will win TI.
5
Good to see
seconds
Puppy lift the
That's
trophy
true.
again, but
One
gotta get there
extra
first.
placement every year.
So can they get there? That's the big thing. Would be great to see 2 Southeast Asians on Secret, be able to play with them as well at TI, but
Just make it
Chelsea, we
4C
shall
players
see.
in Puppy.
4C players.
Honestly, that'd be pretty hype, right? A lot of people say all C needs is like captains. And what better captain can you get than the Machete Man himself?
seconds remaining.
The Machete Man. No, I don't think you can get many better captains than Poppy. All right. So that was banned out in the previous game. I think it was towards the last phase.
What do you reckon about them picking the Spirit Breaker into the Willow? Normally, Willow, like with the Brambles, is one of those things that you can just set up and you're not going to be able to land that charge through.
10 seconds remaining.
Also, just thinks about like if you're able to start casting the Bedlam as he's about to land onto you. Let's say if the Brambles don't hit, you're still going to take a lot of damage on the Spirit Breaker. Maybe not if you get the Planar Pocket. And of course, the Darkseid is going to come out with this one as well. They have to go something that builds into offensive Dispel this game. It's not going to be through a support unless you somehow bump up the Willow or the Pugno to a core, which probably isn't going to happen. But Surge, Ion Shell, Bulldoze, Shield Crash, Taser, they need something that's going to be able to deal with that. So a Nullifier builder like Lifestealer, not the worst, but I want to see something else that can look to build into that sort of thing. So I'm imagining that their bans now are going to be along the lines of like Invoker and Brewmaster.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you like the lifestealer?
5 seconds remaining.
No, but at least it's a nullifier builder. Has one of the lowest win rates in pro pubs, by the way. It's only like 40% or something. Is that Brewmaster? Come on, get rid of the Invoker. Come on. Maybe they're just thinking, there's no way this Batrider isn't mid, considering how good the matchup is now against the Pangolier with the short range. Also, it's probably going to be a Techies 5, we have to say as well, unless they go for some weird switch up with the Spirit Breaker going away from the Darkseer. It was a game that I cast where it was a Spirit Breaker Darkseer game, and I don't remember if you were there or not, and they also had a Veno in the game, and they put the Veno together with the Darkseer, and they put the Spirit Breaker in the other lane just to avoid 2 melee and 2 range. And I was like, that's not really why you picked Spirit Breaker Darkseer.
I also have a memory of someone doing that recently, but I don't remember what game it was or if it was that one. But yeah, no, you want the Darkseer with the Spirit Breaker without a doubt. So let's see. We're going to be looking for CTY's hero though with the last.
I mean, all right, Morphling's gone at least. Morphling, Bloodseeker, both gone. Can you PA here? PA and Lifestealer is a really good matchup.
5 seconds remaining.
Razor got a little bit of buffs, but not sure if Razor's... I mean, maybe Razor with a Surge on him can be really effective.
Yeah.
Just walk the dog.
Walk the dog. Yeah, I wouldn't... I was going to suggest Sven.
Also possible.
10 seconds remaining.
Just trying to think of some melee heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
What are there actually?
Are we just thinking as
Wise.
well, like something else that can build Nullifier to be able to deal with the Decrepify, maybe a Slark or something, just to be able to... Oh, Slark's banned. Something else that has a response. I mean, Illusion Heroes aren't the worst either, right? Up against a Lifestealer, very single target. The Dark Willow, very much so as well. I guess the downside is the Pugner, if he gets into the Shard, can look to get rid of it, but could you PL potentially into this? Also an additional benefit out of banning out the Brewmaster?
I think I'd prefer Naga over Peel, just because I think that hero also then provides you team fight, like setup for the Darkseer and the Pango.
Yeah. I can see what you mean. My thing is, like, if Naga uses the illusions, then it's a much longer cooldown versus Doppelganger. If Pugner's really on point with the use of the Shard with the Netherworld Life Drain, just to be able to get rid of all of them. They did really nerf PL's farming, though. I think they changed the tier that the Phantom Rush Agi bonus was.
Radiant.
They moved it from like level 10 to 15 or 15 to 20 or something like that.
Oh, a China Classic.
Oh, okay.
Not what I expected. Not what I expected at all, but used to be a very, very niche pick into the Batrider when all like your Dispel heroes weren't available. Holy Grail, though, they will go down the Magnus route, so it is going to be an offlane Magnus. We will see what the build is. A lot of the talk at Dream League was that carry Magnus is not as strong anymore with the nerf to Empower from like 75% self bonus down to 50, which late game can really, really hurt your damage overall. So let us see. Let us see. What are your thoughts on the Magnus with the change? I want to try and get your opinion on it.
I mean, obviously it's a big nerf to him, but Harpoon is still incredibly strong and it wasn't touched. So, you know, that's something else that you need to consider, especially for this lineup that really thrives off of being able to provide that bit of control, because you've got, honestly, 5 pretty elusive heroes on Team Zero right now. Shikuchi, Surge, Charge, Swashbuckler and Rolling Thunder, and even the Blastoff from the Techies. So you need some sort of way to be able to reliably lock them down outside of Gun. And I really feel like Dolm's going to be that person on this Magnus.
Yep. And you see they don't really have a instant way to stop that Harpoon skewer. And I think that's always one thing that we've now had a lot of attention on since TI10. So yes, maybe your Empower value isn't as great anymore, but you're still going to have a lot of utility this game with Team Zero not really able to respond to that. So we'll see what the build's going to be out of Dome in particular. I do like the Team Zero draft though. Of course, last game I was favoring Holy Grail. I think this game I like the Team Zero draft a little bit more.
Me too. I don't think that they've got enough. The only way that I can see them dealing with the all the buffs that they've got, like eventually again, Lifesteal is going to get the nullifier, but Dark Glow is not the worst Yule Scepter builder. You know, Cursed Crown into the instant Yules, you could set up for kills. You also have that aggressive response as well to a lot of these buffs that they've got to be able to play with. So I could see it working for them, but I just think Team Zero's movement, especially in game number 1, was way too good. You know, you mentioned that both of these teams in series undefeated. Team Zero yet to drop a single game just yet, and they're really looking like it.
Yeah, I think how you worded it was great. Like their movements across the map look very, very crisp. A lot of that's going to come down to just the experience they have. True. So Ice again on the techies, you had a stellar performance. Him again is you're favoring you to their side.
Yes, but they might be going for this switch again. You know, the Spirit Breakers, ECQ just went up top and placed the Sentry Ward inside of that hard camp. So is he going to be paired together with the Weaver? Obviously, it makes a lot of sense, you know, melee ranged combination, but I really feel like Techies, he wants to be playing on the back lines of a lot of these engagements. He is not going to get value out of the Ion Shell. Maybe just thinking that Techies, maybe with the Sticky Bomb, a lot of the collateral damage coming from the explosion is going to effectively push the wave in, going to get you a bit of a level advantage and enable you to start diving onto these towers nice and early. Also, it's just Ice Techies.
The battle begins.
How many runes are they going to get this time, though?
Oh. Is he? No, sorry. Looks like it will not be 4. It will be 3, though, for Team Zero.
Call it.
And they are... Call it. Well, they are going to set it up with the ranged melee pairing. So, not the double melee like we were expecting bottom. I wonder how much the right click from Ice is also going to be a bit of an issue for the lifesteal. I'm not quite sure. I'm very intrigued on why they're doing the ranged with the Darkseer.
I mean, yeah, Pugna's pretty fast, and Pugna has pretty good attack range as well, like 630 relative to the 700 on the Techie. So I feel like SJ is going to be able to do enough in this lane to be able to provide a little bit of pressure going back the other way. This is kind of goes back to what I was talking about in the previous game, though, where the... Oh, he's not going to be able to get that courier, which is a little unfortunate for SJ. Would have given him a bunch of extra money, but the mango situation from him is going to need to be so important. He's already had to use 1, and he's already down to less than half mana. So you got to make sure that you're able to conserve this as long as possible, because you know by default, Techies already has like a 9 attack damage advantage over you. He's also got that, even though it's slight, extra range. And if you don't have mana to be able to use your Nether Blast with, things can go pretty poorly for you pretty quickly, like it is now.
Oh, they got him. What?
And
Okay.
the Techies.
All right. Ice. What a baller. Off to a great start down bottom. First Blood's going to be picked up, so more resources for him to be able to play the lane now. Really wonder what he's going to go with that 600 gold. Looks like it's going to be full 1 Blood Grenade and another set of Tangos. So Bot's off to a good start. Do think mid's going to be favored for Gon. Like you said, Swashbuckle range, probably Batrider, one of the better heroes to be able to utilize that bit of a nerf that we saw. So we shall see how, if Gon is able to come out on top again, because you've got to keep in mind, 70 did struggle in the early game of game 1. Yes. I don't know if this is lane dependent and maybe now with the patch dependent as well, but he has gone for that second point in Swash.
Yeah. Oh, the Swash. Okay, sorry, I was looking at the Batrider, because I actually even just had a look at when Dolem put a point into the Flame Break, and it was level 2. Obviously, it was in one of the side lanes as opposed to mid, but I really feel like, maybe level 3, level 4, you can look to put a little bit of extra attention, because the damage is still there from the Flame Break. It's really just the slow that's been impacted. So you get a bunch of those sticky napalm stacks onto him, he's still going to take a lot.
Lastly, how are we expecting this top lane to go? Looks like CTY is having a pretty good time. ZZQ, I was going to say might get skewered back, but no real kill potential between the two. We're just expecting this to be a bit of a farm fest between the Weaver and the Mag.
I think so. I mean, again, Willow, in my opinion, is one of the better counters to the Spirit Breaker, just because, you know, you lay down the Brambles, has a harder time. You've got the Bedlam as a response, you've got the Terrorize to be able to stop a lot of his combos. Feels really nice. And, well, Dolem, he's gone stats on stats on stats into the Iron Branch, and ZZQ really shouldn't be able to do too much to hinder his farm up on this top side. Like, he's going into the Vanguard. You have to wonder, like, what is he going to build it into? Is it going to be the Octarine style? Is it going to be, you know, just using it for the farming purposes? So bot lane, it's another death.
And it
Off
is.
the back of shoving the lane in.
Yeah, back to this top, because I'm very intrigued about the Vanguard. Do you feel like CTY goes Maelstrom? Like, because that's kind of a way to address the Vanguard, so I wonder how much value you're going to actually get out of it.
It's also a case of, like, when do you get the Maelstrom, right? Because Falcon Blade, it's still a really key item to be able to have. It's just so efficient, right? Provides you a lot of what Weaver's lacking. You don't have a lot of strength gain. You don't have a lot of mana regen off the base, and it even just gives you a nice little bit of extra damage too.
As they might go for DQQ. A bit of poke and prod, nothing too crazy between the two. Meanwhile, it looked like mid, I didn't actually see what happened. See, Ice trying to jump on in. 70's got the swashbuckle to work with.
Iso's probably about to get another solo kill.
Yeah, is he going to? Gon's got some some bottle sips. And it looks like he's going to be okay.
Okay is relative.
Okay,
How
is
are you?
not what's going to happen. It looks like, not back into the Bramble. Pretty cute, but he still does go down. At least he's able to bring the Pango into the grave with him. Well, Ice and DQQ duking it out.
And at least you've got DQQ here to be able to soak up a lot of this experience. You know, it's not going completely wasted underneath the tower. And we know very well that a Willow that has a lot of XP, it does a lot. You know, early level 6, you can really start to ramp up your effectiveness in terms of that pick-off potential. I mean, if you can get to a pretty similar Bedlam timing alongside of the Flaming Lasso, you can make pick-offs happen with just the two of you. Although Team Zero showing their individual prowess, all 3 lanes going well for them, and well, I mentioned that the Willow is a good response to the Spirit Breaker, but it's a lot of damage actually going out onto Ice.
Gon's starting to stack up his own damage on ZZQ. As Shay's even going to rotate over to yoink the kill. Thank you, my mid laner, for setting it up for me.
What even happened there? It was like he got caught in 2 different Bramble mazes in a row. Like, I'm looking at the death summary, and it's like every second he was taking like 200 damage from Bramble maze. That was really weird. Was it because... No, he doesn't have a reactive taser. I was thinking maybe like dispelling it and then walking into another one, but no.
I don't know when the flame break was used. I was going to say maybe he stepped in one, then instant push
Maybe,
into the
yeah.
other, but I didn't see.
That would make a lot of sense.
Does push the supports away from the side lane. Does look like all the cores though off to a pretty good time. I guess Mag not as much, but Dawn with now the Vanguard, 2 points in power, 2 point shockwave. He should be able to continue to farm and have a pretty good time here at the moment. Meanwhile, but it's a bit of a farm fest, which I think you're more happy with Darkseer. I mean, this is a hero that's actually Summer.
3-man
Some
rotation.
danger.
Oh, he really wants that
And
level
there's
6.
going to be no escape. He'll get the 6 now, can play around with the Infest, jumps into the creep, gun with the rotation. Has the lasso to stop the Rolling Thunder, but the damage, they're going to be able to bring him down for the secondary cast of it. So 7E tried to make the attempt to slow down Summer's game, but great reaction out of gun, and he's already looking for more as well, but the Haste Rune activated, trying to chase Team Zero back towards a tower, but won't be able to get any more kills off the back of that.
I mean, we've been lauding the great individual plays coming out from Team Zero, but it has to be Holy Grail showing it there. You know, Lifestealer realizing how close he was to that level 6, really not focused on running, just focused on hitting a couple of extra creeps to be able to secure it. He's underneath Nah, he's
Okay,
got
wow.
time-lapse.
And the flame break usage is incredibly cute this game from Gun. Multiple times he's been able to bounce it back into the
Happy
Bramble.
feet.
Now the side steps as well. But finally,
That's right.
170 gets the first stun. With how close he is to the wall, a second will shortly follow, along with the death on Gun.
He's playing so well though, right? The perfect rotation with the perfect rune to be able to do it, perfect use of the Flaming Lasso with flame breaks, like you've said, have been completely on point. this man is really setting himself out there as one of the potentials of like the victor of the proving grounds, I guess you could effectively say, right? Like this is what Div 2 is about. It's about finding those next big stars, and Gun, he is showing his potential to be.
What do we think about CTY going Lincolns first? It's a very, very old Weaver build with some stats to beef you up, and a lot of time if you get stunned once, you can be blown up. So of course it's going to provide you some value versus something like the Lasso, but what do we think overall about it?
I mean, it might just enable him to farm a little bit more aggressively away, right? And then if that means pushing the waves out, it means that you have more opportunities to be able to play around the Spirit Breaker and Darkseer combinations together, even just the techies, right? You know, you can layer out the Iron Shell onto the Spirit Breaker, techies looks to join in onto wherever the ganks are going to happen, and then the rest of the cores can go back to farming, and Weaver's not even going to die off the back of everything. So also just the Lincolns, you have to remember the Cornucopia as part of the build-up, does some damage, provides some mana regeneration, so even though it's not great in terms of like right-click damage overall, you're still going to be able to just spam out that Shikuchi off the back of having that and the Falcon Blade. He's barely tickling Dolem here.
Yeah. So I think concern with this build is that I still think it's very susceptible to dying to RP and Dark Willow AoE spells, as we see Gon. Oh man, Status Resist instantly got rid of the Lasso. Gon was not really expecting that. They'll still get the kill, but how many points he got in that bulldoze?
One.
Only one. Why did man, it ended instantly? What the heck?
Yeah, level 1 Lasso's not that long.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Like 1.5 seconds instead of 2.25. What do I think about the Lincoln?
Yeah, just hold that thought. If there's any fight for the power, not to be. With what I said, because I think there's still a lot of AoE damage. He might still be able to go down even with the Lincolns.
Sure, but it might be one of these cases of like, Darkseer feels like it's a pretty good game. They just want to try and like out-farm them at this very start. And it's going to enable things like dives onto Summer to happen.
Oh, CTY. Try and make his first rotation on the Summer, can get the in. He'll be able to
Run away.
The teams nearby, they need to though. He's been the catalyst for the past couple of successful skirms. Him not here. Mates and Team Zero have nothing to fear as 70, even wanting to catch up this Summer. It's a pretty hefty rotation, and I think you're okay with the Dark Willow going down. Gon's going to cut mid. It's got the catapult wave, so this tower's going to take a lot of damage. Top lane, Dome, free farming as well. So I think you really don't care about the Willow going down.
No, absolutely not. I mean, the tower's eventually going to fall, but that was probably going to happen anyway off the back of that heavy rotation through. And yeah, you gladly take 2 cores farming for the price of 1. You take Summer getting into his neutral item, probably the better ones for a Lifestealer to get in that Spark of Courage. And yep, they're even going to be able to find the Darkseer.
Good kill. Slow his game down.
Is that balance?
TP now.
Spark of Courage, just getting 18 damage for free, especially on someone like a Lifestealer that's always going to be healing. It is. Please pick up the tier 1 token, Summer. All right.
Oh no, I really.
It's a little buggy.
They haven't
at the moment.
fixed it. Yeah. It's been that way for a while now. Where like sometimes even if you have one in your inventory, I think it's when someone gives you a token and you haven't claimed yours yet. Then something
he got it
drop
out of
on the ground.
Infest Bomb creep that he was in. I think
maybe.
that's what he got the spark from. I don't know. It's weird.
Because yeah, we've seen mid lanes, easy Q. Flame? Does Flame Break stop charge? I don't remember. It looked like it just did then. Okay, so that's another thing. Okay. I mean, you mentioned the Dark Willow counters. Now you got the Bat Rider to prove to be an issue. ZZQ force a TP up. Some of the continuing to farm very aggressively here with the Lifesteal, going for this Armlet first into the Sanjin Yasha next.
Playing around his Magnus as well, which obviously is going to buff up his farming capabilities. He's got wards to be able to play around with. He even did nearly half of the damage into the tier 2 tower up on the top side. I'm pretty sure Beyond just went away and yoinked that tier 1 item though that was hiding on the ground. So that's going to be a nice little boost coming through for them. Yep, picking it in the base.
Bye-bye, Ice Ice. Is he gonna go? No Flame Break.
This is that impact
have
of the
a-
high-level Dark Willow, though, right? Like, you do a lot of damage as a support, and they've got setups for it. You know, the RP, the Lasso, even just the Decrepify can really just buff up what the Dark Willow is able to do on her own. And I really want to see them put a little bit more emphasis onto getting into that Aghanim Shard early on. You can also see, love the item build from DQQ. Realizes that we need a way to be able to get rid of a lot of these offensive buffs, or just to be set up for further usages of the Cursed Crown into the Bedlam. So Yule Scepter, perfect item for that.
Man, even put the Lincolns for CTY. Seems like there's so much value with the yours this game. You mentioned it early on, and now that we kind of continue to see as this game play out, feels like he's even going to get more value out of it. So you do also have SJ, who's a pretty high level on the Pugner, same with net worth too. So we'll see how he's going to be able to have some involvement as this game goes on, because it's very, very even between the two. Like either side hasn't really made the craziest move, like 4 or 5 men. We're still early on. There's just kind of been kind of the 2-3 men smokes across the map. It does look like finally though someone's going to try and posture a little bit more aggressively as Team Zero grouping up around this mid tower. We'll see if Holy Grail want to defend it or not.
I don't think so. They're actually still keeping the Wisdom Rune there as well, near their Tormentor.
Gone. Is he in trouble? It's a slow poke down from afar. 70 should be able to deal with the life drain, so they'll stop the medic, but he has repaired a decent chunk of the damage. Even Beyond's looking to get involved as well. They'll assassinate the Pugner into the back line. They've isolated Dome as well with the RP underneath the T2 tower, but the vacuum into the double blast off. It looks like Team Zero should be able to swarm deep, but DQQ will offer some assistance. Now Summer's rotated as well. We'll slap away the life of the techies. Now wants to turn to 70 as well, but he's going to be lacking some control. So it looks like either side able to reset.
They could have just hit this tower. They got to stop a lot of these TPs from coming in.
Might be a bit too late for them to do it.
Yeah. So another fight that goes relatively well for Holy Grail. You know, they're able to defend their areas. It's really around SJ. Still able to use the nerfed version of the life drain to keep his core safe, but obviously at the cost of his own life. But took a little bit longer to do it than I'm sure they might have been hoping for. You know, just that casual cloak that he's holding on to, had the full magic wand charges onto himself as well. And even the Faded Brooch for his positioning on a hero that really isn't lacking for movement speed.
Radiant's middle tower.
Just a love tap from ZZQ. Hello, my friend. Thanks for the tower. Pretty low level on ZZQ, actually. Hope he's able to get some me time. He's a hero that also gets a lot of value out of some items if he's able to find that net worth. DQQ. He's got Summer with him. It's going to be a 2 for 2. Looks like Team Zero, though, playing a little bit more cautionary. Meanwhile, bottom lane, though, gone. Is he going to be in some danger? CTY doesn't really have much damage just yet. Gun will be able to deal with the bug. And they will not continue on for more. Meanwhile, 70 solo use of the Rolling Thunder with the help of the DD. Gets a big kill as well. So a lot of action going in our lanes, but finally it's going to be 1 kill picked up.
Yeah, you have to wonder about the Pugner pick, right? Like, is it going to be able to be all that impactful in a lot of these fights, right? Like, it doesn't have any hero that you, like, need to constantly be playing aggressively with. You can see Garn, he's, like, kind of preventing the lanes from getting pushed in while farming the jungle at the same time, trying to keep up in net worth. He doesn't quite have vision on him, but there we go. They get the charge through, but again, it's under a tower.
They had TPs. First one. All right, they have TPs indeed. That's everyone.
Waiting for the
They're going
bulldoze.
to try and turn it around now. DQ, 70 to the rescue. Diffuser blade slow, helps get some separation. Still might, well, will tick out now with the Bramble connecting. That's a lot of information though. You only lose the Spirit Breaker, multiple TP, well again, every TP down to bottom. So they will have about a minute window where they can kind of do anything they want on the map.
It's true. CTY has to be a little bit careful here. You just picked up the Blink Dagger on the Magnus as well, but he doesn't have a TP to be able to join them
Lincoln's
down on
pops.
this bottom side.
Fingers with the time lapse.
If you're going to go into a Blink Dagger on Mag, you got to make use out of it. I really don't want to see him just revealing out on the lane unless it's going to be able to secure a kill. And you can see, like, even moving away from this area that he could very easily be farming. Of course, Summer can go back and do it as well, but yeah, he just needs to join together with the Dark Willow, with the Bat Rider. look to use this Bedlam, Lasso, RP combination to full effect. Team Zero not exactly making it easy, just keeping those lanes shoved in, playing aggressively themselves, putting Spirit Breaker on the front lines with that bulldoze.
They just got a double D ward inside Radiant jungle. So this fight now with the blink reveal gets that much more difficult without the vision.
And it's nighttime.
How do you find the opening? Maybe SJ tries to dangle his life.
Oh, that's pretty good. They
Dom's gonna be ready. RP drag back into the Terrorize. They've got the lasso instead. Beautifully done. And that was the thing
Summer's
we were
getting
worried about.
charged.
Meanwhile, top lane though. Summer's going to be in a lot of danger. Rainbow TPs, can he stay alive long enough? He's got to get pretty cute with the armlet toggles. At least the first TP is going to be
Nice
SJ. Provides him an infest target. And as soon as they see the backup, Team Zero, they're going to do a quick U-turn and get out.
Well, they get that good value out of it. You know, once again, it was a really long-range use of... What even was it that ended up being able to pop the Linkens in the first instance? I don't think Willow was
Maybe
close
just-
enough for the Cursed Crown.
Was Pugnet? Pugnet was there, right? Probably just Decrep or Life Drain.
Yeah, probably Life Drain. It's Decrep's tiny range too. If you're getting close
Oh,
enough, you're
yeah.
probably dead.
But that's always going to be the thing, though. You will always get RP'd, and that is into skewer back to the team.
Yeah.
And that's going to be enough time for them to be able to get rid of the Lincolns. So he's going Deso next item on CTY, so it feels like he needs a damage. I really wonder what he wants to go afterwards, if it's going to be a little bit more survivable, what the choice is going to be for the Weaver.
Yeah, maybe something like Manta wouldn't be the worst for him, just to be able to, again, get out of the Decrep, get out of the Brambles, get out of the sticky day palms that he might have on him, not force him to go into like an earlier time lapse that he might like. Gives plenty of stats too.
Very, very even game we've got, though. Minimal net worth lead for Team Zero. Do you feel like there's a side that's happier with the status of this game 20 minutes in?
Before I answer that, I'm just having a look at like some of the people that we haven't really been talking about, and Beyond is probably number one. Look at his quick buy, an Orchid on a Darkseer. When do we see that come through?
When have we? Because we definitely have, right?
Sure, but it's been like a mid Darkseer, I think, when it's been picked up or something like that. That's just looking to be a little bit more active.
Was there not some crazy offlane that we're going orc? Maybe I'm thinking of a different hero mid lane. RP, drag back, chain control. No value out of that item. Dome wanting to shut him down completely, and he's done so back-to-back fights. 2 deaths in a row is really going to see TY.
Dire structures are
I gotta say, I mean, one death, it's understandable. They didn't know the situation with the Blink RP. Second one, that's probably the only mistake that you can afford this entire game. If he, hello? Techies?
Yeah, I seen some danger. Just tries can, but meanwhile gone. He's found an
Drags him
opening
into
with
the
a
bramble.
lasso. And look, separate. They're making sure that there's no for the back wall to potentially turn it around. So holy grail, bit of a pep in their step. Find multiple kills. Doms even looked EQ as well, but when our vision, regardless, a great fight into a T1 tower. They can now look to lead into the jungle, get a little bit of farm, or be able to drop some vision.
Man, Dom probably would have been able to get a Blink Skewer back onto the Pango as well, but Pango is holding onto the Dragon Scale, so he had that Afterburn still dealing that ticking damage. They finally ping out their Wisdom Rune. They've got 2. It's matured. So, I mean, honestly, give me the Willow picking that one up. Get level 12 as quickly as possible. Looks like he should get it anyway with SJ picking up both of them. But, yeah, I'm just wondering like how the Darkseer is going to be able to play together with the rest of the team around this Orchid, you know, right? Because what I was saying before the rest of that fight broke out is that CTY, that's the one mistake that he could afford to have. You know, he needs to realize that if I can't see the Magnus, I am under threat of dying unless I'm farming like incredibly safe inside my jungle. Both of the times he's been like, you know, in the middle of the map away from a tier 1 tower or like underneath a tier 2 at bottom. With this Deso, might be looking to provide himself with a little bit of extra survivability off the back of the Aegis of the Immortal. Lucky shot as well, helping them take it nice and quick.
They
got a tier 2 top. It's a bit of a trade.
yeah, bit of a trade. Gonna be happy with that now though. I would like to see them group up now on Team Zero, because there is still always that opportunity where if CTY is split pushing, where you'll just be happy to RP and kill the first life and just reset and have a minute of farming. So Team Zero, they will play together. Already see that Holy Grail are starting to group down bottom. Summer is a huge item in the Nullifier. He's so rich. Those back-to-back kills, he's completely separated himself with CTY's net worth. So this Nullifier is going to be a really big issue for Team Zero in these upcoming fights now.
Yeah, for sure. Be careful he doesn't get caught at the start of the fights, though. Maybe they're just trying to bait.
Kill him? We'll see. They'll try and jump. Dom's always going to be ready to counter-initiate. The Rolling Thunder pass through Ice Ice is over the chain control, but Summer activates the Rage and now turns, beats onto Ice Ice. Now CTY be able to get the Sakuchi up to the north, but it's an all-out retreat, 7-8. Well, they'll be able to stop them short. Jules to cancel the TP. As this was not the fight they were looking for. They thought they had the damage of the Lifestealer, able to shrug it off with ease.
Just another one of these games, you know, where the lanes go much better than we were expecting off the back of, like, a weird setup. You know, the Techies Darkseer lane still went pretty well, but you ran the Spirit Breaker into the Willow, you took the Spirit Breaker away from the Darkseer. It'll go back a little bit more in, like, Team Zero's favor off the back of still having this Aegis, off the back of... Oh, they didn't even have to pop the RP, I guess. That's the downside. But Spirit Breaker's got the Shadow Blade now for himself as well, so maybe you won't be able to get that Bramble set up. Maybe he's actually going to be enabled in these next few fights.
He's crazy! He's crazy! No, okay. Well, might need an ulti, though. They're going to get the lasso. They'll kill him a second time. Got RP at the ready. Let's see how quick the fingers are going to be. There's the Bramble. Instant setup after the Aegis. That is a crazy play to try and cut two waves. He got away with the first one. Thought he could get away with the second, but Holy Grail reacted in time. And now they might even be able to get ZZQ top lane. Harpoon is online. Don't skewer back into gun. This is starting to get pretty messy.
So that's kind of the way that I was expecting CTY to be playing, right? Off the back of this Lincolns. It means that you are afforded to play like that, but not if you know that they're all down there already. You kind of want to bait out movements to the other side of the map to enable the rest of your team to be able to farm while still being survivable yourself. But, I mean, he just ran into the Lion's Den there and, you know, got instantly wiped out. Again, it cost a lot of heroes to be able to do it. And, you know, I was about to say at least everyone else was farming, but then you have the poor Spirit Breaker who, even with that Shadow Blade, still dies at the end of everything.
This is not like Zero had this crazy late game Darkseer potential against the Terrorblade or Morphling. Like, you've gone this Orchid, and now Lifestealer already pretty much has a Satanic. I mean, he's still 1,200 gold away, but with how much farm he's been getting, that's not going to take too long at all. So,
can they kill Dom?
They may be able to. He's got the boys starting to tip in. Have they got the damage?
Oh, DQQ.
Oh my lord, they can't even kill Dome. Everyone shows up to keep him alive. Holy Grail, quick on the TPs for another time this game. Just the boys always there, the nick of time gone. Back-to-back performances for him. He's been exceptional, 8-2-12. It is all Holy Grail's game, and they're looking for CTY as well. They got the ward on the cliff. They are well aware of where the Weaver is farming. Let's see if the two is going to have enough between Dome and DQQ. RP on down for another 10. Or terrorize as well, so it's going to be difficult.
Ooh, just off the mark.
Oh, great read though. Goes out to the right, so they'll get the yours. Won't be able to set up for the Bramble, but it has bought enough time for the RP to be back up. So as the time lapse to be able to play with a CTY. Just gets it off. He might be able to find it. Who's the buy for Dire? Blink away. Destroys one, but not the second.
God, I hate that little runt.
Just listen to the Dark Willow's voice like, God, I hate that little rat.
Wait, what? Is that what it said? Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Summer? Are they? We saw what happened last time. This guy seems very untouchable.
Even got Dom there playing under that high ground vision.
They're going to go for CTY. Got the burst potential. They do not.
They need Bat Rider.
They'll drag it back though. Someone needs to protect CTY. Ice Ice going to be able to jump in. Still Summer's ready to go. Garn finds the last of the target's going to be the Weaver. Summer instantly turns his attention over to CTY. Can it get out though? Weaver will pop to the damage over time. Beyond's going to be able to get a decent wall combo off, but
Willow's
no
coming.
one is there to follow up. It's just to kill onto
Blink
the
yours.
Pugna. ZZQ is going to try and buy them some valuable seconds to get the other members out of danger.
They want more.
But it's a
Oh,
sacrifice
what a
of his
flame
own
break.
life, and Beyond looks like he might not be able to escape as well. Lasso up in 8 gun. He can continue the chase. The sticky continuing to be built up. He'll even pop the BKB. Why not? They want to completely shut down Beyond, and they'll be able to do so. 70? Are they going to kill him? Surely they get DTQ. Are you serious? Can he get on the swashbuckle? He won't even be able to go for it because Garn's damage is incredible. Might be forced to use a defensive Rolling Thunder. It is not needed to keep his life, but man, Holy Grail are just demolishing them.
Yeah. Who would you say is playing the best this game? Not
Don.
team, individual players. I mean, DQQ has been pretty good, man.
DQQ has been very good. And I also think, just those 2 RPs that Dom had, just nothing crazy. It's really
Changed the
nothing
game.
crazy, but it's just his read. It's just like, all right, that's the only person I need, right? So go for the Weaver, RP him, kill him 2 times. Now we see C2I has no game. So if we're going to say MVP, at least at this stage, I'd definitely give it to Garn, but it's felt like everyone has had their moments.
Dom hasn't some sort of aversion to picking up a TP scroll, even when he's got the money for it. Like, this is one thing that I really don't like about how he plays the game. Because, like, now if they see this underneath the vision, he probably isn't going to show himself on the creep wave, but he did briefly. Like, Weaver is enabled to go for this, like, ballsy start, because he's still got the Lincoln Sphere, and you need that RP to be able to catch him out. You can even see ZZQ's protecting him, so they're trying to go for a bit of a trade here, but actually charging all the way back to base is that Spirit Breaker. Look at the line drawn by Khan on the map as well, saying he's coming from here, boys. And they'd be able to stop it, though.
It's a hard defense, though. Like, how do you stop Summer? Because as soon as you show, you have to expect more than likely a ward's going to be set up.
Ooh,
Infest comeback, CTY. Lincoln's pop. Lasso there. And the damage provided from Summer.
The gem on Summer, just revealing all. Maybe just expecting that, you know what, it's a Bat Rider. Maybe he has it. The Lifestealer probably wasn't expecting him to have it off the back of that, but it's really giving them a ton of value this time around. I hear an RP.
That, yeah, onto Beyond, it looks like. And they even have a vision of Ice. So Ice retreating to the right. So they should catch up to him. What do you know? Lasso's about to be back up. 50-second cooldown. Very cool, very cool. So Ice, you know, he had a great start to the techies once again. But he'll make him work for it, even forcing out a BKB from Garn. He's proving to be a bit of a pest. Someone's able to catch up to him. Flawless. I don't know how Garn gets it, but of course he deserves it as well. But your Summer 609, another catch as well from Dome. Skewer back into the lasso.
Yoink.
Easy like that.
Man, Willow's even going for an Octarine herself. I mean, for a hero like the Bat Rider, honestly, you kind of like the new build-up as well. You know, you want more mana regeneration coming through from that Octarine core. Same sort of thing with like an Invoker. You're not really lacking for, you know, the HP regen off the back of it for both of these heroes, so... Oh. You can't make a turnaround. You need that Spirit Breaker. The only reason these team fights haven't gone even worse for Team Zero right now has been off the back of ZZQ. And I mean, the man is 1-7-0, but I really feel like his impact has been much higher than that.
This could be the final fight of the game. Fake back from
We talk
Holy
about them
Grail.
playing around at their vision. I mean, there's a ward inside your base, my guys. You can't reveal out of position. They'll take a freebie.
And there's going to be no response. Team Zero will have to watch their support die. No buyback as well for him, so 40 seconds with a 4v5. They might just RP, Dome. And good spot, they got a glimpse, runs into the Bramble. Does get the time lapse off. Now the counter initiate's going to be there as well. Beyond tries to get in, drops down the wall, but gets no illusions. And how are you going to be able to take the fight now for Team Zero? Dome solo used the RP onto the pain clear. This might be able to enable CTY if he's not really too concerned about any stuns, but they are just way too far behind. They can't take fights with the numbers disadvantage. This Holy Grail will break the surge, catch up to him, and now even look to CTY as well.
You can't go for more rat play, can you, CTY? You can't try and pick off SJ, can you? Oh, he sees him. He's bottling up a little bit. Kill the pug nut. Oh, not fast enough.
Oh,
Who's got the gem? That's got the gem now.
get up to him. Bye-bye,
Flash is
CTY.
up, by the way. All right, let's give Gun the MVP.
Has he died? 2 deaths. GG.
Twice.
Very, very solid performance from Holy Grail. They'll give Team Zero their first defeat. Of course, they've, in all their victories, it has been flawless so far from them, but Holy Grail had their number and really showcasing a big reason why they haven't lost this series as well. Yes, they've dropped some maps, but Holy Grail are a incredible team, and this was a beatdown.
All right, I just double-checked the kill participation. 31 out of 33 kills for Gun.
Oh,
like, he
all
was
right.
a
All
part
right.
of everything. He was roaming around the map. He was doing an amazing job in his lane. Again, it really feels like a bit of an own goal, though, for Team Zero, right? Like, they go this style where it's a Pango into the Batrider, and they picked it knowing that was the matchup potentially with this new change. So I feel like Gun got a lot more out of that lane than what he was expecting, and they also didn't lane the Darkseer with the Spirit Breaker. So that was another part of why we felt these lanes would probably go a little bit better for Team Zero than they did in that specific game. And then, you know, we talk about CTY needing to do a few creative things to be able to, you know, keep these lanes pushed out, and maybe thinking that, you know, with an Aegis, with a Lincoln Sphere, I'll be A-okay. But, you know, just went for that one little rat play a little bit too much.
Yeah, that one little play was the start of the end for the boys on Team Zero. So, yeah, I mean, we spoke about it in the game. I think Gun, well deserving of a MVP. I think you have to take out the Batrider, right? This is, I mean, another incredible performance from him. So we've seen them put a lot of priority on this hero now. It was the off lane, now it's going to be the mid. So we'll see. We'll see how the bans look heading into the next game. Because I think Batrider overall, even with some of the nerfs that we saw in 7.33D, it still feels like a very, very strong hero. So, of course, I mean, you've got a lot of experience on Team Zero, captained by TI winner as well, Mr. Blink. So they'll have a pretty good idea of what to do, but they're going to be in a position where they haven't been so far.
In a loss, even just a single game loss, pathetic building damage, honestly, from Gun.
Yes.
I might want to reassign my MVP off the back of that, but you know, this is right. This is why we were both really looking forward to this series, right? The two undefeated teams in terms of series, and now, you know, Team Zero, they're made to bleed for the first time. But like we said, they go for a really unconventional carry position pick, and we kind of see why. You know, you were a little bit uncertain about the item progression as well, going that first item Lincoln's, not enabling them to scale into being that real tower taker, wasn't able to bully Dolem out of the lane at all. He didn't die a single time on that Magnus for 18 kill participation, and yeah, not laning the Darkseer and their speed together.
So
You know, it feels like a lot of things. We were valuing their individual skill, but Holy Grail obviously showing us that they've got that in spades too.
yes, that they do indeed. We saw kind of sparks of it in game one, and then it really just bursted out in the second game as well, which means, you know, we go the distance here. We'll see who's going to be able to remain undefeated in the final tour of the year. Who's going to come out on top? We'll find out after the break. We are back for our final game of the night. We get to determine who is going to remain undefeated in Tour 3. We've got a draft set. What do you know, Denok? Batrider is taken care of. Looks like Morphling is going to stay banned as well, which means Techies is let through the pool. This time, Holy Grail have first pick though, so if they want the Techies, they can snag it.
I was about to let loose the biggest yeah boy of my life, but no, it was not the case. And you know what? Another hero that I do like, the Beastmaster, gets let through, so I'm okay with this. You know, more about the slot, more drums. Give me more of that beat. Oh,
What
yeah. I know I like to reference pro players and their tweets a lot. Quinn had another mold sesh on Twitter about this hero. He's like,
what did he say?
It's just like it's the dumbest hero of all time. Like it's really busted, like top 5 pick overall, and then it gets like a 1% nerf to spell amplification talent or something, and nothing else changes. Yeah, it's like I can kind of see your point this time, Quinn.
I'm gonna try to get it up. I want to see it firsthand.
Mm-hmm. I think he also complains about Universal Heroes and roll them back. That might have been Crit, actually, that said something about Universal Heroes being the dumbest patch, and he feels like this patch is made for 2 to 4K players or something. Coincidentally, coming after losses a lot of these times, so maybe there's just a little bit of salt coming through there. What happened to Western Europe, bro?
F that region. Been losers.
6 slots for what?
6 slots? Yeah, I mean, what's going on? Where are you in Dream League? Oh, losers! Oh my god,
I mean,
makes
okay,
me so happy.
Gaiman is the one that I can understand because they're already qualified, right? They're the one, but they're the one out of the 6 that actually made it through.
Yeah. No, it's just an outlier event. You have a stand-in on. I mean, it is. So I'm not gonna. We really. I know we're kind of joking around, but some people take us seriously. So
can you tell me who your copium supplier is so that I can hit him up?
Well, Tundra had stand-in. Secret played much better than was expected. I mean,
that's a
no
plus point for Europe, not a negative point.
Yeah. OG with. Well, yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but
the guy that helped them win Stockholm Major, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And it's no, look, honestly, good. I'm glad there's only one team from Europe, because I think everyone else that's there deserves the limelight. I think with 3 Eastern European teams, which is great to see. Got a couple, of course, just one South American team. Southeast Asia's there with Helen, so
100% success rate for Southeast Asia.
Let's go. 100% for Eastern Europe as well, and Western Europe, screw you guys. But
China,
no, I
too.
do. Yeah, true. Are they 100%? Yeah, Astor and
LG.
True. So, I mean, I think Western Europe are going to place. Where are you, NA? Sorry, maybe. Nah, it's right. They get shit on too much. I'm not gonna join it. But no, we got a nice representation over at Dream League, which is going to be nice. But enough about them. You of course brought up with the Timbersaw. I also agree. It did look like with what Quinn said, like. Some of the broken heroes didn't get nerfed. Why? Like, what's kind of going on there? I'm at least just happy. Like, maybe I was sort of like half glass full. Like, at least we got a patch. That's something. Some things got nerfed, which is nice. Maybe not as enough of some others, but at least we got a patch.
Sure, I can see that. I'm interested to see if he looks to go into the Eternal Shroud this game, because again, feels pretty good for a Timbersaw. It is a little bit more of like a defensive build compared to what we've been used to in a lot of recent times. You just see the Kai Assange for the Timbersaw. You won't have like a Pugner to keep you buffed up, so that's the downside. But they increased the Shroud mana conversion from 25% to 30%, and it's just been getting little bits of buffs over time, right? Increased strength bonus, increased, you get conversion from physical damage from spells as well as mana, so things like Sleight of Fist, for example, that don't deal magical damage. Also had a 200 cost reduction to it from its recipe, so little things over time. I feel like maybe this will be enough to be able to push it over. I mean, especially against heroes like the Pugner and the Willow, right? Lots of magic damage coming through there.
What do we think of the Willow overall as a hero, though? Like, besides what he's up against this game? I know we did just see it last as well, but there's been a lot of talk about universal heroes, and of course even universal heroes in the lane. Techies is very strong to be able to bully heroes out. Dark Willow has one of the best base attack times, right? Like very good attack animation. Is that something that do we feel like this hero is undiscovered? Because his spells are very impactful as the game goes on too. A lot of control, a lot of damage. You can push out waves. So do you feel like people are just undervaluing this hero, or is it kind of
no? I don't think so. I think it's rightly valued. I still think it's a bit of a niche pick hero. Like, you are lacking a lot of things that these other like busted universal heroes have. Like your armor that you start off with is pretty small, like 2. Your mobility, 290. So you compare that to, some of these other fast heroes that have like 320, for example. It's busted there. And even just your stat gain across the board, right? 2 strength per level, 1.3 agi per level, 2.6 intellect per level. That's not a lot relative to a lot of other things. And then even just the attack range, right? 475. Compare that to Techie's 700. There's a lot of reasons as to why, a hero might be good, but I would have to say probably the universal factor of the Willow specifically is not one of them.
Okay. Well, regardless though, besides that, I know I asked you the question directly about the Willow, but at least for this game, we get to see it once again because it was a great performance on it last game. So we'll see if it's going to have as much value. And for Holy Grail, you are looking for your carry hero. So Terrorblade banned out, of course, matches up very well versus the Alchemist as the game goes on. I really wonder if there'll be a consideration for an Ursa. And I only say that just because of the core matchups, even though I think that hero is not very good at the moment, and we're not seeing it for a good reason, but does play
also
very
into
well.
the edge, the overpower.
That is true, actually.
Dispel as well.
That's a very, very good point.
So it doesn't feel that great. I mean, could they lifesteal her?
Banned, just got banned.
Okay. Damn. I'm also wondering, like, the Alchemist is something that Team Zero had banned out both games, I think in the first phase as well.
Yes, first phase of game one, yeah.
It really is a summer specialty. So I'm a little surprised that Holy Grail didn't pick it up a bit sooner. But if there's anyone that's going to know how to beat it, it's them. I mean, what can you even afford to play? Oh, +1 Wyvern. Give me the +1 Wyvern. Damn. I mean, this is pretty good too.
Instant response. Hey, there you go, the Wyvern.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. So it's going to be your mid Wyvern, which of course has a lot of value versus the Pangolier with the Winter's Curse. Against the Bloodseeker is going to be really nice as well because he always relies on BKB and running at people. So if you want to curse him as well. Besides that, they do have a decent amount of damage inside the Court Embrace. So it's not like it's a guaranteed free save, but how do you get on top of the Wyvern in this game, Tenok? Like, that is always the one concern about this hero, like, is your positioning. It's a little bit easier as a core because you can go into, like, the Scepter early on and maybe you have a little bit more stats, but you have this game an Alchemist, a Timber, and even an Enchantress to play in front of you, and it's really only the Pango that will ever be able to find you. So how are they actually ever...
Find you...
Sure,
Beastmaster will find you.
Yes, find you, but you know what I mean.
Who can get you? Like, I think that's going to need to be the case of, like, does Dom need to go an earlier Blink Dagger than he might normally, just to be able to use that vision, to be able to find the Wyvern and take him out at the start of the fights? Or, off the back of the Hawk Vision, is it on Pangolier, on Garn, to be able to get that Rolling Thunder and just try and chain stun it? Because you do legitimately need to be perfect. And again, it's not like a guaranteed chain stun anymore like it used to be. So if you're even off the mark for a tiny part, that's enough time for you to be able to get off that Winter's Curse and, just reset the whole team fight. So it's really going to be on 70's position in a lot of these engagements.
Do you think always the one weakness about him is, again, early on, and especially being in the mid lane, you're a hero that relies on not getting swarmed under your tower. Do we think that's a possibility this game with the supports that Holy Grail are playing with? Can they rotate early to the mid lane?
All these tips. I think maybe, especially the Dark Willow has the potential to be able to do that, right? Like, if you get into the Rolling Thunder, you can use that to, like, bump back into the Brambles, for example. Again, Terrorize, you mentioned the fact that the Cold Embrace doesn't really save you at all against a Dark Willow. You can't even, like, curse to be able to stop a Bedlam on, for example. So as long as we see DQQ playing away from the rest of the team, which he probably will, he's a very, very good Dark Willow player, then Wyvern might have a little bit of trouble.
30 seconds to battle.
This really is like 70s game to win for them, though. It's a great last pick.
It feels like everyone else is going to have a lot of value as well. And there's some pretty good abilities for Rubik to steal. We had Quinn said it himself in the tweet. I think this hero is very, very strong right now too. Ice will be our first blood. DQQ is going to be the one rewarded with that. So we've seen what he's been able to do on the Dark Willow. Now give him some bonus gold to work with in the early game. It's going to make it that much more difficult.
Bit of a different build that he's going for this game, and it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? He's already got the urn queued up, but Spirit Vessel against Wyvern, Alchemist, Timbersaw feels pretty amazing.
So see how fast he's able to get towards that. Again, that goal is going to help out. So shall see what the case is going to be. I've been wrong both games now in my prediction. We both have? Okay, we both have. Thank you for joining me with that. But I will not be wrong this game because Team Zero are going to win, and that is that.
You know what? I'll just make one of us be wrong. Let's go Holy Grail.
I know you're trying to make me look good, and I appreciate it. I know you wanted to say Team Zero, but when they win and you lose, people will praise me instead of you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Never say I don't do anything for you. I'm going against a Wyvern. Come on.
How dare you? How dare... This is, you do have to kind of sing your praises. I don't know if you've been mentioning it on stream, but a lot of the time off stream, you've been saying to me like, this Wyvern's not a good support, but if it's going to get played, it's going to be played as a core. And we are really seeing that. It's taken a little bit of time for it to rise in popularity, but I think we're finally starting to see it be very, very situational, but there have been a decent chunky games now.
I gotta say, even as a support, it really has been saving me after my MMR got hemorrhaged by the recalibration. Even though I had an 11 and 4. Yeah, I've been spamming it as well. And I mean, it's pretty decent. You just need to build greedier as a support. You start off with, a bunch of extra stats. You can maybe go like Arcane Boots, Solar Crest, but then straight Ags after that. And you can honestly carry games even as a position 4 or 5.
Okay, I was just going to say is we actually have top lane, ZZQ goes down. So I do want to continue to speak about the Wyvern. We saw a while back, like position 4 Wyvern was pretty common. I think it was really with the change to Curse where you could do damage inside it. Do we think that could be a possibility?
That was like when Crit was spamming it at TI 7, was it? Or something like that?
No way it was that long. No way. Come on.
It was a long time ago.
Really?
Yeah.
You would know, sure. But okay, so fine. A very long time ago. But there was a stage where we're getting like a lot of pos for Wyverns where you're going like a damage build. Like Katomi would do it on Entity where it'd go like an Orchid and really just be like this right-click threat and a lot of kill potential. Do you feel like that's something that could be possible, especially with the Universal?
Well, Witchblade with Universal doesn't really make a lot of sense is the thing, right? Like, if you're going to go a little bit more of that early-ish trading build, just go, like, Power Treads. But I feel like you sacrifice way too much of, like, the rest of your team's tempo. I don't think you could afford to go that greedy. So something that provides you some nice mana regeneration, like the Arcane Boots, like the Solar Crest, that still has pretty good synergy together with the Winter's Curse, right? Just Solar Crest, whoever's getting hit, and then everyone else hits him much faster. And also gives that armor reduction, feels very impactful. And then you could afford to get greedier, like it doesn't really matter what stat item you go first. Basically just don't make it the point booster. So the normal way that I do it is like Ogre Axe Stark for Wizardry, the Blade of Alacrity, and then the point booster to finish it all off with. Because you're getting the benefit of the Universal Hero stat buffs, but then also, getting a lot of utility for, your health, which tends to be, getting picked off at the start of fights is not what you want as a Wyvern.
No, not at all. That is enough about the Wyvern. Let's see how the lanes are now shaping up. A couple of minutes in, and the Wyvern talk will continue. That's what happens when you have a Grandmaster Wyvern as a co-caster. But a very good start for all of Holy Grail. I mean, it's been just the Wyvern overtook the Bloodseeker, but 3 cores, free farming at the moment. A little bit surprised that Beyond isn't getting as much down bottom, but I think now once he's able to find his levels, this should be a pretty free lane for him.
Yeah, I think so as well. Again, like, this is one of those heroes that it really does make a lot of sense to be able to go into that Vanguard against, right? Like, as long as, like, Bloodseeker's going to be hitting you a lot with the Blood Rage, and you've got 2 points in the reactive armor. There's really no one that's going to be able to bully him out of this lane until Willow hits 6. So I really don't think we need to pay a lot of attention to this lane. It really is just going to be like a last hit trading battle.
Looks like Dom is also going for the Helm Dom.
It's good against the Edge now. They changed the talent. There's no way for her to be able to take Ancient Creeps anymore.
When did they change that talent?
I want to say maybe C.
I still never really have a good read on when you go Helm of the Overlord or when you go Drums of Slum. So I thought there'd be value with the
it's not a bad Slum game. Don't get me wrong, but I just really feel like they need to kind of up the pace before Wyvern gets really strong, or they need something else that, you know, kind of diverts attention away that stops them from being able to just sit out here and farm. Maybe just more stuff to make space for Summer, because it's not a bad Bloodseeker game. But he needs time.
It's really not. I mean, he can play versus these heroes on Dire. That's the eventually you will have that pure damage with the blood. With the Ag Shard. The 70 almost goes down. We even have to keep in mind as well, you've got the Rupture Terrorize combo, so that is a lot of kill potential as well. So, Summer can find his farm. He can definitely get them over the finish line, but it's just a question, like, I think this lane gets a little bit more difficult shortly once Beyond gets 6. There's some kill threat. I'd like to see them rotate some of the supports down, but they first need to try and secure the lane, and they will not be able to get the rune, though.
So much attention around this mid lane. There's 6 heroes here.
God, I love money.
I was going to say, I thought he was going to try and steal the bounty with the haste, but it was a quick dispel. He still got the bounty nonetheless from DQQ. And are they going to get ZZQ though? Dom's nearby, 3 points up, but the axes. Is the damage going to be enough for the Bramble off the mark? That will not be the case. Now they'll turn back onto DQQ. Ice looking to get involved. A couple blood grenade enjoys and a concoction as well for good measure.
Can they kill Beyond?
No stuns though.
Down bottom is my real question. You've had Garn rotate down here, but he hasn't actually been able to find that initiation onto him, and I think he's been missing for long enough that he kind of knows what's up. So Beyond should be able to get away here. Oh, no, the Rupture.
Ooh. He's in a lot of trouble now. Should be enough to get the kill. That was just
Can yoink the Wisdom Rune too.
Oh, okay. Great sequence of events. It looks like ZZQ will at least steal Radiance Wisdom. He's going to go down, though, with Garn TPing. So this is a great past minute for Garn.
Oh. Is that a solo kill?
Yeah, maybe just a roar from the tree line. I mean, he still doesn't have Chemical Rage. So, yeah, that's a solo kill.
God damn.
Damn indeed. All right, what a great minute or so for Holy Grail.
He got hit by 3 separate wild axes there. Ended up being able to take out that Alchemist. Gonna go back towards the top side. Luckily for him, there are these 2 camps situated so close together that should be able to pull one into the other. Use that Acid Spray, hit up onto the level 6 real quickly. Pretty good Radiance game this time, though. Just more of that passive damage going out during the Rolling Thunder. Don't have to worry about the decrep. You can even potentially kill the Willow inside of the Shadow Realm.
Oh, bottom lane Summer. Rotation down from 70. A really interesting movement. Don't really see the Wyvern try and get involved too early on, but sees an opportunity to try and deal with Summer. Beyond's going to yoink the kill. Now this tower is going to be under a decent threat with the full creep wave they've got, along with 2 Universal Heroes beating into it, but does look like it's going to be traded for top tower.
Yeah, so the one thing that I'm really looking at here is that it's the issue that I was talking about with 70 when I'm playing Wyvern as a support, is that no one on the team, with the exception of maybe the Timbersaw, is going to have Arcane Boots anytime soon. So I really feel like your effectiveness is going to be limited on Power Rune control, as well as potentially, like, you don't really want to go Arcane Boots as, like, core Wyvern. You want to go Power Treads instead. But you might be forced to, just because no one else is really going to have the farm to be able to get into it anytime soon, especially if the supports continue to get picked off like this.
They get the D-Ward as well. Extra thing to go the way of Holy Grail. And what do you do now for this map? Because Holy Grail are going to be able to get very active, because if we can compare Dire, you got 3 greedy cores. This Wyvern... You are not a playmaker. Again, quite surprised at how active you just got bottom to get the kill into Summer. So I feel like for Holy Grail, you got Helm Dom at the ready. It's going to be time to go for this mid tower shortly. And with 2 towers going down easily, it will be able to stop a little bit of the farm that Dai can get across the map.
It is. I think really the thing that they're going to be looking to play around is about 1,000 gold away. I mean, if they can kill him.
Huge kill. Raw, use early on to try and stop the concoction. He gets out. No way. They might be able to get ZZQ. They're going to be quick with a kill because still Team 0 are nearby. Jump over the top. They'll miss the damage of the shield crash, but it will not matter with a quick use of the wall gun. Rewarded with a kill. That's crazy. 2 TPs top from Team 0. They don't get the kill into Dome. They, in fact, get their own kill and should even be able to secure the power rune. So this early game is going incredibly well for Holy Grail.
Is indeed. I mean, you talk about Wyvern lacking that playmaking potential. At least he hasn't gone like full greed. He's going into the Atos first. Still a very stat-efficient item, but it enables you to potentially get this kill onto something like the Pangolier, right? Prevent him from being able to get that roll-up. Plenty of damage coming through from your right-clicks. Even just Timbersaw looking to come in and just wipe him off the map. Although, it is a very, like, defensive skill build and item build coming through from Beyond on his Timbersaw, right? 2 points reactive armor, just the 1 point in the welding death so far, no progression towards the Kai Assange, so it's going to be a while until he really feel his presence as anything other than just like a passive lane pusher.
I don't think we will. I think he's maybe considers like an early Lotus. There's a lot of value out of it this game. Do you really think he needs to go damaged with the heroes that he has? Like, I feel like he just needs to
prolong
not die
the game.
in the early, yeah, prolong the game, just not die early on. And if you can get towards the stage where Elk and Wyvern has their items, then you'll be able to, you've done your job.
My issue is I just don't know if they have enough to be able to combine together with this Wyvern and he's trying to get active. You know, like a lot of Dota drafting is like when one hero is strong, the other is weak and vice versa. And I just don't feel like there's going to be anyone, excuse me, to be able to pair together with this Wyvern in her relatively strong period once she picks up this Atos.
Come on, sprites.
She's 7-8, trying to catch up to DQQ. Won't be able to get in range though, so a little bit of time wasted. Nothing too crazy is going on. We do have a bit of a spike for Garn now, but the Diffuser Blade getting completed. So still this tower hasn't gone down. Isis is going phylactery on the Rubik.
Oh, don't see that too often.
Do not.
We even see that on Bounty, Visage, Brood occasionally, and that's about it.
Yeah, I think your first two mainly. So, we'll see how much value. I know people have attempted to go for it on the Rubik, seen it a couple of times, but see how it's going to be able to feel. We've got both sides looking for an own smoke. It's pretty much the same movement. You got your mid laner with your 5. Same for Holy Grail as well. They're going to be able to read this. Top lane, both they go with the smoke. Dom, though, he's going to be the target, but they're close by to be able to protect him. Curse used early on. SJ's got the 6, so Dom, he's not going to go down. We're more than okay. But no one will be killed off. So, classic standoff between the two, but of course, Curse now expended.
I feel like now is absolutely the go time, right? Like, you have no Curse, you've got an Alchemist who, yeah, he's got the Radiance, but you don't really feel like you can fight until you've got that next big item after the Radiance. They've got good vision set up as well. And yeah, with that Diffusal Blade, they should be able to get a pick off for free, as they do. It's about converting it into more for mine. Like, they can see where 7E is playing. I really don't think he should be in a position where he's all that scared, though. Like, you've got even the Vlads, you know, as a contribution towards the Helm of the Overlord. They can just keep pushing on forward. No one can really just put themselves in front of this tower to stop them. Alk could try, but I still think he dies with just 1 point in the Chemical Rage, and they're pinging him out as soon as he shows on the lane. Rupture.
Does look like tower's going to be defended though. The top lane, Rupture out, CTY.
He's not just going to go with the TP.
Is Zenny boys gonna not even need it? Oh, they go back with a concoction. Still about a third duration left of the Chemical Rage.
They needed the stuns here.
Organ went in tower range as well, so now stolen Bramble from Ice and okay, bit of an awkward attempt. They thought they had enough. CTY stands strong, and then Ice and ZZQ come nearby to protect him. That's a big kill onto Garn.
That's a huge mistiming, honestly. And the fact that CTY ends up getting it as well just brings him again closer to his aggressive item, his Blink Dagger. You know, he wants to make sure that he's able to get into this so that he can make the jump onto the Bloodseeker before he gets into the BKB. Might even die before that happens.
CTY, can he get the stun off? He can. Looks like SJ's nearby, though. Should be enough once again with the Pugner.
The power of Zuck.
Oh, we've got the Wisdom Rooms as well, so it looks like should be a 1-for-1. No one's really in a position for Holy Grail to snag the opposite side, but we have a very even game, but it's about to break out of control. And with this Blink on Alchemist, you're ready to go. You've got the Helm of the Overlord from Dome as well, so we're about to see some bigger fights now occur.
Oh yeah, he's actually ours it. So Timber is going into that Kaya Sange build, just feeling like they did need a little bit more damage, potentially even just to deal with the Helm of the Overlord creep, honestly. But, I mean, it's a pretty good thing to be able to catch nearby for a Winter's Curse, right? The amount of damage that it does, especially at this earlier stage.
7E getting chased down with a Rolling Thunder from Garn. Is anyone going to be able to protect him, though? Garn's locked onto his target as he got the damage just by himself. They'll even turn with the Roar as well onto Ice Ice. Should be a double kill. Garn can't finish his meal. Finally does with the shield crash. Connects onto all three as well. So with the mitigation, Garn will shrug off the damage. CTY though, it's a big concoction. Beyond's going to try and provide extra assistance, but now they might just turn onto the Alchemist and deep under the Tier 2 tower, but it will not matter. No one goes down on Holy Grail, and they might be able to find a 5-man wipe, but Beyond is too difficult of a task for them to overcome, but they are happy with this engagement of 4-for-0 and the tower as well.
And the tower as well. That's the big thing, right? Just more usage out of this Beastmaster Helm of the Overlord. They just want to consistently take out this areas of the map, make sure that this greedy draft that wants to be consistently farming is going to be punished time and time again. And it's just about survivability, right? They know that they've got the sustain. You're playing with a Bloodseeker, you're playing with a Pugner, you're playing with Vlads. So you're going to have a lot of that health regeneration to be able to take consistent fights, just as long as you're not dying at the very start of them. And so things like the BKB provide you a lot of that utility. They've even got Spirit Vessel coming up in 100 gold as well for DQQ. So even more answers towards this Timber, Wyvern, even the Enchantress, and the Alchemist, of course.
This top fight doesn't look like it's going to be too easy as well with all the vision that's set up.
Oh, he plays
CTY. Okay, he activates the Chemical Rage. Rolling Thunder, though. Garn's going to be able to close the distance with the Rupture. CTY has to stand in the middle, but there's just too much damage. He can't tank it off, and Holy Grail, they can look to try and clean up. They've used all their spells, though, so can't really get any more vital kills. Mainly ZZQ. Summer's BKB's expired, though. This is a big kill. He steps way too far forward, and all right,
wasn't expecting the stolen
carries. What else can they get, though? Okay, so yeah, both carries just go a bit too far forward.
I think it just does come down to that Bedlam, right? They probably still wouldn't have had the damage to be able to take him out if not for that steal. You got to remember that it's with Arcane Supremacy, so a spell that already deals a ton of damage is just amped up even further by the Rubik passive. So I think if Summer dies and you take the Tier 2 tower, it's not horrible. But now, I mean, they still have a tiny bit of control over this top area of the map. You even just see, look at all the wards on the top half of the map. This is all anyone wants to be able to compete against. And for Holy Grail, they want to really be able to take away this top area of the tower, so it's a bit harder for Team Zero to go for that Roshan attempt, for example, because it's pretty easy for them to take it with an Alchemist and with a Timbersaw. They'll maintain it, though. They've still got a really deep Observer Ward as well that scouted out this movement up towards the top side of the top lane. Beyond putting himself in harm's way for now. Just a little bit short of that Kaya to complete the Kaya and Sange, but he's got a great healing Lotus as well to be able to enable his own survivability. Looks like it's the Pugner and the Beastmaster that's just doing the sieging work. I don't know if they can take Roshan in a minute. You think they're going to have the damage? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think they will.
All right. Nah, maybe with the Beastmaster creep.
A minute's a long time. Dude, what the heck?
All right,
They're
it's
doing
pretty
it
fast.
so fast. Oh my god, it's just like you have a pretty quick roach, honestly. It's not even like it was too slow.
That's right. You don't have to rub it in.
Yeah, you're definitely calculations were not on the mark there.
No, definitely not.
The best.
ZZQ is just saying, you know what, anything you can do, I can do better, but not the
70,
Wyvern.
yeah, nice bramble and terrorize. Dude, DQQ, man. Oh my lord. This guy's a baller. Just give him the Dark Willow. Look what he's able to do in our CTY. Ooh, blink away. Very close to getting caught out.
He's got the BKB at least for himself. I'm just thinking, like, is this eventually going to get to the stage where you even need to go a little bit more team-oriented on your Alchemist? Like, I know +2 damage per Grievous Greed stack is pretty important, but Acid Spray providing armor to target to allies is pretty good too. You know, if you get jumped on by this Pango, if you've got a Bloodseeker hitting a Wyvern or a Timbersaw without a reactive armor stacks, it's pretty impactful just to have all of that additional armor provided for free in the middle of an engagement. And they want to be fighting around like relatively closed in areas. You don't want to be moving around a lot because you're going up against a Bloodseeker.
I think they smoked onto that Hawk, although they're not really playing like they did. CTY, awkward position, gonna give Dome enough time to activate the BKB. At least he gets rid of the concoction though. I think that's a nice little chunk of change, and 250 into the banker CTY. They want to play behind the Alchemist. Bit of a window now for them with the BKB on cooldown here for the Beastmaster, and with CTY getting his own and level 15. Did go that Acid Spray, granting armor. Now they're starting to play behind him. They will split away though.
Can they take this bottom tower is the real question. Like CTY, he's gone a little bit far forward, but again, he's got that fresh BKB picked up. He actually did go the Acid Spray, providing armor. So I really value that. You know, before you get into even the AC for yourself, it provides you a big benefit because up until this point, Alk was really lacking in that department. He's even the one to be able to pick up the Wisdom Rune for himself to make sure that he's just getting towards those bigger target timings just that little bit sooner. You know, level 18 to provide a bit of extra survivability. Little friends as well, pretty good against the Helm of the Overlord.
Yes, that it is. I mean, you just spoke about the Wisdom Room. Dome was able to pick up theirs. It was even double Wisdom Room as well. So one was juiced up a little bit more. So he's level 16 and he's got a BKB. So we saw the BKB, but he's already got 1,300 gold.
Love the Blink Dagger picker. Yeah. And I was about to call it for Holy Grail about a minute ago when I saw Wyvern start the purchase towards the Witchblade. I really don't like this. I really wanted him to go into the Aghanim Scepter because the issues are still there, right? If he plays far enough on the backline, he should be fine.
Oh, they're going to go? Okay, that Thunder won't really provide them too much.
Arcane Rune, at least.
Just as... Yeah, true. So... I'll actually hold that because they're starting to posture a bit more aggressively here from Team Zero.
No
They
ward
want
to
to
be
take
able
a
to play
fight though.
around
What's
with.
the vision advantage? They do... there you go. There's the D ward, so it's going to be a bit more difficult. They're going to send the creeps in instead to scout out. Can we steal their eyesight? Still no ability yet to work with. They're going to start a lot of damage onto Summer early. So got the Aegis for another minute 30. Rupture gets stolen from Eyesight, so turn it back onto Summer.
Good positioning from
Over the
SJ.
right side, Dome finds an opening. Brawl's going to be there with a terrorized combo. Nice sidestep, Rubik. Not going to get controlled through it all. The back and forth, the spell casting. Looks like it's favoring Dire at the moment. Aegis does expire. Now Dome as well. Force user defensive BKB. He's going to be able to TP up, but the curse is there from 7E. It'll stop it short. Rating. Can you protect your Beastmaster? Beyond's going to be able to clean him down thanks to the spell damage. Now CTY finds a jump over the top. Pugner's going to be the target. Garnstall's nearby. Summer even wants to move on in with the damage out of the two. They'll kill off Beyond. Easy use of the Spirit Vessel means that Timber is not so tanky. Can they catch up to anyone else? So 7E is going to look for the TPR. Make it up on the cliff. Doesn't seem like Ice Ice will escape though. One more right click is all they need. Someone, can they find it? They will indeed.
No Chemical Rage, no Winter's Curse. He's got the Witchblade picked up and the Grove Bow, so you've got a little bit of extra, you know, consistent damage coming through in these fights now. But I really don't feel optimistic about Team Zero's chances until he's got that Aghanim Scepter for himself. For a lot of these other heroes, I believe Garn has a pretty big item in that Blink Dagger for himself coming through as well. Like, they know how important it is to take the Wyvern out of these fights. That was what enabled them to be able to set up onto Summer at the start of everything. So you've got it on the Beastmaster, you've got it on the Pangolier now as well. It really just is Operation Kill Wyvern, because they don't have saves at this point. You know, the Rubik doesn't have the telekinesis to be able to get it back to safety.
A lot of value you're going to get now on the Skadi as well for the Bloodseeker. So I am actually not sure. I haven't checked if they fixed the bug with it not going through BKB.
Do you reckon it was a bug, or do you think it was just the wording of the new type of immunity?
I think it was a bug. Because I'm pretty sure it did.
Just how it's worded, right? Like, immunity to for the duration of the effect, any negative damage from enemy spells no longer has effect. That seems like a negative effect. You know? It didn't used to have that wording.
I'll say it's a bug because I got this information on a stream and I trust
Someone
them
said it was
to...
a bug.
Yeah, well, they like started saying...
Name and shame.
Name and shame. Well, Gork was speaking to 33 about it, and Amar as well. So they were saying like this item doesn't really have a lot of value right now. So I have to. I mean, I hadn't heard that since 7.33.
But that might just be not a bug. It might just not have a lot of value.
Yeah,
you know?
but we would have heard it from the start, though. That's what I'm saying. All of a sudden, now it's getting spoken about. 7.33 has been out for a while.
TQQ. Oh, the Shadow Realm.
Is 70... Alright. Are there any other boys? Might be able to get the kill into the Dark Willow. DQQ's getting held out from SJ, not 70. Got any vision of him? A little bit late on the Hawk. Ooh. They might. They both make it out. Okay.
Man. Really is edge of your seat sort of stuff, though. Like, these two able to get away literally a split second at the time. They don't see the double damage on the bottom side of the river, but CTY realizes that, again, like, he's not being uber greedy this game. You know, he's realizing the importance of being able to A, play around his team, B, defend the towers, and C, even just like the talent choices that he went for, enabling the survivability.
They're stalking the timber. Dom's going to start. And as soon as they get the Spirit Vessel out, look at his health pool just evaporate.
Getting a little greedy with that one there. Almost has the Ags finished up, so that's going to provide them a big
CTY.
boost.
Who got the DD? Looks like Garn got it, but he's proven it. Use it very well. We'll get the spell now, though. So did a lot of damage to ZZQ to start, but wasn't enough. CTY. Want to follow up. Very hesitant, though. He's going to back on out. So 4,000 net worth lead, but... Man, I just noticed Dire only have 6 kills, and this is still an Alchemist lineup that is not playing with the net worth lead.
No, and you most of the time, if that's the case, you know, you see the Alchemist like the one that's far away ahead of the rest of his team, you know, like because you've made a ton of space for him. And I just talked about the fact that he's playing a little bit more selflessly. Well, you know, at some point you do need to go into that greed a little bit further. I think now is probably the time that that's going to happen. You know, he's got the Vindicator's axe, so obviously doesn't exactly have too much that's going to be able to silence him outside of the Bloodseeker, but just even the attack speed bonus that it provides, getting buffed up recently to 35, going to be a pretty big deal. But again, it's the Timbersaw Ags that's the real big game changer here. I'm wanting to see if DQQ realizes it and if he uses that Yule Scepter to be able to remove it immediately, because that's going to make him unkillable in these fights. It's why he's positioning himself so aggressively here. Ooh. Hopefully we get a proper pause here and we're able to take a team fight properly. Hopefully just some Kale. Ah, a bug on the screen, I see.
It's either one of the two, the bug or the Kale. A good 50-50. This time you're wrong again. Might be right, though, with who's got to win. It's definitely favoring Holy Grail, but if it's going to be a fight, this could be the one now. So I have to be very cautious of 70's positioning. Without the Scepter yet completed, but it's still going to be a little bit more difficult for Kim. And Raiden are already set up as well around this area. So they don't really have everyone nearby, which is still going to be a issue.
Yeah, Gun's still mid, but it's such a ballsy position for him to be in. But once he pushes this lane out, it's going to reveal so much about Team Zero's positioning, right? If they're not defending that, they're not pushing this bottom tier 2 tower, it means that they're going to be in position to set up for Roche. So he's still got a tier 2 himself to be able to TP up to on this top side of the map.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Look at that ward, Denog, actually, the one deep in the lane. Any gems? No gems. Oh, that's a huge ward. Could prove to be a big reason why they potentially win this fight. You've got the vision of the Hawks that they can spam out, but now this lane ward is... They won't be aware of it by the looks of it, so let's see if they want to take a fight around this vision on Holy Grail.
Can still just TP up at any time on Gun. They've still got a tier 1 tower to be able to play into. They've still got the Hawk as well, so no gem is really starting to hinder them. I think they've only got 1 sentry left as well, and it's on the Enchantress. First ones to know about Roche spawning are Holy Grail.
Oh, they're going to jump in straight.
They found him.
He showed his location. And as soon as he does, Holy Grail will jump with no hesitation. Down to the south, though. CTY is going to be even up the trade. He goes for a TP out. But the BKB will be able to cover him beyond as well. And he stunners.
They'll take Roche, though. That's the importance, though, of making sure you are not the one getting gone on, and it's the power of that Beastmaster Hawk, right? I think the one that they had at the time was covering the Roche pit, so it was just a case of him stepping too far forward. Second Roche going to them. Pango surviving, picking up just one of the 2 kills, but that means that when this Roche goes down, he's essentially going to have that Aghanims to be able to play around with as well. So once that's picked up, looks like he's going into a Bloodthorn for himself, but I'd kind of like to see him go Basher, just because of what we saw. Great synergy, of course, with the Pango level 15 talent. Just more stuff to be able to lock these elusive-ish heroes in place, like the Wyvern and the Timbersaw especially, but even just to be able to stop the BKB TP away.
Well, at least maybe now with you having to set up for a high ground defense, it might make the positioning a little bit easier for Dire, because so far that has been the big issue for them. Just too many key heroes getting picked off to start the fight.
That's why we both love the Beastmaster, right? Just makes it so easy. You have more information always. Basically, the only time that you don't is when you're against a Slark.
Radiant's bottom tower is
So they're using that information incredibly well on Holy Grail. Big reason why they have this 7,000 net worth lead. They'd like a little bit more of a valuable kill than ZZQ off the back of the smoke. They might go inside the jungle because they do have a Hawk that sees CTY. What's the call going to be, though? Gun's ready as well inside the lane. Still smoked up from himself. Nice scan, though. I don't know how they read that. They won't know that someone's at the triangle, but it won't matter because no one's nearby to get caught out.
This is the ebb and flow of Dota, though, right? They're making so much space for 70 up on this top side of the map because he's only 550 gold away from being able to finish up that Aghanim Scepter, and that could potentially change this game. You know, it's not even just the fact that you get to stay in the Arctic Burn form. It also just provides you the additional movement speed as well, which is pretty enormous. You know, you're already having a little bit of trouble locking it onto him, and if Pango's trying to chase him down, if Willow's trying to get in range for the Bedlam, it basically requires Dom to play the fights perfectly.
Yeah, they're making a lot of space. So ZZQ just cut bottom.
Radiant's top tower is
So T2 tower will be claimed, but doing a really good job to at least make sure they don't force a fight until the later stages of the ages, but they still have to do that for another 3 minutes now, just under 3 minutes. So we'll have Holy Grail continuing to farm wherever they please.
This tower has
Alchemist.
7 health on it. I'm a little surprised that Beyond hasn't just gone forward and hit it, but I mean, they've seen, they've got 22 kills up against your 4. They actually still aren't going to be able to take this tower. Summer gets... No, he didn't get a deny on it. The range creep ends up getting it at the very last second. Oh, well. But they needed to be real creative with their positioning, even just Beyond sitting here deep in enemy territory, looking to take away a little bit of that farm. And oh, there we go. As soon as the Ags is up on the Wyvern, group up, look to potentially make a smoke. They've even got a Blink Dagger to enable them to get in onto the backlines very quickly. They know how important it is to be able to take out this Willow, take out the Pugna, honestly, even just disable the Beastmaster Roar. Make sure that that's not a factor in these fights.
Radiant are scanning.
Another strong lane ward. Even Dire have their own vision as well.
They're pinging. They pinged right on 70 just there. So even just revealing for a second in that lane, they're like, he has Ags. Keep that in mind. He's going to be playing a lot more defensively. So it really just they need to get a bit more creative. Do they have a gem yet on Team Zero?
Yeah, both sides are gone. He sees Ice. Rubik playing on the front line, the first point of contact. He's going to be in some danger. 70 will reveal his position, but Team Zero, they'll catch our gun, and finally they're the ones to start. Big one for them to claim. They even get a glimpse of Summer retreating down to the south. Age is still for another minute 20. That is the first real big signs we've seen out of Dire, though.
I mean, yeah, you don't have a gem as well. He was the one carrying it, so able to yoink that one away. We just saw the impact of Beyond being able to put himself onto the front lines of that fight, because he knows that with that reactive armor, you really are not killing him. You know, you need a way to be able to remove that one. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with the AC build that you're going on the Bloodseeker. I don't think it's going to change anything up against an Enchantress, a Wyvern, a Timbersaw, maybe the Alchemist, but I would much rather see a Nullifier come out here from him, just to be able to remove that that Timbersaw Ags buff. Because I really don't feel like the Wyvern's going to be putting it in a position to be picked off like he was previously.
Dom is so fun. He got an AC. So he's nowhere. He's second. That's actually crazy. He's uber rich, and it's going to be an MKB, which is an interesting item of choice for the Bloodseeker. Meanwhile, 7E is getting scouted out, but he's going to be able to back on out. So, I mean, that one kill and the gem getting taken as well puts us down to a 3,000 net worth lead for Holy Grail.
I mean, even despite that ward was still there in the lane, though, seeing that the Wyvern was going back. So maybe they are just going to know that maybe she's not going to be with the rest of the team, but they take long enough that she actually has been able to rejoin.
Smoke on smoke, some up, Lincoln's pop, they get the jump, CTY's going to be in with a concoction, and look at the damage. SJ, though, is able to enable enough time for someone to pop the BKB. Now over to the right side, Dome, it's a solo kill. All they need is the Beastmaster damage. He's going to turn as well. Look at this, Dome, are you serious? Stands strong, attack speed, gives all the drums charges he needs. I want to see the damage shot. My guy just ripped them apart. Get it up. 4,200, pretty much solo killed the Wyvern and the Alchemist as well. What a goddamn baller.
I know your death summary challenged, so I will tell you that he basically broke out of that Primal Roar at the very end. He did, of the Wyvern's 2,200 HP, he did 1,850 of it. That was all Dom. Man is almost single-handedly carrying this game, but SJ, once again, the positioning perfect from the Pugner, making sure that they weren't able to convert on that kill onto the Bloodseeker.
All right.
All right.
The buyback,
DQQ.
which is
DD as well for his trouble,
kill.
maybe? He's going to leave it.
But they're actually going to respect him, so they don't know there's no buyback on Ice.
Oh,
maybe a fake back beyond, in some danger. Cold Embrace. Give him some moments of peace, but as soon as he pops out, he might die to the Rupture. And he blows up. Pretty good curse from 70. That's a big kill. Dome has been vital to the success. Tim is going to be able to buy back, and CTY's up in a couple seconds. Got to get out, and you got to do it now. SJ wants the gem, but is he going to be able to skate with it? I do not think so. Decrep only amps up the damage. They almost get Summer as well, but at least he's going to escape. So, no, actually you do force a buyback out of Beyond, which is at least something.
It's pretty valuable, honestly. Like, he still is your big frontliner. You almost are never going first on CTY. Like, he needs to be there to be able to follow up the Timbersaw after they pop, excuse me, things like the Rupture in onto him. That's why he's got, of course, the Lotus Orb to be able to provide that extra little bit of a layer of protection so that, you know, even if he gets ruptured, the Bloodseeker's going to rupture himself as well. EQQ, he's really scaling too. Man is 7-1 and 13 on this Dark Willow. Level 19, by the way.
What's that, 20 talent then? Do you go the Bramble CD? I'm not sure.
I think you do, just because of his item build. You know, if you were wanting, like, he is very much more control-oriented. If he was starting to build into the Aghanim Scepter, you absolutely go the Shadow Realm Duration.
Sure. No consideration of it though so far from DQQ. Once they own this, he knows how vital he is inside the fights for some control, so wants to make sure they're unable to blow him up.
I do wonder if
This game
DQQ goes away from this Aeon disc, though, considering you could probably see that CTY has the nullifier picked up for himself. So Aeon's basically going to provide 0 value against that.
What's going on top lane? Both sides starting to get set off for this potential Roche. DQQ was first with the vision, so they're going to see ZZQ wrapping around. Does he reveal himself, though? All of Radiant aren't nearby. He might be able to get a solo kill. Can anyone protect him? CTY's charging up the concoctions, going to be able to find the jump in. Radiant, they're slow to the fight. As a result, they'll lose the Willow, but he has a buyback if they need to expend it for Roche.
Always happens, doesn't it? You talk a guy up and then he goes and feeds away a 6-kill streak over to, well, at least it's only ZZQ that gets it. But I mean, late-ish stages of the game, you honestly don't hate having a farmed Enchantress on your team either.
Give you a lot of
Full on
utility
wrapper,
on
and
the
they found
right
Beyond, he
side.
just fought back.
Gonna try and jump in as well. He's pretty survivable. The Scepter popped, he's got the shield. Summer's still going to continue to beat it to Beyond. They'll lose the shield. Now with the backline, Dom, he finds the opening once again. The Wyvern's going to be caught. Can they keep him alive? No, 70 goes down. And now Summer turns to CTY. Holy grail.
Timber's out of mana.
Have just run them over. No escape for the Timber Source. Team 0. Complete shambles and all-out retreat. ZZQ. Looks like he'll be able to escape just off the back of the buyback. They might not want the Aegis, though. They could just go for the finishing blow.
I mean, that mid lane is very heavily pushed in. They've already taken the super creeps off the back of that. Ice trying desperately to be able to try and, pull the wave behind the tower, make sure that this creep wave doesn't come in, try and enable the backdoor protection. But you could very easily just look to take this lane of Rax and go straight for the throne.
Oh, man, DQQ. Get the force away, so poke and prod, Ice falling low, CTY not even going to be able to jump
They're
as
going
well.
for the game end, though.
And they'll be able to get it. What are you going to be able to do? 3v5. Hope and a prayer. Ice going to try and make some space. Stolen Raw, but SJ
right
once
back.
again with the medic. It's always there to keep Summer alive. And now they're just going to chain control CTY. Bashes galore. And they'll turn to the remaining components, and Holy Grail will continue with their flawless run so far into a 3.
Holy grail, holy shit. They did a fantastic job that game at identifying the weaknesses of this very greedy-oriented draft. Again, it did feel like a few unforced errors coming through with how deep some people were playing on the map. And the most important thing, of course, Aries wrong once again with his prediction. Holy grail, never in doubt.
Holy Grail, never in doubt, dude. What a performance, though. This is just Dome, the man on your screen there, a masterclass showing from him with the Beastmaster. Just absolutely destroyed 70. Every single fight, it felt like Dome was always on the Wyvern. We got no value out of him in this game. I think that is, I mean, you can sing praises to pretty much everyone on Holy Grail, but I think Dome just exceeded expectations.
He did, and I mean, at the end of the day, surprisingly enough, Wyvern was one of the lower people that he actually ended up doing damage to. It was just, all he needed to do was provide control for the rest of the team. Summer, DQQ, they did the hard yards at the end of the day. They were the ones that were really putting a whole lot more of the focus onto the Winter Wyvern at the end of it all. But this is crazy. Summer did 83 damage to Wyvern, and it was off of a Maelstrom proc. So it really was just all on DQQ, basically, just dealing a lot of the damage through there.
What do we think went wrong in really the early game? Because we said that Team 0 had a definitely a greedier draft than Holy Grail, and the early game is really where you're able to exploit those weaknesses. So what do we think were the key things that Holy Grail did?
I thought that, well, part of it was what Holy Grail did, right? DQQ played incredibly well. I thought SJ's positioning was fantastic. So I thought positioning-wise, Holy Grail came out on top. Part of the advantage, of course, that comes with a Beastmaster. We're giving Dom the MVP, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good. Top of the net worth, top of the kill participation. But also Team 0, I mentioned it during that phase where, Wyvern was about to pick up the ATOS, but she didn't really have anyone to play with. Rubik doesn't do anything at that stage of the game. Enchantress was playing a very trying to push out style of map play. He had the Dark Troll Summoner available. He was just trying to shove in a lot of these towers, take attention away from the Alchemist and the Timbersaw. And Wyvern isn't really one of those heroes that can make plays happen solo. We saw 70 try to do it a couple of times, but it just led to his death multiple times because they had great responses to it, both on the back of the Dark Willow, the Pango roll, and the Beastmaster roll.
So overall, Holy Grail, a incredible showing for them as we get to see the results of today. Last Arc was a very, very clean 2-0 over limit. And now they're going to jump up to 4-1. And of course, for Team Zero, they're going to be 3-1. In fact, sorry, last arc are 3-1, not 4-1. So I'm sure we'll get the standings up pretty shortly. But the top of the pack is looking pretty even. There we go. There is standings. Holy Grail on top. Last arc, Team Zero, 3-1, which is pretty crazy, man, because I thought coming into it, it'd be Last Arc and Team Zero taking those 2 promotional slots. With both of them having a loss, maybe that means one of them's not going to go through. Of course, there's still a lot of games to play, potentially tiebreak as well, could be on the line, but we are up for a juicy, juicy tail end of 2 or 3.
Was it Holy Grail that beat both of them? I think it was.
I think it was as well, but I will check.
I mean, that's pretty huge, right? To be able to get that key victory ahead of the game. And, if you've already beaten what you would probably say are your 2 biggest competitors, then the rest of the season's a cakewalk. Not trying to jinx it at all, but, you know what I'm saying, right? Those are the ones, the valuable wins, the ones that are not only getting yourself the point, but denying it away from the enemy team. And I mean, who have they even got left to play on Holy Grail? They've got Big Brain, they've got Team Dissolution, and is that it? Or am I mistaken? They also have IG Vitality, who are sitting winless, I believe.
Yeah. So we see as well, we got more games going on tomorrow. Big Brain versus IG Vitality, Supernova versus The Last Arc, and then Limit versus Team Zero. So, of course, a couple of the teams we saw today will continue to play tomorrow for that fighting spot to make it into Division 1. But definitely we're starting to formulate some of your potential winners and losers so far. People are separating themselves.
Absolutely. I think there's a very clear top 3, and I honestly want to go as far as to say it hasn't been mathematically confirmed, but the bottom 2 of Limit and IG Vitality just seem like they're that tiny bit of a step behind the rest of them. Limit especially. I think Limit are basically guaranteed, unfortunately, going down. So Team Zero, they're going to be licking their wounds off of that one, but they've got a bit of a softer draw tomorrow to be able to come through against them. But, that middle of the pack to be able to avoid the absolute certainty of relegation is still going to be pretty hectic of a battle.
Yeah, that it is indeed. So we still have a lot to play for over here in China. Tomorrow is going to be our final day to close out week 2. It's going to be a day with 3 best of 3s as well. So going to be starting at the exact same time for a lot more China action. Make sure you guys tune in because we're going to have some incredible series tomorrow. We'll see you guys then.